Sorry, sir. Congrats, ma'am. Yes.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized?
The minority leader is recognized.
Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
What is the parliamentary inquiry of the minority leader, Marcelino Libanan?
Mr. Speaker, according to our agenda for today, the next agency in the agenda is the Office of the Vice President. May we know if the Vice President is present, Mr. Speaker?
Majority leader, please respond.
Mr. Speaker, we have been informed that the Vice President is not present, but sent the following officials of the Office of the Vice President, namely Assistant Secretary Lemuel G. Ortoño, the OAC Chief of Staff, Attorney Rosalyn L. Sanchez, Director for Admin and Financial Services, and Mr. Norman Baloro, Director for Operations.
Minority leader,
Mr. Speaker, is it not that the requirement of this House is that for the heads of agencies to be personally present as what happened during our previous deliberations? And in this case, we need the presence of the Vice President, Mr. Speaker.
majority leader, please
That is-
reply.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker. The rules of the House require the presence of the heads of agencies in the consideration of their proposed budget.
Minority leader,
Mr. Speaker, so may we inquire on how do we proceed with the deliberations of the proposed budget of the Vice President when the Vice President is not around?
majority leader, please respond to the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, today is the second time that the proposed budget of the OVP was put in our agenda. Yesterday, the proposed budget of the OVP was even number one in the agenda. But only the same officials mentioned earlier were present. So we set that, again, that office for today. But again, only the said officials were sent for this for today's deliberation. So the absence of the head of office yesterday was the reason why we reset the agenda for today. And again, the same officials were not the same officials were sent today. So, Mr. Speaker, the highest ranking officials sent were the assistant secretary. And given the same situation today, we are constrained to put this office again in the agenda tomorrow, October 2, 2025. This is the last chance, being the last day, that we will put the office of the Vice President on the agenda to defend the budget of her office. That's for tomorrow, the last day of the plenary deliberations for the proposed 2026 budget or General Appropriations Bill.
Is the minority leader, Marcelino Libanan, satisfied with the reply of the majority leader on his parliamentary inquiry?
This representation, Mr. Speaker, is satisfied with the answer and the manifestation of the majority leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority leader,
Mr. Speaker, to give the Vice President another opportunity to defend the proposed budget of her office, I move that the consideration of the proposed budget of the OVP be put in the agenda again tomorrow, October 2, 2025. Tomorrow being the last day of the plenary deliberations on the proposed fiscal year 2026 General Appropriations Bill. Another chance tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority leader,
Mr. Speaker, move to suspend session for a few minutes.
session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs, including its attached agency.
Then objection? Chair hears none. Motion carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the heads and officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs, namely Secretary Maria Teresa Lazaro, Chief of Staff Shirley Flores Imperial, Chief Coordinator Maria Antonina Mendoza Oblena, Undersecretary for Policy Helen De La Vega, Undersecretary for Administration Maria Teresa Dizon de Vega, Undersecretary for International Economic Relations Charles Jose, Undersecretary for Migration Affairs Leo Herrera Lim, Foreign Service Institute Executive Director Indira Banyares, Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines Chair Alternate Maria Angelita Austria, Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces Undersecretary Antonio Atanasio Habulan, UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines Acting Head of Office Lindsay A. Barrientos, ENP.
To the heads and officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs, headed by Secretary Maria Teresa Lazaro. Ma'am, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Vice Chairperson Zia Alonto Adyong of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur to sponsor the proposed budget of the DFA.
Representative Zia Adyong, a fellow Mindanaoan, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome to the House of Representatives the Department of Foreign Affairs, headed by Secretary Maria Teresa P. Lazaro, and its attached agencies, namely the Foreign Service Institute, the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces, the Secretariat of the Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines, and the UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to sponsor the DFA's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of 30.1 billion pesos. This allocation, Mr. Speaker, consisting of 29.8 billion pesos in new appropriations and 281 million in automatic appropriations, represents an 8% increase from the current fiscal year 2025 budget and is less than half of a percent of the total proposed national budget. Fellow members of this honorable chamber, the Department of Foreign Affairs has been at the forefront in promoting and protecting our nation's interests overseas. The women and men of the Foreign Service in the Philippines and around the world work tirelessly to preserve and enhance our national security, promote our economic interests, protect the interests of overseas Filipinos, and ensure that the Philippines has a strong and steady voice on the global stage. Over the past year, the increasingly complex international environment has underscored the need for a strategic and proactive approach to diplomacy. In response, the DFA has seized opportunities to expand engagement and strengthen cooperation with international partners in support of the country's foreign policy and domestic development objectives. Next year will be another banner year for the Department of Foreign Affairs. In January, the Philippines takes the helm of ASEAN. The DFA, as the lead for the political security pillar, will be at the forefront in promoting our key priorities in the regional agenda. The Philippines will host around 645 meetings over the course of 2026, which will be spread out in various provinces, allowing us to showcase the incomparable beauty of our country. In June of 2026, we hope to be elected to a non-permanent seat in the United Nations National Security Council for the term 2027 to 2028. This will give us, Mr. Speaker, a greater voice in global affairs and an excellent platform to strengthen the rules-based international order, making the Philippines a center of gravity in the Indo-Pacific. Throughout 2026, the DFA will also continue to strengthen our network of bilateral, unilateral and multilateral partnerships in pursuit of mutually beneficial cooperation in various sectors, including strengthening the rule of law, promoting human rights, including those of seafarers and other overseas Filipinos, disaster risk reduction, science and innovation, and people-to-people exchanges. Maritime security will continue to be at the top of our foreign policy priorities. The DFA will remain steadfast in upholding the country's sovereignty, sovereign rights, and jurisdiction, especially in the West Philippine Sea. With international law, particularly the 1982 UNCLOS and the 2016 Arbitral Award as the two anchors of our maritime policy, the Department will continue to pursue meaningful dialogue, pragmatic approaches, and other peaceful means in addressing issues in the maritime domain, including advancing maritime cooperation through maritime dialogue mechanisms. Mr. Speaker, fellow members of this august chamber, service to the Filipino people will remain the cornerstone of the Department of Foreign Affairs programs for the coming year. Mahalaga ang papel na ginagampanan ng DFA sa pagbibigay ng serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan, sa loob man ng ating bansa o sa ibayong dagat. We owe it to our kababayans to ensure that the department's programs continue to be adequately funded so that the DFA can continue providing efficient and effective services to Filipinos. Patuloy na nakikipagtulungan ang DFA sa iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan upang masiguro ang kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan na nakakaranas ng suliranin o naiipit sa mga kaguluhan at karahasan, kabilang na ang kasalukuyang sigalot sa gitnang silangan. Kapit-bisig ang Department of Foreign Affairs at ang Department of Migrant Workers sa pag-aruga sa ating mga kababayan sa ibayong dagat. The DFA, Mr. Speaker, has also achieved notable progress in bringing its services closer to the people through the opening of new consular offices and foreign service posts. Nilalapit ng DFA ang kanilang serbisyo publiko, kagaya ng passport at iba pang consular services sa ating mga kababayan sa lugar sa labas ng Maynila. Ngayon ay may 42 consular offices na ang nabuksan sa buong bansa. Bukod pa dito, Mr. Speaker, mayroon ding online systems para sa passports at apostille application. Similarly, the DFA has expanded its global reach with the opening of our embassies in Colombia, Finland, Ireland, and Romania in 2024. This year, Mr. Speaker, the DFA is already sending landing teams to open an embassy in Fiji, which will also serve as our permanent mission to the Pacific Islands Forum, as well as consulates general in Seattle, Washington, in the state of Washington in the USA, Busan, in the Republic of Korea, and Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam, to cater to the needs of Filipinos and to advance economic partnerships in these jurisdictions. The DFA has proposed budgetary allocations in the 2026 National Expenditure Program for the opening of our embassies in Kazakhstan and Ghana, and a consulate general in Miami, Florida, in the United States. The importance of opening these new foreign service posts cannot be overstated, Mr. Speaker. It is high time that we have a resident diplomatic presence in Central Asia, a region of considerable importance in terms of energy and critical minerals. Similarly, Ghana is one of Africa's largest economies, and having an embassy there enables us to maximize the potential of our relations with West Africa. And our consulate general in Florida will bring government services closer to more than 200,000 Filipinos in the American Southeast and the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues in the House of Representatives, given the DFA's commendable service in safeguarding and advancing Philippine national interest, I respectfully urge this House to support the approval of the DFA's entire proposed 2026 budget. In supporting the department's budget, we reaffirm our commitment to a foreign policy that is independent, robust, principled, and proactive. Mr. Speaker, through this 2026 budget, we are providing the women and men and women of the Foreign Service the means to realize our vision of a Philippines held in high regard internationally, trusted by partners, and fully capable of protecting its citizens. In these unpredictable and challenging times, Mr. Speaker, We, as members of this House of Representatives of the Filipino people, must ensure that the DFA has the resources it needs to fulfill its mandate in promoting our national interests on the global stage. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, and I'm now ready to welcome inquiries from the floor.
Daghang salamat, Representative Tia Diong, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Presley De Jesus of the PhilReca Party List for his interpellation.
PhilReca Representative Presley De Jesus is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished sponsor yield some questions from this representation?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, before I start my question, I have also a statement. The Department of Foreign Affairs is one of the most visible arms of our government, standing as both the face of our nation abroad and the primary line of defense for the millions of Filipinos who live and work overseas. Every day, it carries out the dual responsibility of representing our country in the global community, while at the same time safeguarding the welfare of our people beyond our borders. It is no exaggeration to say that the trust placed in the department directly impacts the lives, dignity, and safety of countless Filipinos. As we deliberate on the proposed budget, our focus must go beyond the peso amount and look closely at its impact. The question before us is whether these resources will truly translate into stronger protection for our overseas workers, faster and more reliable consular services for our citizens, and a diplomacy program that delivers visible benefit to ordinary Filipinos. We recognize the challenges faced by the department, the complexity of global affairs, the growing demands of consular services, and the urgency of responding to crises involving Filipinos abroad. At the same time, we also see gaps in the full utilization of past budgets and the lingering difficulties in delivering timely services to the public. These realities underscore the need for Congress to engage the department in constructive dialogue, not to cast blame, but to ensure that every peso appropriated is maximized in service of our people. In this spirit, this representation raises questions that aim to clarify the department's priorities, assess its absorptive capacity, and identify the measure it is undertaking to ensure efficiency and accountability. Our intent is to work with the department to strengthen its ability to meet the needs of our citizens and to enhance its contribution to the advancement of nations' interests. So my first question to our distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, how many countries left that we don't have diplomatic ties or even embassy or consular? Ilan po ba ang mga bansa na wala tayong embassy or consular or even a diplomatic tie?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there are only 3 countries which we believe that we don't have any official partnership.
Can you name, Mr. Speaker, this week's sponsor, the 3 countries that we don't have diplomatic ties?
Mr. Speaker, number 1 is Kosovo. We don't have any diplomatic relations with Kosovo. And also Bhutan, we are actually working on forming in these diplomatic relations with Bhutan. And the other one, I have to refer to the DFA for a more accurate data, Mr. Speaker.
Take your time, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, I have to correct my earlier answer. It's not actually 3, but so far as the data of the DFA is concerned, we only have 2. countries that have yet to be that we have yet to establish diplomatic relations. One is I mentioned Kosovo, and the other one is Bhutan, which currently we are now forming or establishing our partnership in the near future, Mrs.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, do we have any kababayan lives in those two mentioned countries?
I suppose there might be Filipinos living, but since we don't have a diplomatic relations with these countries, we don't have the official data of how many Filipinos living in these mentioned countries, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. That is why the Philippine government, through DFA, is working on establishing a diplomatic relations with Bhutan so that we can also facilitate at least collecting the living residents of Filipinos in this said country, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
I agree with you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. What will happen in case they need the help of our government? Since you mentioned that we don't have diplomatic ties with them, so what will happen?
Mr. Speaker, those countries that are nearer to the mentioned countries, for example, in Kosovo, the nearest the embassy and consulate, Mr. Speaker, to Kosovo is Hungary. So if there are, for example, Filipino citizens living in the said area who are may be needing assistance from our government, the nearest embassy and consulate that we can use in order to provide for the assistance of these Filipinos will be Hungary in the case of Kosovo, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So practicality in the proximity area is also of the utmost consideration insofar as providing assistance to Filipinos living abroad, especially in these areas mentioned. In Bhutan, Mr. Speaker, New Delhi is the nearest area where we can facilitate services and consular assistance to the Filipinos living in Bhutan. For example, New Delhi, as we all know, Mr. Speaker, we have a very strong ties and diplomatic arrangement and ties and relationship with India.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. I'm very glad that we have, at least, even though we don't have direct access or embassy or consular, or even though we don't have diplomatic ties with those two countries mentioned, at least we have the proximity or closeness kung sino man yung pwede natin puntahan. And for that, I salute our DFA, no, for doing everything, at least to assist them. Now, moving forward, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, by the way, we don't have in Iraq, Afghanistan, we don't have those countries.
But, Mr. Speaker, we have a diplomatic relations with Iraq.
So just for the record, so because maybe our people might think na may gera ron. So we have.
Yes, and since
for
the
the
gentleman
record.
is asking for Iraq, we might as well ask me about Iran. So we do also have a
Okay,
diplomatic
thank you very
relations
much.
with Iran.
Okay.
Thank
Now, moving forward to my question. The DFA proposed expenditure program for 2026 is 30.1 billion, representing at 8% or 2.2 billion increase from the current year's expenditure program of 27.9 billion. In 2024, the DFA was unable to utilize almost 10 billion or 9 billion 995 million in funds. What are the reasons for this low utilization? Is the DFA doing something that this will not happen again for fiscal year 2026 as well?
Mr. Speaker, the funds that are supposed to be used for the retrofitting of the building and for the lease of new spaces for the DFA has not been materialized in the years that mentioned by the Honorable Interpolator. That is why, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there's a low utilization of certain funds lodged to the DFA in the previous years, Mr. Speaker.
So comes 2026, okay na ho, magiging okay na lahat yan.
We hope, Mr. Speaker, based on the proposal budget for 2026, we included actually the retrofitting of the DFA old building, and as well as other opening of other consular offices across, not only across the country, because there are several requests made by LGUs and some members of this House to open consular offices in various provinces across the region, across the country, but as well as those consulate general offices that will be open, proposing in the 2026 budget in areas that I have mentioned in my opening remarks, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Moving to my next question. The DFA's overall disbursement rate declined significantly from 63% to 53.5%. What were the main factors behind this decrease? Does this reflect shortcomings in planning, procurement, or execution, or within the department who is being held accountable for the failure to fully utilize the funds? Ano ba nangyari dito? Would that be related to the first question I asked you, as far as the utilization rate is concerned? Because as far as the disbursement rate is concerned, nag-decline from 63% to 52.5%.
Again, part of the reason again is the ones that I mentioned earlier, Mrs. Speaker, as a response to the good gentleman, the good interpolator, that the supposed plan to retrofit the building and also to lease spaces for the offices extension temporarily was not met and was not materialized, and for other unutilized or the low utilization, the decrease of the utilization rate, Mr. Speaker, is also partly because of the passporting new policy. Previously, Mr. Speaker, the passport validity expires within 5 years. And now, Mr. Speaker, with the new policy that is now being implemented by the Department of Foreign Affairs, the passport validity of each of the citizens is now 10 years. So you would see, Mr. Speaker, also the actual utilization of the funds intended for the printing and for the printing of these passports, Mr. Speaker. To name a few, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And if I may also add, Mrs. Chair, the assistance to nationals fund usage was actually decreased due to the transition of some of the mandates of the Department of Foreign Affairs to that of the Department of Migrant Workers, Mr. Speaker. So there seems to be a transition period wherein it affected, Mr. Speaker, the funds that are lodged in to Department of Foreign Affairs to facilitate and implement these programs that I had mentioned, Mr. Speaker, in the previous GAA, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So the decline is not affected at all the experience receiving assistance as a result by our overseas Filipino people. So wala ho as far as their assistance, no? Yung tulong na ibibigay natin. Because you mentioned the reason of the low disbursement because of some of the construction of the building and rehabilitation. And then the other one is the passport. Am I right? Is that what you said?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker. Those are just one of the few reasons why there's a decrease in the utilization. But as to the question of the gentleman, whether there's really and indeed a decrease in the utilization of the assistance to nationals, Mr. Speaker, again, since some of the mandates and authority of the DFA has been moved and transferred to DMW, part of that also is the actual utilization of these funds for specific budget entries in programs that has already been transferred to the MW. But so long as the budget for the consular services, assistance for the nationals living abroad, Mr. Speaker, still the FA is able to provide and to able to utilize these funds, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Which foreign service posts and programs were most affected by the low budget utilization?
Mr. Speaker, I would have to consult the FA for appropriate data. Mr. Speaker, I guess based on the data that we have gathered from DFA, Mr. Speaker, there's a decrease in the actual utilization rate of the assistance to nationals, meaning to say, in terms of distress rate among our nationals living abroad, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a very low in terms of the requirement or the assistance that they need on number one, on repatriation, medical assistance, and the general welfare, Mr. Speaker. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, the the utilization rate of the assistance to nationals is at 54.12% as of August 31, 2025. Just to give you a few additional inputs, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And with this new percentage, it actually amounts to 43,000 individuals across various regions living abroad, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, amounting to 541 million pesos. So if you ask me, going back to the question, it's mostly on the budget lodged to the assistance to nationals funds, which basically translate into the lower distress rate among Filipinos living abroad, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. My next question, can the Department of Foreign Affairs confirm that the Consular Assistance to Nationals, or ATN, program is its core program for providing assistance and protection to Filipinos overseas, particularly overseas Filipino workers, including legal, humanitarian, and crisis-related support?
Mr. Speaker, yes, that is actually, in fact, that among the pillars, which is basically the third pillar of the Philippine foreign policy, Mr. Speaker. So, in response to the question of the good gentleman, the question is in affirmative. Speaker,
Thank
Your
you
Honor.
very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Given the central role of the Consular and Assistance to National program in serving millions of Filipino abroad, why is it budget proposed to be reduced instead of strengthened to meet growing demand?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I guess if we're going to compare that in the previous years, as I've mentioned earlier, administratively and the mandate that was exercised or given to the DFA has now some of the portions of the mandate has already been given to DMW. So I guess that's essentially why it affected the amount that is now DFA is requesting, no? Insofar as the assistance to nationals is concerned. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, but in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the DFA has retained some and most of the programs to be able to utilize the Assistance to Nationals Fund, Mr. Speaker. To name a few, consular services, repatriation services, legal assistance for those who will be facing immigration-related cases, medical assistance, and even, Mr. Speaker, students' assistance to those who are living abroad and studying abroad, Mr. Speaker. The MW, Mr. Speaker, is primarily and essentially covers the issue on OFW, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. If the good gentleman would still allow me to enumerate some of the services that's still under the ALN.
That will be, that's enough already.
Okay.
So I can move to another
Thank you.
question. Because I have more questions and I have only 30 minutes left. So
Okay.
I'd rather use my time for my questions. Next, the department was unable to spend 6.5 billion or 58% of the funds allocated for passport and consular services. How does the DFA explain this underutilization of funds, given the long lines, appointment backlogs, and service delays experienced by the public?
There's a sudden decline, Mr. Speaker, of the usage and the utilization of these funds simply because of the policy shift that we had previously implemented, which is the 5-year validity of each passport to 10-year validity, Mr. Speaker. Your Honor.
So that's the only reason why there was a backlog in appointments and even the long lines.
That is the reason, Mr. Speaker. But we would expect an uptick in the usage of these funds once the validity of those who have already been issued expired in 2027.
So
Mr. Speaker,
because
Your
we're
Honor.
giving them 10 years.
Yes, that
So
is
yung
correct.
mga
Mr.
pipila hindi na ganun karami.
Tama po yun.
So maybe in the next few months or year to come.
Well, according to the data given to me by DFA, they project an uptick of the utilization of these funds in the issuances of passports in 2027. Baka nga po yung expiry nung na-reissue na po nila ng mga passports ay tatamaan po yung 10-year validity ng mga passports na ito, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for clarifying that the 5 years is no longer 5 years, but it's 10 years, no? Mas maganda yan. I hope same thing goes with our driver's license. Next, of the 6.5 billion unspent in this consular services budget for 2024, what specific projects or activities, such as expanding consular offices, acquiring new passport, printing equipment, or hiring more personnel were delayed or canceled because of the 5.8 billion in appropriations unreleased by the DBM to OSEC? Nangyari ho ba ito?
May we request, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman to please restate his question again?
Yeah, because as far as my question is concerned, meron ba kayong unreleased na appropriations that the DBM should have been received by OSEC? Meron bang ganon na instance na delay yung pag-remit sa inyo ng pera?
Mr. Speaker,
DBM?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, allow me to confer with the
Go ahead.
DFA officials. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, there's no real delays or unreleased obligation of funding, in terms of funding, Mr. Speaker, from DBM. Mr.
So, Mr. Speaker, you received everything on time.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very
it
much
appears that
for-
everything is settled. Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
thank you very much for clarifying that, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker, the DFA's digitalization budget saw a significant increase for the electronic passport system, almost 698 million, and critical infrastructure resilience, around 451 million for 2026. How will the use of these funds specifically address the causes of the backlogs and delays that customers are currently experiencing, ensuring that the new technology translates quickly into tangible service improvements rather than becoming another set of unobligated funds? Is there something to do with the 10-year validity of passport?
Mr. Speaker, the question is somewhat interconnected, but although we can compartmentalize, my answer would have
Go
to be
ahead, please.
compartmentalized. Number one, it is well connected with the experience that we had and previously by the DFA. Since we are also have to make sure that cyber attack will not, DFA will not be vulnerable to cyber attacks, there are certain modalities in terms of making sure that cybersecurity is well in place, and also the processing and even Mr. Speaker, those who may be needing by the DFA in terms of manpower are necessary to make sure that the three-pronged approach for information and communications, Mr. Speaker, by the department, Mr. Speaker, as one of the priority thrusts in 2026, would have to significantly enhance its operational efficiency, security posture, and public service delivery. So yes, part of that is consular services, because we also need to be able to provide access to millions of Filipinos living abroad by using the database, by using online services, Mr. Speaker. The DFA ISSP budget in 2026, Mr. Speaker, is 919.4 million pesos. Under the general management and supervision, also under the consular services, is another 987.4 million for its ICT needs. Mr. Speaker, this includes projects for upgrading the department's data center, strengthening cybersecurity, updating its communications network, developing a visitors management system, enhancing its passport/visa, apostille systems, and other ICT-related costs. Remember, Mr. Speaker, DFA is not only catering to one country. We have several embassies and several consulates, separated by miles and miles apart by oceans and seas. So it's really important, Mrs. Chair, that we need to have a robust digital communication system so that we can not only support each other among embassies into making sure that those Filipino presence in these countries as well taken care
Mr.
of.
Speaker,
but we
I'm
are also
already satisfied
Okay, are
to
you
your
satisfied?
answer. So let me move on my
I
other question.
want
have
to
only
give you
7
more
minutes.
information because I love you so much. I have to give you all the
Thank you
information
very
that
much,
I
Mrs.
have.
Speaker. Now, the program for the protection of the rights and promotions of welfare of overseas Filipinos disbursed less than 40 centavos for every peso it was given. Can the department provide an estimate of how many requests for assistance from distressed OFWs went unanswered or were delayed as a direct consequence of its failure to disburse 60% of all the funds allocated for their protection.
Mr. Speaker, so far as the summaries of the particulars of those programs and services that we have already delivered to our distressed nationals living abroad, reparation, welfare assistance, medical assistance, shipment of remains, administrative expenses, OFW seminar conference, etc. Mr. Speaker, these are the items, and if the good gentleman would have more time, I can enumerate to him, but I can provide you this data. But as so far as the OFW immediate needs is concerned, again, there's a boundary of this. There's a separation of powers between the DFA and that of the work and the mandate transferred from DFA to the Department of Migrant Workers, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I will provide you this data,
Yeah,
Mr.
please
Speaker,
later on when we're done. The budget for the diplomacy program is set to increase by 1.2 billion. In stark contrast to the reduced budget of the consular and assistance to nationals program, what is the rationale behind this shift of priority?
I'll give you a short answer because of the establishment of the Department of Migrant Workers, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Oh, because of that. So some of your workloads were transferred to migrant workers. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, question. As of mid-2025, the Philippine passport jumped 3 spots from rank 75 to 72 in the Henley Passport Index. However, we're still trailing behind Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and our other Southeast Asian neighbors in terms of global mobility. What factors currently contribute to this, and how is the department working to expand visa-free or visa-on-arrival access for Filipino travelers?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, part of the complaints, I guess, that the DFA is acknowledged and would like also to remedy and to improve on is the security for passports. And so, Mr. Speaker, there's a new program that they want to prepare for the creation of a new generation passport, Mr. Speaker, to be at par with our neighboring countries, especially those that are mentioned by the gentleman, no, neighboring countries in the ASEAN, Mr. Speaker. We hope to implement this program, the target implementation of this program, this new generation passport, which passport would be more secure digitally, etc., in 2027, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. How does the government monitor and assess whether these gains in passport strength translate to benefits for ordinary Filipinos? For example, more travel opportunities, lower costs, fewer visa delays.
May we request, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I apologize. May we request the good gentleman to restate again?
Okay.
The audio is not very clear.
How does the government monitor and assess whether these gains in passport strength translate into benefits for ordinary Filipinos? For example, travel opportunities, lower cost, fewer visa delays. We're talking about the one I mentioned, as far as the
Yes.
passport is concerned.
Well, essentially, Mr. Speaker, the very purpose of a passport is for Filipinos to move abroad across the country. The mobility would be more expansive, and the movement of Filipinos traveling either leisurely or for official functions, Mr. Speaker, would be more assisted and would be more convenient for each Filipinos traveling abroad. I think the travel rate would be one indicator that the benefit of each Filipinos with this new generation passport would have to provide, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I would say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I move to personnel management. With 352 unfilled permanent positions, Why is the department relying on 469 temporary job order or COS workers? How does this practice align with the 11.7 billion personal services budget, and what is the department's long-term strategy to provide stability to your workforce and ensure the continuity of efficient public service delivery? Do you have that we have a unfilled permanent position? This is a lot, considering, according to my report, 352.
Mr. Speaker, yes, because the demand for diplomacy, we're talking about diplomacy in representing our country abroad, we have to again select the brightest and the best among the applicants, Mr. Speaker. And the criteria for all these positions, and the demand for the foreign service, foreign service examination, Mr. Speaker, is somewhat rigid and more demanding as compared to other aptitude exams and for employment examinations, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
So we are
Speaker.
it's very, very tight, and it's very, very hard to pass this examination.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So how long that we haven't been filled this position? Because we're talking about 352 unfilled positions.
The
Medyo
gentleman
matagal
is,
na ito.
reminded of the time.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, we will be-
Mr. Speaker. That will be my last question. I have a closing statement. Thank you.
So we will be holding more the frequency of the exams, Mr. Speaker, that will be conducted by the DFA, which was once a year. Now they want to add another examination for making it 2 each year to allow more accessibility for those who are for applicants, for those who are willing to join the foreign service, Mr. Speaker. So we also allow one additional examination para po mas mapabilis yung hiring, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr.
This
Speaker, we're talking
position.
about how
Your Honor.
many months, years before we fill this, this position?
Twice a month, twice a year, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it's twice a year. So, well, depending on I think would also depend, the timeline would also depend on the need, I guess, of the DFA for such foreign service professionals to
But,
be hired, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
this very important, last very quick question. But you have temporary employees of 469. So out of those 469, can you not choose among them who's the bright and best? Well, how about tayo do sa 469 na job order o COS workers natin?
Those 449, Mr. Speaker, are those who are assisting the DFA for consular services. Meaning to say the demand of the job is not that tedious and not that demanding as compared to those regular foreign service examinees or applicants or to be hired, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So that's the straight and short answer that we can provide to the good gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just rely on your expertise because I know the DFA, ibang klase yung DFA, kailangan the best ang kailangan yung kunin. Again, for my closing statement, if you allow me, Mr. Speaker, only 1 minute.
1 minute.
In
Yes,
response to
sir.
that, Mr. Speaker, I'm no expert to DFA. I just have a very good
Can
and
we allow the
effective backup
gentleman
support.
to
Yeah,
proceed for a 1 minute
So it
closure?
took my 10 seconds there, Mr. Speaker. Our discussion today has shown both the importance of the Department of Foreign Affairs and the many challenges it continues to face. The DFA carries a mission that is essential to our nation to represent us abroad and to care for the millions of Filipinos who live and work outside our borders. We recognize that this is not an easy task and that demands on the department grow heavier each year. We also know that there have been difficulties in fully meeting these demands, especially in ensuring that resources are maximized and that services reach our people as quickly as they should. These are real concerns because behind every program and every peso in the budget are the lives of our countrymen and women who depend on the department for support and protection. This representation believes, however, that these challenges can be met with clearer priorities stronger planning, and closer collaboration with Congress. The DFA can continue to improve its capacity to deliver timely and meaningful services to our people. For this reason, this representation expresses its support for the department's proposed budget with the hope that these resources will strengthen its ability to protect our citizens abroad, enhance its consular services, and advance the interests of the Philippines in the international community. May God bless us all. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we recognize the Honorable Laila De Lima from ML Party List to interpolate on the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
ML Party List Representative Leila De Lima is recognized to interpolate the sponsor.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, DFA family. In September 10, 2025, South Korean President Lee Jae-myung announced the withdrawal of the 700 billion won or 28.7 billion pesos of infrastructure loan to our country, reportedly due to massive corruption. Has the department, DFA, clarified the matter with the South Korean president or government? What loan was being referred to?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we can recall, Mr. Speaker, that the Department of Finance has categorically denied that there's an existence of a loan between the government of the Philippines and that of South Korea, Mr. Speaker. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Foreign Affairs discussed this matter with our counterparts in the Korean government. At the sideline, Mr. Speaker, of the United General Assembly of the UN last week in New York, just last week, Mr. Speaker, in New York, the Foreign Minister Chu Yun met with our Secretary Lazaro and conveyed his regrets over the Facebook post of President Lee Jae-myung. So there was a admission, if we are trying to understand this meeting between Secretary Lazaro and that of her counterpart, conveyed his regrets over this Facebook post by President Lee Jae-myung, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Further explaining that the post was not directed at the Philippine situation or the government, according to Minister Chu Yun, Mr. Speaker. The Korean government has reassured us that their government will continue to regard the Philippines as one of its valued partners, and that they will remain firmly committed to the development of our partnership, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Just to be very clear, so the clarification was about that there was no withdrawal
Yes.
of any loan.
The way that
agreement.
I see it, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Foreign Affairs, because I remember this last week, that was 3 weeks ago when the news came out. In fact, it was actually amplified by social media accounts, by bloggers, Mr. Speaker, saying that how South Korea was terminating its loan to the Philippines because of the current controversies that we are facing right now. Immediately, the Department of Finance clarified that there is no existing loan to that size and form, as mentioned in the Facebook accounts, Mr.
No
Speaker.
existing loan, and therefore nothing to be terminated or nothing to be withdrawn.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
But actually, the announcement came from the South Korean president himself.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker. That's the reason why last week in New York, during the UN General Assembly, Foreign Minister Chu Yun met our Secretary Lazaro and in fact clarified and conveyed his regrets over the posts or the Facebook post posted and made by President of Korea Lee Jae.
So it was a clear case of error at the highest level
That is
of
correct.
the South Korean government.
I would take that as the way to look at it, Mr. Speaker. Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the sponsor. On March 26, the DFA repatriated 176 Filipinos who had been trapped in illegal scam centers in Myanmar. May we know the status of these repatriated Filipinos? And has there been any assistance given by the DFA to these repatriated Filipinos and or their families?
Mr. Speaker, the Filipinos that were assisted by DFA, in particular Myanmar, is about 1,029 individuals, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Repatriated.
Yes. They were able to, the DFA was able to send them home, back home.
The FA mentioned that said repatriation is a one-country team approach. One-country team approach with the DND, PNP, and DMW. Now, how are resources being shared or coordinated across these agencies to ensure efficiency in rescue operations such as those, or repatriation operations such as those involving Filipinos from Myanmar?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it's so far as repatriation of Filipinos that are trapped in the conflict areas. Just to cite Myanmar, Mr. Speaker, it's only the Department of Foreign Affairs that has that assisted these repatriated Filipinos, Mr. Speaker. And there's no other agencies, in particular DMW, as mentioned by the good lady.
So
from
there is
ML
no,
party list.
wala
There's
ho-
no-
so
there is
wala itong one-country team approach.
That is correct. It's only the Department of Foreign Affairs that were able to repatriate, send back home these Filipinos in this
Thank you,
area.
Mr. Speaker.
mentioned.
Thank you,
Thank you.
distinguished sponsor. Under the NEP 2026, the budget for the protection of the rights and promotion of welfare of overseas Filipinos is 1,260,097,000. Now, with the growing number of human trafficking cases in Southeast Asia, how much of DFA's budget is earmarked for these specific activities on strengthening cooperation with foreign governments to dismantle these scam hubs and protect overseas Filipinos? Dumadami ho kasi lagi itong mga scam hubs na to.
Mr.
So, how much of the budget is being earmarked?
Mr. Speaker, may I confer with DFA first? May I ask the Secretary General to please stop the time of
Yes, please stop the
Congresswoman
clock.
Delima. Thank you. As I confer with DFA.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Speaker, we use generally the fund for the assistance to nationals, Mr. Speaker. We don't specifically earmark a specific line item for this budget. So it remains to be 1 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker. So insofar as human trafficking is concerned, in a particular area, we also coordinate with the local officials, security agencies in the particular area concerned, Mr. Speaker. So the budget really is used for human trafficking assistance for individuals against human trafficking, Mr. Speaker, is sourced out from the assistance to nationals, Mr. Speaker.
And I
Your Honor.
suppose DFA would always be coordinating with IACAT,
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
although IACAT would focus on the domestic cases of human trafficking, but of course, even involving overseas Filipinos.
That is correct, Mr.
What?
Speaker. The effort of the DFA is as effective as the coordination of those local government agencies present in these specific areas mentioned.
Thank you,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. The Philippines has formally submitted the instrument of ratification for the agreement under the UNCLOS on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, or BBNJ agreement, also known as the High Seas Treaty. This treaty is a landmark instrument to combat biodiversity loss and the degradation of marine ecosystems. Question: how much is the allocated budget for the support of the Philippines' obligation under this High Seas Treaty? because this is a landmark treaty.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this is an interagency task force mechanism, which basically the DFA is just one part of the said interagency. So mostly the job that is being done, insofar as BNJJ is concerned, is tasked to the DNR, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Do we know the estimated cost for compliance with the monitoring, reporting, and enforcement requirements?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, insofar as the implementation and the utilization of the funds, Mr. Speaker, there's a preparatory meeting that will be conducted this March, Mr. Speaker, in order to segregate portion of the job as well as the budget that will be allocated from each department, Mr. Speaker, since this is an interagency task force, interagency efforts mechanism, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Let's talk about the welfare checks on Filipino detainees abroad. It has been reported that supposedly the DFA conducted the so-called welfare check or visit on the former president in accordance with the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations and Philippine laws, which mandate the protection of the welfare of all Filipino nationals abroad. I suppose this is a standard operating procedure the DFA would really undertake and conduct
Yes.
on any Filipino detainee abroad. Do we know how many have been conducted for last year and this year? And does this entail?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, based on the data here from DFA, the department was able to assist under the welfare assistance. That includes also, Mr. Chair, the welfare check. The 106 Filipino nationals across the globe, Mr. Honor. 906 number of males and 623 females, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And I suppose if you're secure the consent of the detainee.
Yes, because that's the standard procedure, Mr. Speaker, in the case of the former president, as mentioned earlier by the good interpolator, the distinguished lady from ML Party List. It is actually the request. Our officials in The Hague, from our consulate there, Mr. Speaker, cannot just simply barge into the detention center without necessarily securing permit or the permission of the person that was detained in the
And of course, the
ICC and The Hague,
approval
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
of the authorities of the detention facility.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So there's first a official coordination of these entities that DFA will be able to visit, Mr. Speaker,
And how do we-
including the person detained in this area.
And how do we actually conduct that welfare check? What are we
Yeah.
trying to find out?
There's
Welfare. Welfare is broad enough, but what exactly? The health condition? Physical, psychological, mental?
Well, what usually do is the usual protocol is we could conduct regular coordination with the agency concerned, for example, in the local agency concerned, and also upon the request, Mr. Speaker, of the person, the subject, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, and it's apparent and it's very Mr. Speaker, it's part of the mandate of the DFA to check the status of these detainees. For example, if the good lady is asking that particular subject matter, it is imperative, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that the DFA needs to coordinate with the local authorities and the agencies in charge of specific individual in order to check the status of that particular person. Again, with the colatilla, Mr. Speaker, that particular individual would have to allow the visitation or the welfare check of
In the
officials from DFA.
in the case of the former president himself, he made the request himself, or somebody else made the request, or the DFA, motu proprio, conducted the welfare check and just obtained the consent of the former president. I just really want to know which is which. Did he make the request, or he just gave the consent to that welfare check?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, it's motu proprio. As it appears, Mr. Speaker, the evidence does not present the opposite, Mr. Speaker. So we assume that the DFA made this visitation or welfare check, Mr. Speaker, by means of a motu proprio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Now, on the calls for ceasefire and humanitarian aid in Gaza. Of course, it has been reported that on the issue of ceasefire in Gaza, the Philippines has repeatedly voted in favor of the UN General Assembly resolutions calling for an immediate, permanent, and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza, and has expressed support for a two-state solution. So there's been several instances already about that. And during last week's UN 80th General Assembly in New York, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has been branded a war criminal by various world leaders in the International Criminal Court, which had put out a warrant for his arrest due to crimes against humanity and war crimes, addressed the assembly. Per reports, numerous countries or representatives of countries walked out during the speech of Prime Minister Netanyahu. Just to clarify, because I could not find any relevant news reports about it, did the representative of our country also walked out in that assembly last week? Because a great majority in the audience actually walked out.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, yes, the secretary confirmed that we did join the walkout, Mr. Speaker, but we left three officials. Three officials from the DFA, including the secretary herself, joined the walkout, Mr. Speaker, but we retained one person just to listen to speech.
So there were actually three representatives in that.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, including the secretary herself.
And two of them joined the walkout, with one being left.
Yeah.
Two.
Two. I'm not good, so much good in math. So two walked out, three walked out, one retained. Okay, two left, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, and one remained.
So three were the representatives.
Yes, three representatives, and then two walked out, joined the walkout, and then one remained, just to listen to the speech, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, understood. Now, since the Philippines supported the UN resolution on Gaza and called for an end to the humanitarian crisis, how much in the budget proposed for next year for DFA will be contributed to the humanitarian aid efforts in Gaza? I understand that in January this year, the Philippines doubled its contributions to the UN Relief and Works Agency, recognizing its crucial role in providing life-saving assistance. Do we have the data? Do we have the figures for that?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, may I just request a few minutes to confer with DFA?
Please hold the clock.
Mr. Speaker, the Philippines has already extended $100,000 to the relief operation for Palestine. So the amount is 100,000. I believe that's last year. That was last year, Speaker. And this is in line with our consistent call for humanitarian aid and for the ceasefire. This is very much in compliance with our earlier position, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, since 1982 when we already recognized the state of Palestine and pushing for the two-state solution, Mrs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor. I suppose the DFA is aware of U.S. President Trump's proposed 21-point plan to supposedly end Israel's war on Gaza, anchored on a strategy of removing Hamas from Gaza, and for the U.S. to work with Arab countries and international partners to install, quote, a temporary international stabilization or stabilization force. In this plan, quote, Gaza will be administered by a temporary transitional government of Palestinian for providing day-to-day services for the people of Gaza. It will establish a framework for funding the redevelopment of Gaza until the Palestinian Authority has completed its reform program, end of quote. There will be no defined timeline for the Palestinian Authority to take over. Israel has been systematically trying to undermine the Palestinian Authority, which has limited control of parts of the occupied West Bank. And Israel has been consistent in saying that it would object to Palestinian Authority getting involved in Gaza. May we know the DFA's position on this proposed plan of the U.S. President?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, again, the position has been very, very consistent. We call for the humanitarian aid, the sustained humanitarian aid for those who have been victimized by this war in Gaza. And also, we also take notice, cognizance of the expanding settlement program in the West Bank, as mentioned by the good lady from ML Party List, Mr. Speaker. So the position, Mr. Speaker, of the Philippine government as of now is condemning the continuous genocide that is now being done right before our eyes. In fact, that is evident by the joining of the walkout of our Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Number two, Mr. Speaker, this is a continuing discussion which calls for the support of the international community, not only the United States, but the support of other countries who may deem appropriate for the Gaza people to receive a sustained assistance for humanity, because this is a humanitarian crisis, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
because this is indeed more than an issue of human
So-
rights, more than an
and-
issue,
Yeah.
more than a humanitarian issue, because it goes into the very core of humanity.
So just if I may add, Mr. Speaker, we consistently and persistently support any advocacies by any country all over the world to maintain and to impose and maintain a stabilization plan in the conflict area between Gaza, between the Palestine and Israel, and our support for any resolution, Mr. Speaker, to advance the two-state solution as provided for in UN Resolution number 1871 in 1947, Mr. Speaker. So we support peace initiatives that may be catered by any country so far as the right of the Palestinians is respected, and as well as the right of the state of Israel will also continue to be recognized internationally. That is the official position of the government of the Philippines right now, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable sponsor. I intend to file next week a proposed resolution to urge the executive branch, particularly the DFA, to take stronger and more proactive initiatives within ASEAN to address the worsening human rights and humanitarian crisis in Myanmar. Since the 2021 military coup in Myanmar, massive human rights violations have been reported, including killings, arbitrary arrests, torture, displacement of ethnic the airstrikes. In 2023, the ASEAN, chaired by Indonesia, condemned those airstrikes carried out by the Myanmar armed forces that killed at least dozens of civilians. However, a statement from the ASEAN chair does not necessarily indicate the agreement of all member states. thus making it unclear whether all member states necessarily condemned the Myanmar air strikes. As of September 2025, over 22,000 political prisoners remain detained, with thousands killed or dead in custody. The ASEAN five-point consensus has failed to stop violence or restore democracy, with the junta ignoring its provisions. Malaysia, as ASEAN chair in 2025, engaged both the junta and opposition groups, including the National Unity Government and ethnic organizations, but no decisive results were achieved. The Philippines will assume ASEAN chairmanship in 2026, with a turnover this month in Kuala Lumpur, making it crucial for the Philippines to lead the ASEAN with a more principled and effective roadmap to address the Myanmar crisis. My proposed resolution will call on the executive branch of the DFA to, number one, denounce the junta's sham elections from December 2025 to January 2026 and engage with Myanmar's legitimate and democratically elected representatives from the 2020 elections. Two, formally engage with the National Unity Government, federal consultative councils, and the Myanmar civil society. Three, reform humanitarian aid delivery, channeling assistance through broader networks and local CSOs instead of the junta. Four, support accountability efforts to hold junta leaders responsible for atrocities under international law. Questions? Dahil meron pa naman po akong 5 minutes left. Will the DFA agree with the propositions in my proposed resolution? Will the Philippines take a more proactive role as chair of ASEAN in 2026 to address the lingering political and human rights crisis in Myanmar?
First of all, on the first question, Mrs. Speaker, any effort, Mrs. Speaker, that would uphold and promote democracy all over the world, in any particular section in the world and globally in the world, Mrs. Speaker, the Philippines were ready to support any initiatives to uphold democracy, Mrs. Speaker, in any parts of the world. Mrs. Speaker, number two, the Philippines does not recognize the military junta as the legitimate government of Myanmar simply because of our democratic DNA, Mrs. Speaker, and our democratic principles that any government should emanate from the people themselves. So, but Mrs. Speaker, as mentioned by the good lady from ML Party List, yes, we will indeed chair the ASEAN in next year, Mrs. Speaker. So we also would like to push as part of our priority agenda, the 5-point consensus as agreed by the ASEAN member state, Mrs. Speaker, insofar as Myanmar is concerned. Now, the 5-point consensus as are follows. If the good lady would allow me to enumerate these 5-point consensus points. First, there shall be immediate cessation of violence in Myanmar, and all parties shall exercise utmost restraint. Second, constructive dialogue among all parties concerned shall commence to seek a peaceful solution in the interests of the people. Third, a special envoy of the ASEAN chair shall facilitate mediation of the dialogue process with the assistance of the Secretary General of ASEAN. Fourth, ASEAN shall provide humanitarian assistance through the AHA Center. And fifth, the special envoy and delegation shall visit Myanmar to meet with all parties concerned. So yes, if Philippines will take over the chairship of ASEAN, Philippines will play a very important role in making sure the transition of power in Myanmar would resemble that of a democratic, principled country, Mrs. Speaker. Your Honor.
This representation notes that, acknowledges that with great appreciation, especially, that is really a shift. Because as we very well know, under the Duterte administration, the Philippines voted against a 2017 UN General Assembly resolution condemning the human rights situation in Myanmar. I still have 3 minutes. Yung status po ng application natin for a non-permanent seat at the UN Security Council. In the committee deliberations for the DFA's budget, this representation asked about the DFA stance on the proposed resolution this representation filed along with several colleagues, urging the DFA to introduce a resolution before the UNGA, calling on the People's Republic of China to respect the 2016 arbitral ruling and to cease its repeated hostile and aggressive acts against the Philippines in the West Philippine Sea. I recall that in response, in that committee deliberations, the secretary, the DFA secretary stated that doing so may jeopardize our application for a seat at the UN Security Council, discounting the possible displeasure from China, but isn't supporting our proposed resolution a better campaign tactic to win more sympathetic votes for the US as we take on a global stage a bolder affirmation of our commitment to a rules-based international order?
Mr. Speaker, at this point, Mr. Speaker, DFA is not inclined to initiate a UNGA resolution. We are firmly focused on securing a non-permanent seat in the UN Security Council.
Yes, I understand the earnestness of our country through
Yes,
the DFA
and-
to secure a non-permanent seat. But I just cannot fully understand why it has to be a factor or reason why we cannot be pushing for that resolution that we filed to again file another arbitration case or a similar case before the appropriate UN tribunal, asking the People's Republic of China to cease and to stop its aggressive and illegal actions in the West Philippine Sea.
Mr. Speaker, yes, though we may not pursue, Mr. Speaker, this UN General Resolution, Mr. Speaker, it does not diminish our effort to verbally, to consistently share, Mr. Speaker, the articulating the position of the Philippines concerning the West Philippine Sea, including stressing, Mr. Speaker, the UNCLOS and the 2016 arbitral award, and that would remain still, but that will still remain as an option, Mr. Speaker. In many UN fora, Mr. Speaker, such as the UN General Assembly, where the Secretary spoke recently, Mr. Speaker, we have already ventilated many conferences the position of the Philippines with regards to the West Philippine Sea. So though we did not and we will not pursue the UNGA resolution, it will not diminish the effort of the Philippines to ventilate internationally our concern in our ownership and right over the West Philippine Sea. Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. That's all, and my time is up. Maraming salamat, DFA. Thank you.
Thank you
Maraming
very
salamat
much,
din po,
ML Party List Representative Ma'am Leila de Lima, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to I move that we recognize Honorable Representative Dada Kiram Ismula from Akbayan Party List to interpolate on the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Akbayan Party List Representative Dada Kiram Ismula is recognized to interpolate the sponsor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala
Thank you, Ms. Salam.
wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, and to the DFA family, magandang gabi po. First, I have a question regarding the situation of our kababayans who out of desperation and lack of opportunities in our country are forced to leave to find livelihood in Sabah, but are eventually apprehended and detained by the Malaysian government for having no documents. We have received reports that a number of Filipinos in Sabah have been recently detained in Johor Bahru, while an estimated 500,000 are at risk of detention and or deportation. Given the ongoing concerns about the welfare and legal situation of Filipinos imprisoned and mistreated in Sabah, what specific actions are the DFA undertaking to protect their rights and provide assistance?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have here the data of the assistance we have extended to the Filipino citizens living in Sabah, particularly those who have already been detained Mr. Speaker. The number of Filipinos that were assessed and were assisted by DFA, including sending them back home, Mr. Speaker, is already reached the number as of 2025 of this August, 5,330, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. This is a transfer from North Borneo, Sabah to Zamboanga, in Sandakan, and in Bungao, Tawi-Tawi, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po. Can I just ask, can the DFA commit to a strategic and humanitarian approach in addressing the pressing concern of Filipinos detained and deported from Sabah?
Mr. Speaker, we do not only, the DFA does not only limit its assistance to those who are been detained and North Borneo, but in fact assisted and keep on assisting Filipinos in Sabah. If I can enumerate, Mr. Speaker, but it will take more time for me to enumerate some of the services that have already been delivered and extended by DFA to our Filipino kababayans in Sabah. Just to give you some, Mr. Speaker, there were provisions in welfare coordination for welfare and medical assistance. There's also a regular conduct of hospital and prison visits. There's also a facilitation of shipment of burial of human remains, the shipment of personal belongings of deceased Filipinos in this area. And there's also an assistance for legal facilitation of legal assistance for cases that are pending in Sabah. There are also financial assistance for 6 alternative learning centers for 662 Filipino children who have no documents or Filipino children considered illegal immigrants by the occupation authorities, Mr. Speaker. We're using the term occupation because we still have a standing claim over North Borneo and Sabah, Mr. Speaker. So there's also a consular services that been extended to these Filipinos, not only again to the detained individuals in Sabah, but we also do consular services by means of civil registry services, notarial services, passport application and renewal services, issuance of travel documents, medical and welfare checks, and again, as I mentioned earlier, prison and hospital visits, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for that information, and I'm glad to hear that. However, I just wanted to raise a concern regarding several Filipinos that were detained last December, but up until now, they weren't still given the opportunity to return back to the Philippines. Instead, they were imprisoned, and the last information that the DFA has provided is that they will be for hearing this coming November or December. And then afterwards, we heard just this Friday that one of the Filipino was already died in the imprisonment. So can the DFA actually commit on what action can be taken on this matter?
Speaker, yes. The Filipinos mentioned by the good lady, were detained on October 19, 2024, following an enforcement operation or raid conducted by the Immigration Department on a company named GWI Manufacturing in Senai, Johor. And then on February 12, 2025, the DFA, together with the Migrant Workers Office in Kuala Lumpur, visited the Filipinos detained in Johor, and the immigration officials, Mr. Speaker, and we were able to provide them assistance in the said area, Mr. Speaker, and to this particular individuals mentioned, Mr. Speaker. There are several steps and assistance that were made by the DFA. But if the good lady from Akbayan Party List would be willing that we provide her this data, because again, somewhat this is somewhat a sensitive matter, and perhaps it's considered to be a classified information.
Yeah.
Notwithstanding the fact that we still continue on with our claim over North Borneo or Sabah.
Of course.
We would be more willing to provide her this information, Mr. Speaker, perhaps after her interpellation, Mr. Speaker. But yes, to give you a straight answer, the DFA will continue on assisting these individuals and will continue on checking the status and the condition of the individuals that were mentioned by the good lady from Akbayan, Mr. Speaker, Your
Thank
Honor.
you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Sponsor. We will take note and closely monitor on this matter, and I hope that the agency's effort will effectively safeguard the rights and welfare of the Filipinos imprisoned in Sabah.
I can give you my word. I will personally
Yes, thank
I
you.
will personally lobby and perhaps makakulitan sa akin si Secretary
Opo.
to check on the status of Filipinos.
Thank you
Mr.
for
Speaker.
that. Moving on, I have another concern, or I need to raise another question regarding the ASEAN Civil Society Conference or the ASEAN People's Forum. The Philippines is preparing to assume the ASEAN chairmanship in 2026, an opportunity that allows us to shape regional priorities. The Philippine government, through the DFA, has committed to promoting a people-oriented and people-centered ASEAN. Yet this also means a responsibility to bring the civil society organizations, the very people who hold our governments accountable, to the fore in the conversations. Is there any allocated budget under the DFA for civil society organizations in the Philippines that are expected to convene the ASEAN Civil Society Conference or ASEAN People's Forum in conjunction with the countries hosting of the ASEAN Summit?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, again, we have to remember also that the request for the additional funding for the chairship of the Philippines in the ASEAN, in the coming ASEAN, is earmarked very, very rigidly insofar as how we can be able to host several meetings, official meetings, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. But as far as the participation of civil society organizations, as far as the participation of the civil society organizations, again, the meetings that will be hosted by the Philippines would cover with only cover, Mr. Speaker, the military and security pillars, Mr. Speaker. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, although we want to expand the participation of the civil society, to include civil society organization, this is something that requires officialdom from each of the countries of the ASEAN because they will be tackling sensitive and classified matters, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you for that. Given the chance that the DFA's budget for the ASEAN Summit will be increased, may we respectfully urge the DFA to consider providing funding support for this initiative, as it would reflect the Philippines' commitment to engaging civil society and to advancing ASEAN's vision of the people-centered and caring community.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the ASEAN, it has to be a consensus decision. It has to be a collective decision. So insofar as the Philippines is concerned, if there are proposals, for example, from the Philippine government to expand participation, to include, among other things, civil society organization, it has to be decided by the ASEAN member state, Mr. Speaker. So the Philippines cannot unilaterally, for example, impose upon other ASEAN member states to expand or to reformat the programs or the talks or the themes of the upcoming seminars, which basically would revolve only on the issue of security matters, which again are very, very classified and very, very sensitive information that will be discussed among the ASEAN members.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sponsor.
But we will, again, if I may add, sorry, may
Go
mga
ahead.
phone patch pa eh. But we will definitely relay the concern of the good lady to the DSWD because I believe the DSWD will also be taking part in the preparation because according to it's based on the administrative order number 17. We will organize the National Organizing Council, which basically DSWD will also be playing a part in the assumption, for example, in next year's chairship of the Philippine government. So we will relay the request of the good lady to the.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Sponsor. Now I'll go to another point. This is basically about Myanmar. So Myanmar is in the midst of junta caused crisis, which overthrew the elected civilian government. The coup sparked mass protests, violent crackdowns, and the rise of armed resistance groups, including People's Defense Forces and long-standing ethnic armed organizations. My question is, as it prepares for its ASEAN's chairmanship, does the Philippines plan to engage key Myanmar stakeholders, including the NUG and civil society, in line with ASEAN's principles of inclusivity and the approach taken by the current chair, Malaysia?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I guess partly the question was partly answered as a response to the question of the previous interpellator, Mrs. Speaker. Again, once we assume the chairship of ASEAN, it has been a consensus decision among ASEAN member states that insofar as Myanmar is concerned, we will definitely push the 5-point consensus, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor. So the 5-point consensus, Mrs. Speaker, as detailed earlier and nominated by this representation, Mrs. Speaker, is in order to foment a more inclusive way of transitioning the power from now currently being held in Myanmar to that of a more democratically representative government and probably in the future, no? Should Myanmar decides on holding the first general elections after this incident, after the takeover of the military junta in the said country, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Moving on again to my another question. This is in regards to the actions taken in Gaza. A nation committed to a rules-based order and multilateralism as the Philippines promises to be, must assert its legal and moral authority in response to mass atrocity crimes. Could the DFA detail the diplomatic and legal mechanisms the Philippines has utilized, specifically regarding the ongoing genocide in Gaza?
Well, aside from the assistance in terms of monetary assistance that we have, again, we have also, again, as a way of response to the good lady previous interpellator, which is $100,000. We also voted in favor of our UN resolution calling for the immediate ceasefire, calling for the stop of the blockade of the humanitarian assistance going inside Gaza. Condemning among other things, the ongoing atrocities and the victimization of women, of elderly, of young children, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, and this has been the consistent position that we have taken, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, since the start of this conflict in Gaza. We also took part, Mr. Speaker, we also took part in the International Court of Justice process last February this year. On humanitarian operations in Gaza, Mr. Speaker. Only 42 countries took part of this mentioned ICJ process, Mr. Speaker, one of which is the country. So we are very proud of our position with regard to the issue in Gaza, particularly the question of the Palestinian question and the two-state solution. We do not only support this verbally, but we also took action in terms of, supporting any resolutions that would call for the immediate restoration of the humanitarian assistance to Gaza, as well as to actively participate in any legal processes that would promote the rights of the Palestinian people to live freely in the area, both in Gaza and perhaps in the West Bank, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I was about to ask the question about the International Court of Justice, but given that you have already answered that, so thank
Advance
you.
mag-isip kasi yung DFA.
Oo nga, inuunahan ako. Sige po. Salamat po. Anyway, I have no further questions because most of my questions have already been answered when Congresswoman Laila De Lima have questioned it. But I have a closing statement, if you don't mind. Let me just read this. We urge the DFA to honor our international obligations for human rights. Tatanungin tayo ng mga susunod na henerasyon kung paano tumindig ang Pilipinas sa karahasan sa Gaza. Let's choose to be on the right side of history. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, and to the DFA family for answering our questions. Our diplomacy must rise to the challenge of global crises. We urge the Department of Foreign Affairs to immediately commit to ensuring that the 2026 budget truly reflects our principles of human rights and justice, whether that's ensuring the welfare and safety of detained Filipinos abroad or intervening for our Burmese and Palestinian siblings who are suffering from mass atrocities. Thank you for that. Maraming salamat po.
Mr.
Thank
Speaker,
you very much, Bayan Representative Daday Smula. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Rene Co from Kabataan Party List to interpolate on the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Kabataan Representative Renico is recognized to interpolate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, good evening to our good sponsor and to the DFA at this moment in time. This representation is deeply aware of how concerned the youth is, not only of its future here in the Philippines, but of the futures of fellow youths everywhere. No? At alam po natin yung iba't ibang mga issue na kinakaharap ng mga kabataan na facing worse conditions, no? Hindi lang po baha ang nagthreaten ng kanilang livelihoods, nandiyan ang ongoing genocide, andyan ang starvation, famine conditions, etc. At gusto po nating maitanong, no, sa Department of Foreign Affairs kung ano po yung mga tindig nila para sa kabataan na in solidarity gusto ang kinabukasan natin ay masigla, matiwasay sa buong mundo, no? But before we go on to that, gusto ko pong magpasok po na ng tanong doon po sa isa sa mga environmental crises that youths, people everywhere are facing. No? We're talking about yung plastic pollution na inattempt na i-address po, no, in 2025 Global Plastics Treaty negotiations in last month, no, in INC 5.2 meeting. Pero it is unfortunate that it did not reach a consensus and it adjourned without adopting a final text. Sa bahagi lang po ng Greenpeace, I would like to reiterate part of their statement where they say that the root of the plastic problem is clear. The world makes too much of it. There is growing consensus that in order to protect biodiversity, we must align with the climate target of the Paris Agreement, uphold indigenous rights, protect our health and communities, and we must reduce global plastic production, etc. And we are aware, aside from the Global Plastics Treaty, there are efforts in ASEAN. No? Meron pong ASEAN Declaration of Plastic Circularity in 2024, commitment po ng ASEAN member states to a life cycle approach to tackle plastic pollution, promoting reuse and recycling, etc. Pero ang pansin po natin, at ito po ang statement ng ASEAN Parliamentarians for Human Rights, wala pong human rights safeguards ang ASEAN Declaration of Plastic Circularity. We are also aware of the ASEAN Declaration on the Right to a Safe, Clean, Healthy, and Sustainable Environment this 2025. Pero hindi po niya na-link yung environmental rights to plastic pollution, marine litter, and transboundary waste. We open these up, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, dahil as na-mention nga po ng mga interpellators from the minority previously, ASEAN will be the chair next year. And plastic pollution is one of the many issues facing not only youths of the world or the people of the world, pero more specifically Southeast Asia, no, na marami ng instances ang issues na kinaharap ay we are being treated, no, as the quote-unquote waste bin of the world. Dito nilalagay ang basura, no, ng mga developed countries. So, ang tanong ko po, Mr. Chair, good speaker, anong commitments po ng Pilipinas bilang susunod na chair ng ASEAN tungkol sa pag-address ng plastic pollution crisis. Paano po na-appreciate ng DFA on a human rights perspective yung pangailangan na tapusin na yung plastic pollution crisis?
Yeah. Thank you. Marami pong salamat sa katanungan. Unang-una po, nakikisa po ang Department of Foreign Affairs na makakasiguro ng kinabukasan ng ating mga kabataan na hindi lang free from uncertainties or yung hindi anak kanais-nais na mangyayari, pero maganda ang kanilang magiging kalikasan, Mrs. Speaker. In fact, ang Pilipinas po ay nag-co-sponsor po. Co-sponsor siya po sa Historic UN Environment Assembly Resolution number 4-14 to establish an intergovernmental negotiating committee for the negotiation of a legally binding global agreement on plastic pollution. The Philippines, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is also of the view that a new treaty will enhance the existing landscape of international conventions on combating marine plastic pollution, such as, but not limited to the following conventions: sa Basel, Stockholm, Rotterdam, and the UN Law of the Sea, which the country has ratified, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So, makikita po natin yung effort po ng Pilipinas, hindi lang po sa pagpapresenta kung ano'y dapat na magiging treaty or mapapalawak na treaty pagdating sa pagprotekta sa biodiversity, pero tayo po ay naging co-sponsor po ng particular resolution na yan sa US. It is important, and I thank the good lady from Kabataan Party List that she mentioned about our ASEAN chairship in the coming year. Yun po yung maganda kasi we will set the agenda in the next year's ASEAN meetings. Kasi una po sa pinaka-importanting prioridad ng Department of Foreign Affairs as the foreign arm of the government of the Philippines is paano po i-mitigate yung impact ng climate change. In fact, very much active po tayo sa lahat po ng conferences and international fora pagdating po sa usapin ng climate change, because we ourselves in the country feel the impact of climate change, Mr. Speaker, because we have been often visited by typhoons, etc. within the ring of fire, Mr. Speaker. So it is not only our commitment to make sure that that we would have a more conducive future for our children to live in, but we are also, as a matter of survival, that we need to participate actively in any fora, conferences, international engagements para po pag-usapan ang kalikasan at yung magiging epekto po ng climate change na sinasabi po natin. You want additional information?
Ay, akala ko po may i-share po, Mr. Speaker.
I have an
Si good
additional
sponsor, siguro pa-follow up lang din po dun po sa ikalawang question natin, paano po na-appreciate ng DFA through a human rights approach yung issue ng plastic pollution?
Well, palagay po namin yung issue po ng environmental justice is of human rights issue, Mr. Speaker. But dahil po, alam po ng Department of Foreign Affairs, ng ating gobyerno po, ang ating pamahalaan, na karapatan po ng mga susunod na henerasyon na magkaroon sila ng matiwasay na pamumuhay, including the environment in itself and the impact of the current situation that we are in. That's why we have to, the DFA has been actively participating in conferences, in fora, international conferences, engagement to make sure that the issue of the impact of climate change and the degradation of biodiversity all over the world, Mrs. Speaker, should be put priority kasi isa lang po, naniniwala po tayo na isa lang ang mundo. At kung ano pa yung magiging impact ng itong degradation sa ating environment, may it be in the marine ecology, may it be some, in other elements ng pag-usapan ng environment, ay kailangan po nasa forefront ng discussion at actively nagpa-participate ang Philippine government through the DFA, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Kasi karapatan po ng mga kabataan, katulad po ni Congresswoman ko ng Kabataan Party List, na magkaroon po sila ng future, no, ng kanilang pamumuhay na meron talagang environmental justice at free sila sa mga calamities na dinadaan po sa ating bansa sa ngayon, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for that sentiment, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, to provide further, to expound further, no, we emphasize a human rights perspective dahil it is the finding of ASEAN Parliamentarians for Human Rights in collaboration with Break Free from Plastic na ito pa yung kulang sa mga existing instruments addressing the plastic pollutions issue. So, ano po dito yung mga nakikita natin, no? Plastic is in the air, water, soil. Ngayon nga po, it's in our blood, it's in our bones. Ganun na po kalala. And lahat po ng mga most vulnerable to the plastics crisis, nandiyan po yung waste workers natin, yung coastal communities natin. Hindi po marami yung protections, halos wala pong protections ang nai-afford sa kanila when sila po yung nasa forefront of addressing this crisis, pero sila pa nga yung pinaka-discriminated, pinaka-disempowered when it comes to paano ba nasusuportahan yung kanilang mga gawain. So, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, can we get a commitment from the Department of Foreign Affairs na in the coming year na sila po ang mag-head ng ASEAN, no, our country will head the ASEAN, na may consideration, no, at may instrument, no, that duly recognizes and appreciates the human rights dimension to the plastic pollution crisis.
Yeah, but we do not only give you the commitment, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. We will give you what the DFA has done insofar as the issue that was raised now, currently raised by the good gentle lady from Kabataan Party List. The DFA's advocacy for ocean health and marine environment is very, very strong, Mr. Speaker. In fact, in the third UN Ocean Conference in France last June, the DFA announced the government's voluntary commitments to keep the ocean and sea safe and healthy, including reducing plastic solution. We have already, again, made our advocacies very, very concrete and tangible by way of proposing a resolution to solve the issue on plastic crisis, Mr. Speaker. But we also have to take it into consideration the parallels of approach that we need to, we need to resolve and we need to implement. For example, insofar as the international fora is concerned, again, we've been participating solidly, aggressively on conferences that talks about the impacts of climate change, which, by the way, one of its causes is actually the plastic crisis, as mentioned by the lady from Kabataan, but as well as the domestic initiative that our local government unit has to really maintain and sustain. The waste management program is, fortunately, Mrs. Spear, in many areas, especially high urban areas, cities in the country, especially in NCR, is very, very poor. So I guess it's also a matter of implementing, quite frankly, the needed programs in order to make sure that the waste management act and the programs should be well implemented, segregating the plastics, in promoting now the recycling initiatives as an alternative way of reproducing plastic consumption, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, which I believe right now, and just to be fair, also many of our cities here in the NCR and even outside NCR are now embracing the idea of recycling as a means to address the impact of global climate change, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
For my last question in relation to this topic, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, for the benefit also of the DFA and the public, other ASEAN countries look up to the Philippines for passing the Extended Producer Responsibility Act. No, dito po natin kasi makikita yung mas additional steps beyond piecemeal, short-term solutions to resolving plastic pollution as it is now. No, paano, ano yung dimension ng accountability? But it is with the admission as well of various agencies of the government na kulang pa yung ngipin ng EPRA. No? But meron din tayong pwedeng ambag na paano ba natin nai-explain at nai-advocate yung pagkakaroon ng extended producer responsibility to other states, especially ASEAN states na wala rin pong ganun tong counterpart. So siguro po, my next question na lang, this is from the APHR, ASEAN Parliamentarians for Human Rights joint statement to call on ASEAN member states to address the plastic pollution. Ano pong pagtingin ng Department of Foreign Affairs sa pagkakaroon ng regional efforts to rally states to phase out or to call them to phase out avoidable, problematic, and single-use plastics para meron po tayong toxic-free systems for reuse, refill, repair, and syempre as well, ensuring extended producer responsibility.
We're talking about the ASEAN, that would be part of the priority agenda that will be discussed in the coming meetings, Mr. Speaker, of the ASEAN. Again, what we can do is, what's important, Mrs. Chair, is once we assume the chairship of the ASEAN, we can set the agenda and we can actually influence the trajectory of what the ASEAN would go, Mr. Speaker, insofar as the regional concern and the regional matters that are to be put into priority, Mr. Speaker. The discussion insofar as the crisis of plastic, Mr. Speaker, would also be included as one of the top priority because that is in line with the agenda of the Philippine government right now through DFA, Mr. Chair, the impact of the climate change. Because sabi ko nga, tayo talaga, it's not only a matter of advocacy, it's a matter of survival. So I guess, Mr. Chair, given the platform that we would be having and enjoy in the next year, of course, definitely, Philippines being the chair, Mr. Chair of the ASEAN, would play a very important role, and as well as would be enjoying a certain influence as to the formation of a regional framework insofar as the response of the response to plastic crisis that the good lady from the Kabataan Party List is raising in her interpolation, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor. This representation looks forward to engaging not only this representation but also the Department of Foreign Affairs in relation sa kung ano pong pwedeng steps ang gawin natin para unite ang ASEAN in relation to this issue. And i-invite na rin
Yes.
po natin si good sponsor sa ASEAN Parliamentarians for Human Rights for their consideration. My next line of questioning, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, is in relation again to the issues in Myanmar. No, mahalaga pong nadidiscuss natin to because again, we are the chair of ASEAN next year. No,
Yeah, if I can just briefly respond to the issue before we jump to another
Yes,
topic,
Mr.
Mrs.
Speaker,
Chair.
good sponsor.
In fact, Mr. Chair, what the advantages that we will be getting if ever that we assume the chairship of ASEAN is we will also be chairing the IPA and the IPA. So I'm sure the good lady from the Kabataan Party List would be active, would play a very important role in the parliamentary, in the ASEAN interparliamentary Speaker meetings, Mr. Chair, and she can actually forward all of these advocacies, and we will definitely support. DFA will definitely support that. Number two, Mr. Speaker, we would like to share to the good lady the steps that we are about to take insofar as the mitigation of the climate, impact of the climate change is concerned, in connection with the plastic crisis that she's mentioning. But still, Malaysia is still the chair of the ASEAN right now. So come next year, Mr. Chair, we would be happy to provide her the steps and on how the Philippines would be able to set the agenda forward, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the crisis that she is mentioning right now, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor. To the next line of question po, the predecessor of this representation had the recent opportunity to visit Cox's Bazar refugee settlements in Bangladesh, hosting over 1.5 million Rohingyan refugees, which the UN has provided the title as the most persecuted minority in the world, as they are cramped in a tiny area of about 24 square kilometers. May napaka-urgent po na humanitarian crisis na hinaharap sila. Malnutrition, school closures, funding cuts, all these threaten their survival. At itong taon nga po, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, food rations for Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh have been slashed in half by the World Food Program. And according po to the same program, no, food rations will run out by November 2025 unless $17 million per month is secured to be able to provide them the necessary resources to secure daily subsistence po. No? Parliamentarians from ASEAN have called for the immediate establishment of a humanitarian fund with the help of member countries to prevent starvation of Rohingyan refugees in Bangladesh. May I ask Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, is the DFA aware of this? What is the Philippine government doing to mitigate the situation of the Rohingya people who have been victims of genocide in Myanmar as they describe their plight?
Okay, three levels, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. First, the previous administration has already implied, and it's a matter of state policy, Mr. Speaker, that we would accept, we would accept that the Philippines would be open for Rohingya refugees, Mr. Speaker. Number two, we actively support, Mr. Speaker, the DFA, the support to enhance the role of the ASEAN and assisting Myanmar to provide humanitarian assistance in the Rakhine State. This is where the Rohingyas are concentrated and predominantly living in this area, the Rakhine State, Mr. Speaker. So we fully support and we actively support the role of the ASEAN to make sure that the case of the Rohingyas and the condition of the Rohingyas will at least be alleviated in the form of providing assistance, whatever means that we can provide as member state of the ASEAN, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate, among other things, the repatriation process, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, and to promote sustainable development in the area. We also expressed, Mr. Speaker, to Myanmar, Mr. Speaker, our avid concern over the case of the Rohingyas, Mr. Speaker, and we are in fact joining any effort to restore peace and order and harmony in the affected area. And just to give you, Mr. Speaker, a more tangible example, on May 27, 2022, the legal framework for the Complementary Pathways Program for the Rohingyas was signed by the DOJ, the Department of Foreign Affairs, DOLE, DSWD, DILG, TESDA, the Bureau of Immigration, and CHED. Under the framework, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the DOJ and the UNCHR developed a program for the 5 select Rohingya refugee beneficiaries to be given the opportunity to study in partnership with the higher education in the Philippines, which is CHED, Mr. Speaker. So the Philippines welcomed 6 Rohingya refugees since August of 2022. 6 students, Mr. Speaker, and an additional 9 refugee beneficiaries were endorsed to the program by the Department of Justice in July of 2023. So, Mr. Speaker, apart from the international effort that we do as part of the ASEAN member states, making sure that Myanmar would also have to, at least respect or to, pardon my vocabulary, this is not in reflection of the DFA's position, but this is my own word, toe the line whatever the decision of the ASEAN countries insofar as stabilizing the situation in the Rohingya in Rakhine State and to provide assistance to the Rohingyas. We also do open our borders for any refugees and students that will be needing assistance, not only just outside, but even opening our doors to those who are in need of educational assistance and essentially those in need of a more suitable way of living here in the country. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, quick interjection. We appreciate the programs for these refugees. We've mentioned 5, 6, and 9. Are these all separate refugees? And we'd also like to ask for exact numbers. Ilan na pong refugees ang tinanggap ng Pilipinas through since nag-start po yung crisis, no? And specifically ilan po 2020 since the start of the Marcos Jr. administration, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to read the exact data here, Mr. para hindi po tayo ma-fake news, no? So we're talking about actual person and individual. Well, the act on September The program, which was rolled out in September 22, we're talking about, I guess, perhaps the student beneficiaries, 6, no? And which started out with 6 beneficiaries and 15 beneficiaries during the previous school year. So again, if my calculation is correct, 6 in September of 2022 with an
21.
additional 15.
Tama po ba?
So that's about well, again, the coordination between that of the DFA and our DOJ, because I believe Secretary is also mentioning this to me, Mr. Chair, that so far as the acceptance of the Rohingya refugees, because this is also an issue of immigration. And so I guess there's a division under the DOJ that specifically caters refugees, because not only do we accept Rohingyas, but we also accepted 25 Palestinians who were married to Filipinas 2 years ago. But there's a specific division under DOJ that caters the need for the refugees. But insofar as the Department of Foreign Affairs is concerned, outwardly we're coordinating with our ASEAN members in order to make sure that the Philippines, as a way of messaging to the way of a form of communication and message to the Rohingya people, Mr. Chair, that the Philippines is willing to accept refugees, especially those who are willing to enroll or to seek educational assistance in our country. So again, just to give you the exact number, Mr. Speaker, 6 plus 15, 21. 21, Mrs. Speaker, yan.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Speaker. Good sponsor. I'd just like to echo yung mga tanong po ng mga previous members of the minority that asked. No, we know that you said that the DFA does not recognize the junta, no, as the government. Pero paano po ba gagamitin ng Philippines ang kanilang posisyon bilang ASEAN chair to hold the Myanmar junta accountable?
Well, there are 5 consensus points that we mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do not recognize the military junta, but insofar as far as practicable, Mr. Chair, we do have coordination with them insofar as making sure that the current power holder in Myanmar would have to support any constructive dialogue, Mr. Chair, in promoting, for example, in the coming years, I believe Myanmar will be holding the elections. So that is something that we also support. But in practical sense, the one that is now wielding control over Myanmar is the military junta. So though we do not recognize them, Mr. Chair, because a democratic country cannot simply recognize something that is not democratically instituted government, because of practicality, because they're the power wielder now. We coordinated with them. And insofar as chairship, for example, of the ASEAN in 2026 is concerned, again, we can set the agenda to make sure that the 5-point consensus, as mentioned earlier, will be implemented, Mr. Chair. Essentially, to make sure that democracy will return to Myanmar, and election will be freely exercised by the people, Mr. Chair. Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, ang unfortunate observation ng ibang mga international or even ASEAN-based organizations ay hindi naman po na ipapatupad ng ASEAN ang 5-point consensus on addressing Myanmar crisis. Primarily, dahil di po tumutupad ang junta sa cessation of hostilities and other points in the consensus. So, we'd like to ask po, no, ano pong pagtingin ng DFA sa in the upcoming year na tayo ay chair, no, ay may pag-iit tayo ng stronger stance versus the junta at pagpapanagot sa kanila through ASEAN-wide sanctions like boycotts, etc.
Again, the ASEAN is a collegial body per se. So any decision made by the ASEAN should be in terms of a collective decision. It's a consensus building, Mr. Chair. So again, we do recognize the shortcomings of the ASEAN insofar as perhaps forcing the military junta to at least lose grip over Myanmar. But it is something that is still something that should be worked on, and we do recognize again that this is a evolving discussion, and it also is something that we should push on and work on, no matter what the current situation right now. I guess the Department of Foreign Affairs, the government as a member, the country as a member state of the ASEAN, should continue pushing for a system that should work in Myanmar in line and in consonance with the democratically held principle of most, if not all, of the ASEAN countries. So yes, we recognize the current situation in Myanmar. And the case of Myanmar, since we are assuming from Malaysia, and Malaysia has also been doing enough to push for the 5-point agenda, we will take from there, and we would see how the coming discussions, so far as Myanmar is concerned, will evolve and will develop, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, good sponsor. We are aware, of course, of the non-interference principle ng ASEAN, pero this is the standing critique na rin since 2017, nung nagsimula na yung crisis, no absolute non-interference has shielded repressive states and makes other ASEAN members complicit to gross human rights violations, war crimes, and or crimes against humanity. But nonetheless po, we welcome yung naging discussion on the opening ng pagbubukas nitong usapin na ito sa upcoming chairmanship natin in this 2026. So, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, ang itatanong ko na lang po, may makukuha ba tayong commitment that in future ASEAN meetings, naka-priority yung agenda kung paano ba natin i-resolve ang Rohingyan crisis, no? At paano ba natin, ano bang steps na pwedeng i-take to include even affected countries like Bangladesh, no, that has been hosting Rohingyan refugees for years?
Hopefully a short answer, the sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is something that we would work on. In fact, they were going to be in a meeting with the we will be, Mr. Chair, we will be holding again a meeting. We'll be participating in a meeting with Bangladesh, Mr. Speaker, and many other countries, ASEAN member states, particular to discuss about the case of Myanmar, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Last two questions, Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed.
Last
Mr.
one,
Speaker.
please.
Last one.
Last one, please. Others are also listed from the minority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would just be regarding Gaza. Now, in the last committee briefing that we've had with the Department of Foreign Affairs, which we laid down the issues that are being faced by Gazans, no? We asked kung nire-recognize po ba ng Pilipinas na may genocide in Gaza? To which the answer back then was, no, there is no genocide. No. Has the answer changed since 3 weeks? No, ever since nagkaroon po ng speech si Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that we walked out on po, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, to give you a short answer, we joined the ICJ resolution, Mr. Chair, sponsored by South Africa. Recognizing that there is indeed a genocide happening now in Palestine, particularly in Gaza, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good sponsor. For further elaborations on the points we've mentioned, this representation would hope to conduct further dialogue with the good sponsor and the department for further action points. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good
Thank
sponsor.
you very much,
Thank
Kabataan
you,
Representative Benico.
Congresswoman
Majority
Cor.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I move to recognize the Honorable Antonio Tino from ACT Teachers Party List to interpolate on the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
ACT Teachers Representative Antonio Tino is recognized to interpolate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My my questions will focus on the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces. Am I correct in my understanding that this Presidential Commission is chaired by the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs? And so therefore it would be proper to pose questions regarding the budget as well as the functions of the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces.
Yes po.
Yes. Okay. And so, okay. As I understand, it was in 2019 when President Duterte issued Executive Order number 97 that reorganized the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces. This order amended Executive Order number 175, 2014. Initially, earlier, it was the Executive Secretary that headed this commission, but now it's the DFA. Tama po ba?
Yes, yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And as to the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces is in fact has a proposed budget of 51.5 million pesos. No, so we would like to deepen our understanding of the mandate of the commission. And from the presentation provided us during the budget briefings, among others, this would include provision of policy guidance support. Its main mandate is as the lead interagency mechanism to provide policy coordination, guidance, and assessment to ensure that all status of forces agreements serve the national interest. So ang pinag-uusapan po natin yung mainly yung visiting forces agreement, the status of forces agreement with Australia, the recently ratified reciprocal I forget the term, the similar status of forces agreement with Japan, no? And as we were briefed, some new agreements with countries like is it New Zealand and others are in the works. No? May we be updated again on the other status of forces agreements that are in the pipeline or being negotiated? Ano po ba yung mga kasunduan na hinahanda na along these lines, no, as a status of forces agreement?
Mr. Canada, France, and the UK. These are the countries that we are currently discussing.
Canada, France, and the UK. Yun lang po.
Canada. Okay, Canada and France is already ongoing, and the UK is ongoing. Is the next country that we will.
Canada and France ongoing. Thank you for that. According to the presentation, among the trusts and programs, these include monitoring and evaluation of status of forces activities. So, paglilinaw lang po, does this mean monitoring of, for example, the joint exercises, the Balikatan exercises, and similar exercises with foreign military forces? Yun po yun.
Yes.
Okay,
Mr.
yung mga
Speaker.
Balikatan activities, for example.
That is correct.
It also says here, monitoring and evaluation of enhanced defense cooperation agreement projects. So, ibig po sabihin, pati po yung EDCA, even though sabi dito status of Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces, pero yung EDCA po ay saklaw din ng Presidential Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, we do monitor, Mr. Speaker, the progress, including those who are coming in, those countries that we have already.
And particularly the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. So this has to do more with not so much the forces, but the locations, diba?
That is correct, Mr. And
Sites
the progress, Mr.
where
includes-
exercises, for example, are held. So that falls within the mandate of the Commission as well.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. Then, let me ask then, for example, may we have an update on the ongoing projects under EDCA? Ano-ano po ba yung mga minomonitor ng Presidential Commission ngayon? May we be provided with a complete and updated list of the ongoing EDCA projects being monitored by the Commission?
I can, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I can give you the location where these exercises are being conducted. One is Antonio Bautista Air Base in Palawan. They have 2 projects, and 2 have already also been completed. Basa Air Base, Florida Blanca, Pampanga. 17 projects, 7 completed, 10 pending. Lumbia Air Base, Cagayan de Oro, 3 projects approved, 2 completed. Brigadier General Benito G. Ibuen Air Base, Mactan, Cebu, 1 project approved, 1 completed. Fort Magsaysay, Nueva Ecija, 10 projects approved, 1 in progress, 9 pending. So there are 4 additional agreed locations that will be announced that have already been announced in 2023. I guess this is just still ongoing pa, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. 1 in Naval Base Camilo Ocias, Santa Ana, Cagayan, and the other one is in Camp Melchor de la Cruz, Gamo, Isabela, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can we be provided with further details? You mentioned the number of projects, but we would like the complete list of projects and their status. Is it possible to be provided with that? Hindi ko na po hihingin ngayon, ibigay na lang po para hindi humaba. Okay lang po ba?
Yes, so we can assure the good gentleman, we will give you the breakdown of this project.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay. So, may gusto po tayong ilinaw sa Presidential Commission. No? You mentioned here monitoring of EDCA projects, and then the ones you listed, enumerated, are for the agreed locations. Yan po yung mga agreed locations, if I'm not mistaken. Does the Presidential Commission also monitor activities of particularly U.S. forces, including contractors, in non-agreed locations? Yung mga hindi po designated as agreed locations. What role does the Presidential Commission have in perhaps monitoring such activities?
Yes, that's included, Mr. Chair, because the Commission monitors the overall progress of the exercises, Mr. Speaker. And that would also include not only just location, but even those who are not within the agreed locations, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Okay. So, thank you for that information. So, kasi po, meron ngang, if I will mention again, no, in the Article 3 of the EDCA, Article 3, number 2, on agreed locations, in number 2, it specifically talks about locations other than the agreed location. Sabi dito, when requested, the designated authority of the Philippines shall assist in facilitating transit or temporary access by United States forces to public land and facilities, including roads, ports, and airfields, including those owned or controlled by local governments, and to other land and facilities, including roads, ports, and airfields. So this is a very inclusive, in fact, I would say all-inclusive provision in EDCA where when requested by the United States, the designated authority, the Philippine government, shall facilitate access to public lands as well as to all other lands. So in my understanding, that means all lands, all territories of the country. No? As an aside, this is one reason why we oppose this agreement, is because it basically allows the U.S. access to all of Philippine territory. No? But that's not what we will be discussing here. Gusto ko lang po maintindihan. For example, may sinasabi po rito, designated authority. No? This is for if the U.S. wants access to anywhere in the Philippines, not within the agreed locations. So, in the EDCA, the designated authority is the Department of National Defense. No? Unless otherwise provided, sabi dito. So, is this still the case? That if the United States, invoking the EDCA, wants access to a site that is not part of the agreed location, they go through the DND? Or is it the DFA through is it the Presidential Commission via the DFA? Gusto ko lang pong malinawan sa proseso.
Mr. Speaker, insofar as the monitoring of the progress of this exercise is concerned, that is where the commission comes in. But as to the facilitation to access locations in the Philippines, that is entirely within the purview of the Department of National Defense.
So it is still the Department of National Defense that is the designated authority. Okay, thank you
That is
for
correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for that clarification. No. However, the Presidential Commission does monitor. No? So, for example, since 2024, in the Balikatan exercises of 2024, it has been well reported, both locally and internationally, that the U.S. deployed its Typhoon missile system in the Philippines. No? And this became controversial not only within the Philippines, not only within the Southeast Asia. No? China, of course, made its condemnation, but also a country such as Russia, weighed in. Sabi nila, iba na to, This is changing the military balance in the region when the U.S. introduces or deploys such a powerful and long-range weapon in the Philippines. So, naging controversial po talaga to. And my point here is that Typhoon missile launcher, it was well reported in media, was deployed at Dalawag International Airport, which is not part of the agreed locations of EDCA. So, na-monitor po ba yun? Kasama po yan sa monitoring ng DFA.
Yes, the commission has monitored, Mr. Chair, but again, the decision of whether or not to put this long-range missile, Mr. Speaker, is concerned is within, again, the purview and the decision of the DND.
Does the Presidential Commission keep tabs on the location, the whereabouts of this Typhoon launcher? Again, further context, April 2024, the U.S. brought in the Typhoon missile system for Balikatan exercises and said that it would be removed by September. But when September came, sabi ng US, sabi rin ng AFP, ay hindi muna, dito pa siya. No? And then even the AFP even said something like, we're thinking of acquiring the Typhoon missile system. Okay? However, bottom line, hindi pa rin po nilalabas na rito pa rin. Kaya lang, pag tinatanong na po yung DND, nasa na po yung Typhoon missile, sinasabi na nila ngayon, classified. Hindi po pwede sabihin kung saan. Does the Presidential Commission monitor the location? Alam nila kung nasaan ito.
Again, the commission only deals about how the progress of the exercise is concerned. so far as the decision whether or not such a location will be included in the exercises, again, including assets, military assets, vehicles, etc., would definitely be within the decision of the DND. Now, insofar as the question of good gentleman, kung saan na ba ito, at sabi ng DND nga, sabi nga niya, hindi, it's
Classified.
not, it's classified. Again, that is something that is not accessible. The update in the information is not accessible to the Commission, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker, Your Honor.
Sige, understood po. However, we have in our own interpellation of the DFA, we have raised concerns, no, that such weapon systems are deployed in civilian facilities such as the Luwag International Airport. No, these are not just any civilian facilities but critical civilian infrastructure, no? Airport 'yan eh, 'di ba? And in so doing, dahil nilagay po yung Typhoon missile system doon ng US, then the airport becomes a legitimate military target in event of an actual war, no, between China and the US. So, meron po bang position? Sabi po kasi sa mandato ng Presidential Commission, okay, the lead interagency mechanism to provide policy coordination, guidance, and assessment to ensure that all status of forces agreements serve the national interest. Yun po. So kaya po, hinihingan ko ng posisyon ang komisyon. Does that serve the national interest na yung key civilian infrastructure, airport, sa Luwag, ay de facto magiging military target? It is not a military base, but by deploying the Typhoon missile system there for several months in 2024, it has become a legitimate military target. I would extend further, bago kayo sumagot, and ask whether the Commission also monitors the extensive logistics contracts of the U.S. military in Subic. Doon naman po sa interpellation natin sa Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, they confirmed that the U.S. Navy does in fact store large amounts of fuel for use of the U.S. Navy at Subic. No? So, again, the question we're raising here is, well, of course, Subic used to be a military base, pero not anymore, di ba? In fact, sabi mismo ng SBMA, it is one of the key engines of economic growth in Luzon. No? Creating 162,000 jobs, and I forget, what percentage of GDP its contribution, no, to GDP and so on. Yet now, so hindi na siya base, pero dahil po sa disenyo ng kasalukuyang ng Mutual Defense Treaty natin at saka ng EDCA as well as the VFA, these agreements allow the U.S. Navy to make use of our civilian infrastructure for essentially military purposes. In this case, their storage of fuel. No, so, tanong ko po muna, kasama po ba sa minomonitor ng Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces yung mga ganitong logistics contracts ng US military all over the country, not just in Subic?
Okay.
Alam nyo ba yan?
The position of the Commission, Mr. Chair, is that number one, again, reiterate overseeing whether such exercises would be in bound with the current laws of the Philippine of the country, Mr. Chair. There was no violation whatsoever. And so far as the assessment whether or not this would be beneficial, again, the Commission's position is that they're not really into in particulars or the specifics of how these exercises and arrangement particularly that kind of arrangement, Mr. Chair, is concerned, but they are all concerned about the overall benefits that it will give to the country, Mr. Chair, and so far as these exercises is concerned. So again, the private contracts, Speaker, entered into by either the private contracts, civilian facilities, to that of a military foreign assets, Mr. Chair, or companies, Mr. Chair, for that matter, that would entirely be up to the issue of, facilitation, facilitation of the accessibility to locations, Mr. Chair, which is under the purview of DND, Mr. Chair.
So the Presidential Commission, of course, is aware and monitors such agreements. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, again, yes, Mr. Chair, again, the position of the Commission, Mr. Chair, is that these informations are not necessarily accessible to the Commission, Mr. Chair, especially if these are done in private contracts or arrangements,
okay.
Mr. Chair. So that is the position, Mr. Chair, of the Commission. They will only know that after the fact, when such agreement has already been consummated, Mr. Chair, for
Okay.
that matter.
So you are told after the fact. So you have the information.
Okay, on that particular issue, the fuel, Mr. Chair, the Commission already learned about this information from the media.
From the media. Okay. Ito po, Mr.
Yeah,
Speaker.
because the position again of the Commission is that this is a private contract.
Okay. O yan, narinig ko rin yan sa DND. Sabi nila, private contract yan, wala kaming alam dyan. But please, the U.S. military, the U.S. Navy is only able to enter into private contracts with an entity such as Subic because of EDCA. Kung wala naman pong EDCA, hindi naman po sila pwedeng mangontrata lang dito sa Pilipinas, no? Parang sinabi natin, well, kung private contract, walang pakialaman. Chinese, People's Liberation Army Navy, pwede na silang magkontrata dyan sa Subic? Or the Russian Navy, pwede na ba silang magkontrata sa Subic? Siyempre hindi, di ba? Kasi bawal yan sa Constitution natin unless allowed by treaty. So, paalala po sa mga ahensya natin, whether it's DND or DFA, wag po tayo magtago doon sa excuse na, well, private contract yan, di namin alam yan. No? The private contracting is specifically allowed by the EDCA. No? Kaya kasama po yun sa dapat na minomonitor. Kaya po hindi po katanggap-tanggap yung sagot na, well, nalaman namin sa media na meron palang nag-i-store pala ng, tens of thousands of gallons or whatever of military-grade fuel ang US Navy dito. No? So, bakit ko po nire-raise to? Again, the concern here is that under the EDCA, because it allows such agreements, yung mga key civilian infrastructure strategic to our economy, such as, kanina sabi ko Luwag International Airport, ngayon naman, Subic. No? De facto, these are turned into legitimate military targets. Hindi po ba tama ako sa aking intindi, Mr. Speaker? DFA ang kausap natin, under existing international law, no, including Geneva Conventions, kapag ka po ang isang pasilidad na civilian ay ginagamit ng militar, such as for example, allowing deployment of a missile system, a Typhoon missile system, or storage of fuel for use by a foreign military, such as Subic, then that facility becomes a legitimate military target. Tama po ba ang intindi ko sa international law?
Again, the position of the Commission, Mr. Chair, is in particular yung example niyo po, Subic at saka these are entry points of the foreign forces.
Yes.
that are to be to exercise itong under the EDCA,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. So the agreement, private agreement contracts, Mr. Chair, entered into by foreign forces with private entity. Again, ang commission po ay sa kanila, that would also be part of the DND's decision.
Okay.
And so ang position po nila is that the entry point of the foreign troops or foreign services that will be requiring storage of oils, for example, petroleum, in order for the vehicles to enter into the country, magamit, ay entirely bound within this private contract. So ang sa kanila po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang position po ng Commission is that as to the particulars, that would be bound by the treaties or the implementation of the EDCA, the VFA, and so far as the purview of the DND. Ang kanila po is to supervise and to monitor whether these exercises are being done in compliance with existing laws and policies of our country, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Okay, but as I said, supposedly ang mandate nyo is to ensure that all status of forces agreements serve the national interest. Yun na po ang tinatanong ko. Do these arrangements allowed by the Mutual Defense Treaty and the EDCA actually serve national interests? Ang gusto natin po i-raise dito, Mr. Speaker, ay yung dati merong military bases agreement, di ba? Alam natin, tas 1991 di na na-renew. So umalis na yung military bases. So dati, yung Subic, yung Clark, and many others, these were actual military bases. However, post-1991, meron na tayong una VFK, VFA, and then EDCA. So VFA allowed the entry of troops, and then EDCA allowed access by US military to locations. As we discussed, merong agreed locations, pero the agreement also allows access to any other location, actually, no, including Subic. At sa totoo lang, Mr. Speaker, mas ginagamit naman ng US, hindi naman yung agreed locations. Mas ang ginagamit nga nila actually, their main entry point, as we know, is Subic. Every time there's balikatan, which is not an agreed location. Diba? The point here is, nung pinirmahan yung EDCA, VFA, siguro iba pa ang panahon, iba pa ang mundo nun. No, this was back in the day when the US was the sole undisputed superpower. No one could touch it. No? Pero iba na po ang mundo ngayon. Alam natin, multipolar. Dito sa Indo-Pacific, iba na ang balanse, meron ng China. And now, as we all know, and the US also knows, China has the capability to, in the event of war, to destroy our facilities for as long as they're hosting US military forces. Yun po ang realidad. No? So kaya po, ang sinasabi po natin dito ay obsolete na ang EDCA dahil po nilalagay sa panganib by its very design that it allows the US military access to our key economic infrastructure. They can store their fuel. And hindi po ba, tama po ba, merong agreement, in-announce lang pagkatapos bumalik ni Pangulong Marcos sa US nitong huli, in-announce niya na 19% na lamang yung tariff, no, yung unjust tariff on Philippine exports to the US. He also announced that the Philippine government and the US would jointly develop a munitions factory and storage facility in Subic as well. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker? At ano na po ang status nun?
Yes, the commission confirmed, although the DND has the more, it's
Yes.
better the DND has to confirm, but they know the information. But
Yes.
again, ang sabi po ng position nga ng commission, yung na-mention po na sinabi sa Subic is just the entry point of vessels and they are not now hosting exercises there. They are just an interpoint and to be deployed to the agreed locations.
Well, as we have been discussing, hindi na lang po siya entry point kasi meron po mga actual facilities that store not just fuel but now even munitions manufacturing. No? So, yan, time expired na po ako so I will be winding up. So, ang punto po ay delikado po. Ang punto natin ay dapat nang pinalalakas po ang argumento na dapat na talagang ibasura ang not just the EDCA, not just the visiting forces, but even the Mutual Defense Treaty. Dahil po in a multipolar world, no, kailangan talaga genuinely independent ang foreign policy natin, hindi nakatali. Our foreign policy cannot be effectively subordinated to the Indo-Pacific strategy of the US against China. No? Kaya po naiiba tayo sa mga kapitbahay natin katulad ng Malaysia at Indonesia. Ang trato sa atin para tayong tuta ng kano in the same way that that Laos and Cambodia in ASEAN are perceived as mga tuta ng China. No? At ngayon, ang pinakapanganib po ay yun na nga. No? Pinapahintulutan ng Subic, ng EDCA na ang mga instalasyon katulad ng Subic, kanina binanggit natin, Lawag International Airport, actually many of the agreed locations you mentioned, like the airbase in Cebu and others, those are actually kadikit yan sa airport, sa civilian airport. No? So, ang point natin, kung talagang magkagera sa pagitan ng US at China, at yan ang pinaghahandaan na ng US, ay mawawasak po ang ating ekonomiya given the current arrangements enabled by EDCA, Mutual Defense Treaty Visiting Forces Agreement. Kaya po, Mr. Speaker, sinisingil po natin ang Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces given that their mandate is to ensure that these agreements serve the national interest. Ang sinasabi po natin, hindi, panahon na po na ibasura yan. My last point, Mr. Speaker, is kasama po sa mga mandato ng Presidential Commission is a review of the omnibus implementing rules and regulations for visiting forces. Ano na po ang status nito? At pwede po bang mabigyan tayo ng latest copy ng omnibus implementing rules and regulations for the visiting forces? Because this is not a publicly available document as far as we know.
The Honorable Adyong,
Yes.
for your final response.
Yes, the commission will provide the good gentleman with the details and updates on the said request, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Speaker.
Honorable Tinio.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I now move to recognize the Honorable Sarah Jane Elago from Gabriela Women's Party List to interpolate on the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
The Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago of the party list, Gabriela Women's Party, is recognized. You may proceed.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, at magandang gabi sa lahat.
Magandang gabi.
Mr. Speaker, the DFA listed as one of their accomplishments in their budget presentation the removal of the Philippines in the UN Monitoring Agenda on Children and Armed Conflict, or CAAC. On June 23 this year, Mr. Speaker, the DFA announced that the 2024 report of the UN Secretary General on Children and Armed Conflict, that the situation of the Philippines would be removed from the agenda of children and armed conflict in 2025. This was confirmed by the UNICEF Regional Director for East Asia and the Pacific just last month. Mr. Speaker, the Philippines first appeared in the annual Secretary General's report in 2003 for reported and then validated grave child rights violations. Since November 2024, the Philippines ramped up its cooperation with the UN, where the Philippines presented its roadmap and reaffirmed its commitment to long-term child protection. My question, Mr. Speaker, to the distinguished sponsor is, what is the role and what is the extent of participation of the department in this process of a removal from the UN monitoring agenda on CAAC? Is this something that the DFA actively pursued in the past year?
Mr. Chair, to the first issue that was concerned, number one, after 17 years, we removed that because of the result of the peace process that we had done in Mindanao. This is born out from the restructuring of the ARMM, from that of the previous agreement that we had with the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government, and also and the decrease of the communist presence in the countryside, Mr. Chair. So again, it's according to the DFA, it is actually something that would manifest an accomplishment, Mr. Chair, because there's no substantial issue or cases, individual cases that have to be looked into insofar as the issue of the good lady is raising, Mr. Chair. Number two, the Department of Foreign Affairs is still continuously working with the Council for the Welfare of Children, Mr. Chair, as of this moment, Mr. Chair. And we'll continue on working with that organization, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, news reports would show that the basis for the removal from the annexes of this annual report was the lower cases of grave child rights violations in the Philippines. Hindi naman po na walang substantial na mga kaso. Meron pa rin na mga malalang paglabag sa karapatan ng mga bata. Ngunit ang sinasabi ay ito raw ay bumaba. Ngunit, Mr. Speaker, meron ding mga reaction. Kasi ang mga child rights groups po natin, nung nabalitaan nila ito, nitong June 2025, sila ay nag-raise din ng concern. Nababahala sila dahil sa kaso na maraming mga reports ang hindi makarating sa mga kinauukulan dahil sa sinasabi nila, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, prevailing culture of fear, prevalent military presence in communities, red tagging, various attacks on human rights and child rights defenders, and limited communication access. Ayan, kaya kumbaga mayroong hindi lang pagkagulat, kundi sa ngayon mayroong seeming opposition doon sa removal ng monitoring dahil bagamat ito ay isang magandang balita, na tayo ho ay natanggal dun sa watch list, in simple terms, ay nababahala rin ang ating mga child rights groups at iba't ibang network na nagtatrabaho para sa karapatan ng mga bata na saan na ba pupunta itong ating mga child rights network groups, ang kanilang mga pamilya, mga nakakaalam ng kanilang kalagayan, para magkaroon ng isang impartial, independent na monitoring at validation ng mga cases na ito. Ano po ba, Mr. Speaker, ang magiging implication nitong pagtatanggal sa monitoring kung hindi na ang dating mekanismo na Country Task Force on Monitoring and Reporting na pinamumunuan ng UNICEF at ng mga civil society organizations, ano na ang maaasahan natin na kapalit pagdating sa reporting, monitoring, validation ng mga cases ng mga child rights violations dito sa Pilipinas?
Mr. Chair, yung una po yung out of the 41,000 po na cases, Mr. Chair, sa Pilipinas po is 29 lang. 9 lang po ang active cases. Hindi ho ibig sabihin ng DFA, tinanggal po nila sa mga annexes o priority itong issue na ito. Ibig sabihin, wala na pong nangyayari. In fact, bumaba nga po yung kaso. As again, also admitted by the lady interpolator, Mr. Chair. Ngayon, ang magiging resulta po niyan, we have a stronger ownership of the case, Mr. Chair. In fact, ang mangyayari po is magiging local urgent matter po ito ng DSWD. Magiging part po ito doon sa, I guess, ang DFA then will also take part in the interagency committee for the monitoring of these special cases, no, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So patuloy po, apart from yung domestic level approach and prevention mechanism, patuloy din po yung pagkikipag-participate ng ating DFA sa mga international na discussion and fora pagdating po sa issue na ito, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, ang isa din no sa highlight no ng mga pinagsama-sama nating mga pahayag mula sa child rights organizations na ibibigay at isusumite natin sa DFA na para mapag-aralan nyo rin ay yung takot nga maski na magsumbong, mag-report, mag-file ng reklamo dahil dun sa takot na sila ibalikan. Yung fear of reprisal, yun talagang isa no sa pinakamalaking hadlang no para matiyak natin na kung ano yung bilang na nasasaad sa mga report na ito, sa monitoring mechanism na ito, ay reflective ng kung ano talaga yung nangyayari sa ating mga communities. Isang bagay na gusto pa nating palakasin. No, kaya nga sa umpisa ng araw na ito, maaga ho tayong nagsimula no, sa ating budget deliberations. Ang isa sa naging panawagan natin, kung meron pang mga nakikitang mga lump sum funds o mga pondo na hindi tayo sigurado kung saan napupunta, ilagay na natin sa Commission on Human Rights no, para matiyak na yung takot na yan sa reprisal ay matutugunan na natin sa pamamagitan ng pagtitiyak na ang magrereklamo, ang magsusumbong may proteksyon laban sa kahit anong tipo ng pagbabanta o ng atake. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, doon naman sa 6 na commitment, the 6 commitments recommended by the UN Special Representative of the Secretary General for Children and Armed Conflict for the Philippines to get done in 5 years based on the Children Protection Agenda. One of the commitments recommended is the inclusion of the Department of Foreign Affairs in the Interagency Council on Children in Situations of Armed Conflict. Mr. Speaker, ano ang magiging partikular na gampanin ng DFA pagdating sa pagpaparticipate at pagiging parte, pagiging kasapi ng Interagency Council na ito?
Ang unang-una po, ito sa Interagency Committee for Monitoring of Children in Conflict, Mr. Chair, in-infuse po ng Department of Foreign Affairs kasi sa ASEAN po, sa region, actually considered po ang case ng Philippines as one of the best, no? Tawag nga nila pathfinders because nga sa mga children in conflict, nakita naman po natin sa kaso sa Mindanao, bumaba ho talaga. So ang ginagawa po ng Department of Foreign Affairs as part of this council or this interagency committee ay to make sure na kung ano po yung ginagawa natin locally would be at par with the international standards. Kasi nga po may mga convention nga po na kailangan nating i-deliver commitment po natin sa international commitment natin at makikita po nila magre-reflect po ito sa implementation sa ground. So yun po yung magiging isa sa magiging key points na pagtutuunan ng pansin ng Department of Foreign Affairs pagdating po dito sa pagsugpo completely dito sa kaso ng children in conflict, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
With that role, Mr. Speaker, will there be a mechanism for stronger and heightened public participation and CSO participation to ensure that we're able to also get their inputs, insights, as well as reports from the ground?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, ito pong interagency Committee for the Monitoring of Children in Conflict. Kasama po dito yung CSOs kasi naniniwala po ang DFA na isa po sa pinagkukunan ng valid, legitimate at right on time na mga information po ay galing po sa ating mga sa ground na nanggagaling po din sa mga civil society organizations. So very important po ang role nila. So kasama po sila dito sa committee na ito. In fact, kasama po din sa committee na ito, Interagency Committee, ang Human Rights Commission po para matugunan din po yung mga violations of rights na itong mga kabataan na ito na naluluklok sa giyera. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, maaari nating malaman kung sino yung dalawang civil society organization na kabilang ngayon sa Interagency Committee. Sang-ayon sa batas, dalawa ho, no? Tama po ba? Yung kasamang mga CSOs.
Meron pong agency at the top of my head. Ang sinabi po ni is yung NGO working for the welfare of children, that's number 1. Dalawa po 'yon ang sabi po sa DFA. Pero yung isa po parang magbibigay na lang po kami lang listahan itong dalawang CSO at NGO po sa kanilang tanggapan po sa ating good interpolator po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, sa darating din na Oktubre ay bibisita ang UN Special Representative of the UN Secretary General on the Children and Armed Conflict in the Philippines. What are the plans of DFA in preparation for this? Meron ba tayong mga gagawin na mga workshops, focus group discussions bilang paghahanda ng report, ng posisyon ng Pilipinas no pagdating sa mahalagang issue na ito?
Opo, ina-anticipate po ang pagbisita sa atin po ng itong official na ito from the UN. Currently pinag-uusapan po kung anong magiging preparation at kung anong klaseng mga events or mga seminars or discussion talks or conferences locally ang nais po ng gobyerno ng Pilipinas na ihain para po mapagbigyan importansya ang pagbisita po ng ating UN Secretary General. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, wala pa tayong plano.
Sa ngayon po,
activities.
sa ngayon po in-anticipate po yung because that would also depend on the actual visit, no? The date. I believe there's no exact date yet as to the visit, no? So that's why we're just discussing. This is still under advisement and because the preparation would entail actual funding, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So para hindi ho tayo ma-tie up with expenses, pinag-uusapan po kung ano yung mga posible, and that would also depend on the duration of the stay of our guests, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, pwede bang mag-host ng dialogue ang DFA with CSOs working on children's rights? At yung may mga concerns po tungkol dito sa removal ng Philippines sa UN monitoring on CAAC bago itong pagbisita ng ating SRSG on CASC.
Yes, makikipag-coordinate po tayo ngayon sa DSWD kasi sila po yung lead ng committee na ito. Pero definitely po kung ano po yung magiging tugon at kung ano pa yung information at ano pang klaseng koordinasyon ang gagawin po ng Department of Foreign Affairs as part of this committee, the Interagency Committee, gagawin po niya para at least ma-promote at ma-widen yung participation ng CSOs and NGOs, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Kung yun po yung ininanais ng ating kagalang-galang na representante from Gabriela Party List.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, maganda na magawa natin ito ngayong buwan.
Yes po.
So para matiyak natin na kung bibisita ang ating UN SRSG, kung meron tayong nakaligtaan, naiwanan, o hindi na isama na mga concerns mula sa mismong mga child rights organizations at mismong mga bata na nagpa-participate sa mga usapin na may kinalaman sa seguridad, sa kapayapaan, hustisya at karapatan, marinig natin ang kanilang mga boses at mapalawak natin ang mga mekanismo para sila ay makapag-ambag sa usapin na to, Mr. Speaker. At abangan natin ang balita mula sa DFA.
Yes po. Actually, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, itong Nobyembre po, next month, kung di ako nagkakamali dito po sa datos, magkakaroon po ng official visit po yung SG po, no? For violence versus against children, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So ito po yung ina-anticipate po na pagbisita at pinaghahandaan po ng Department of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yun nga ho yung ating nabanggit na meron tayong expected no, na visit. No? Kaya kinakailangan nasa paghahanda no, kasama yung ating mga civil society organizations. Bakit, Mr. Speaker, ang ilan ho sa mga concerns no, pagdating dito sa removal ng UN monitoring, number one ho yung issue sa neutrality ng verifying reports dahil habang nandyan ang Commission on Human Rights sa ating Interagency Committee, nandyan din ang Philippine National Police at ang Armed Forces of the Philippines na historically dun sa monitoring ng UN, meron din silang mga naitala na mga grave child rights violations. Ang CHR naman, no, they are expected to share in the government reporting, but the CHR Charter Bill, which aims to strengthen the CHR services to investigate violations of the state as an independent body, is still pending before the 20th Congress. Matagal na ho yan na sinusulong ng CHR, paglalagay ng ngipin no, sa kanila hong charter, pero matagal na hindi pa naipapasa no, dito sa kapulungang ito. Pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, pagdating naman sa Philippines Makabata Program, na wini-welcome ho ng representasyon na ito dahil meron tayong hotline no, na kumbaga pwedeng tawagan, susumbungan. Ang feedback naman ho na ating nakuha ay hindi sapat at hindi rin accessible at hindi nagbibigay agad ng security doon sa magre-report na tao no, against surveillance, threats, or harm. Kumbaga, again, no, yung takot sa restback o yung takot na sila ay babalikan. Third, Mr. Speaker, the 6 commitments do not include improving accountability of state agent perpetrators. May kinalaman pa rin dun sa kapangyarihan ng CHR. No, at paglalagay talaga ng ngipin no, sa kapangyarihan ng ating komisyon sa karapatang pantao. At pang-apat, Mr. Speaker, wala ding mention ng assurance no, sa impartial and very thorough investigation of alleged human rights violation. Again, Mr. Speaker, ito ay pagsilip pa lang. No? At maski ho kami ay asahan nyo na magiging parte na magtutulak doon sa mga lumapit sa ating CSOs, mga Child Rights Network, na matiyak na itong mga concerns na to makakarating sa inyo. Dahil DFA mismo ay kabilang no, dun sa proseso ng nagdidinig at nag-uulat ng mga child rights violations na ito. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, sa iba naman ho na usapin, marami ho sa aking concerns na raised na ng previous interpellator. Pero ito na lamang po panghuli ay tungkol sa issue ng automatic conversion of Philippine driver's license to Italian driver's license. Ito pong particular na issue na ito ay nagmula sa ulat na dinulog sa representasyon na ito mula sa migrante Bologna. In their letter, no, they reported that when looking for work in Italy, Filipinos are asked if they have driver's licenses, sometimes even requiring having one to be hired. Having a driver's license helps in making a living and for family life. As a valid driver's license will give Filipinos an opportunity to get better work. In short, Mr. Speaker, ang issue daw po na ito ay simula pa 5 years ago ay nilalapit na ho ng migrante sa kanilang embassy doon. At marami na ring mga dialogues sa pagitan ng embassy at ng migrante para matugunan ang issue na ito. Ngunit hanggang ngayon ay nasa ilalim pa rin ng negotiations. Maaari ba tayo, Mr. Speaker, manghingi ng update mula sa DFA tungkol dito?
May I confer with DFA to provide the data?
Yes.
Thank you.
In addition, Mr. Speaker, the latest update is that Migrante Bologna requested for another dialogue with the Philippine Consulate General of Milan, but this has not been addressed yet. No response has been received as of this moment.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Yung dati pong format ng ating driver license po, ay nag-iba. That's why ngayon, may pending request po ang Department of Foreign Affairs sa gobyerno ng Italia para i-recognize po nila yung panibagong format po ng ating driver's license. So sa ngayon, pending pa rin po yung request ng ating gobyerno through the DFA na ma-aprobahan po yung request natin na ma-recognize yung panibagong format ng mga driver's license po ng ating mga kababayan sa Italy, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, nananawagan po ang mga Pilipino sa Italy na magkaroon na ito ng agarang solusyon. Paari ba nating asahan ng DFA na magkaroon ho ng aktibo na pagtutulak pa? At kung ano pa ba yung mga pwede nating gawin para ito ay mapabilis? Dahil nga ho, umabot na ito ng 5 taon at mag-6 na taon na. At hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa rin ho nare-resolba.
Yes, we do acknowledge, Mr. Chair, that medyo tumagal po ito. But again, consistently po ang Department of Foreign Affairs sa ating embahada ay patuloy po yung kikipag-usap po sa gobyerno ng Italia patungkol po dito sa issue ng driver's license. Ultimately, it will also depend on the approval of the Italian government. But definitely, we can assure po, ang sabi po ng Department of Foreign Affairs, lalo na sa ating mga kababayan sa Italia, na binibigyan po nila itong pansin at patuloy po yung koordinasyon nila sa sa Italian government para po ma-recognize na po itong panibagong format ng driver's license po ng ating gobyerno.
Mr. Speaker, maasahan ba natin na makakatanggap po tayo ng sagot mula sa Philippine Consulate General of Milan dito sa liham na pinaabot ng migrante tungkol sa issue na ito? At isa ho sa kanilang natala na panawagan ay magkaroon ng agarang dialogo tungkol dito para malaman nila yung timeline, ano bang gagawin para ho mapabilis ang negosasyon at mapalakas yung panawagan nila para ito ho ay matugunan.
Basta sa parte po ng Department of Foreign Affairs through our embassy, makaka-assure po ang ating kinatawan ng Gabriela na agaran pong makikipag-ugnayan at nasa madaling panahon ay maaproba na po. Pero tatingnan na rin po natin kung anong partisipasyon dito ng Department of Migrant Workers. So ang sabi po ng Department of Foreign Affairs sa kanila pong hanay, approval po ito, ang timetable po ay nakasalalay po sa approval ng Government of Italy. Hindi po tayo maka-impose doon. So mag-aantay po tayo sa kanila kung kailan po sila papaya ma-approve itong request natin. Pero definitely, kung sa parte po ng Department of Foreign Affairs, we can assure the good lady from Cabrera na tuloy-tuloy po ang ating koordinasyon at request sa gobyerno ng Italia, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, sa ganitong update at talagang makakatulong kung makakapag-usap mismo yung mga affected natin na mga workers, mga Pilipino overseas na tungkol ho sa issue na ito. At asahan niyo po na aktibong babantayan ng representasyon na ito hanggang sa matuloy ang dialogo at matugunan natin ang issue na ito na panawagan ng ating mga migrante. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you.
Salamat din po.
Honorable Ilago. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Terry Ridon from Bicol Saro Party List.
The Honorable Terry Ridon of Bicol Saro Party List is recognized. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, will the distinguished sponsor, my friend, yield to several questions on the budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs?
Because he is my friend, Mr. Speaker, I will allow him to ask a question.
Yes, we will be very brief, and we would like to be able to talk about the visa fees which the consular offices around the world are collecting from those that wish to visit the Philippines. No? So, can we state for the record what are the types of visas that are being granted by the consular offices around the world, Mr. Speaker?
I would confirm, Mr. Speaker, with DFA.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, there are 4 types of visas that we provide, Mrs. Speaker, Your Honor. Working visa, student visa, travel visa, tourist visa, and immigrant visa, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you for that information, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. I think the basis for this question is to make an inquiry on whether these fees that are being collected accrue to the general fund, i.e., the national fund, or is it a fund? Is the collection of these visa fees? Do these visa fees accrue to the Department of Foreign Affairs solely, or does it accrue to the consular offices that had collected these visa fees?
It will, yes, the revenue that will be collected would be part of the general funds, Mr. Speaker. And it will be. Yeah, it's for the general funds, Mr. Speaker, according to the FAA, and it will go straight to the National Treasury, Mr. Speaker. But I have a list here of the fees, because these are also, the visas and the fees are also commensurate with the duration of the stay of the person that has been issued with visa, no? Depending on the visa. So okay, I can provide the good gentleman, my good friend, the list and the fees, particular fees of these different visas, Mr. Speaker, Your
So,
Honor.
to be very clear, there is nothing that is left to the discretion of the consular office,
No,
to
Mr.
the
Speaker.
department, and all of it, in fact, accrues to the general fund. Is this correct?
Yes, that is correct. According to the DFA, all the fees that has been collected from the visa fees, Mr. Speaker, go straight to the National Treasury as a general fund, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And the reason for the question, Mr. Speaker, is I think the visa fees around the world is a source of revenue for the general fund. So can we state for the record the amounts that had been collected for the previous fiscal year, 2024? And can we also state for the record which state are we getting the greatest amount, collecting the amount, or the greatest amount of visa fees?
Mr. Speaker, I need more time to get the actual amount of all these the breakdown of this visa fees. So if I may be allowed to call for a request for a few minutes suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Would you want the actual fees, or would you want us to just provide you the
We can
data?
provide, if we
Okay.
can just provide for the record a general estimate
Okay.
of the level of fees that had in fact been collected for 2020.
For
And
20
what are the states by rank in which we are able to collect the largest amount of visa fees, Mr. Speaker?
Again, Mr. Speaker, there will be a lot of data that I guess would be presented to the good gentleman from Bicol Saro. But in general, Mr. Speaker, we just try to compare notes. We would like to consolidate all the notes that they have gathered here. As of 2024, the visa services is 348,997 pesos, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So this all goes straight to the National Treasury, Mr. Speaker. Your
Yes,
Honor.
it goes to the National Treasury. And do we have a comparison on a year-to-year as to whether this amount is actually increasing on a year-to-year basis, which
We do-
basically should reflect an increasing concern for visits to the Philippines through whichever manner of visa type that is being issued by the department?
Well, I can provide the good gentleman with the data I have here in my hand. From in 2024 again, let me reiterate, the amount is 348,997,000. And in 2025, as of August 31 of this year, they have already collected 196,526 pesos, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
At the very least, do we have the data for 2023 of the
20
total visa fees? At least we can make a comparison
Okay.
as to percentage increase or decrease
Yeah.
of
Oh.
visa fees collected.
Well, if we base the percentage either decrease or increase based on the actual amount gathered from these fees, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, it's 347,199,000 pesos. In 2024, it's 348,997,000. This is just a slight increase from the
Decrease, right?
2023 to 2024. But in 2025, since 2025 has not, is not yet over, as of August 31 of this year, 196,526 pesos that have already been collected, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So 23 to 24, it was a slight decrease? or
There's a
increase?
slight increase in 2024. Increase.
So it's a bit reasonable to state that it might have, it might be a plateau instead of like a significant increase, no?
Well,
Because
because of it's a very minimal increase from that of last 2023, which is 347,199,000. In 2024, 348,997,000. Just almost a million difference, Mr. Chair. Well, if that's what the good gentleman tries to describe it, na merong plateau, hindi talaga siya sudden increase or substantial increase, then I would agree with the good gentleman with this observation, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, but these are very significant amounts, and which is why we would want to be able to know which country, which state are we receiving or collecting the greatest amounts of visa fees, Mr. Speaker. And is this something that we would want to be able to support as well? Because we are speaking about clearly a significant amount of visa fees that are being collected on a year-to-year basis, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker. And I will just give you the top three in terms of ranking the number of visas we issued. One is Shanghai. The number two is Beijing, and number three is Guangzhou. This is all in China. So in the visa that we issued in Shanghai is 21,845. I believe this is numbers, and not in fees, not in monetary. So also in Beijing, 11,272 visas that we issued. In Guangzhou, is 9,090 visa. So all in all, I have here the top 10, but I will just give you the top 3. I can also give you this breakdown, this data, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Your
but
Honor.
of course, I understand that the data is based on the consular offices that we have.
That's in 2025 po ito, sir. Your
Yes,
Honor.
I understand. But the reports, because these are cities that we are talking about the consular offices. But do you have information next to China? What would be the next state or country that we are receiving or collecting the biggest amounts of visa fees?
Well, according to the data here in 2025, next to China is India, because top 4 is New Delhi, in Chennai, and the other one is also New Delhi. Maybe these are two different locations or different two consulate offices. So in the number 4, New Delhi, Chennai is 5,709 visas. In New Delhi, what's embassy? Okay, it's also 5,000. It's 5,520, Mr. Speaker. And top 6 is in Dhaka. It's Bangladesh, Mr. Speaker. And the number 7 in the ranking is, again, Mumbai. And number 8 is Dubai. And number 9 is Chongqing. And 10 is in Islamabad, in Pakistan.
Okay, so I think we can make an abbreviated list that it is China, it is India, it is Bangladesh, and Pakistan.
But we also need to remember, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that there are countries that we don't really issue visa, meaning to say there are visa-free countries.
Yeah, yes.
US, EU, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Your Honor.
So, speaking of China, I understand the reason for this at that point in 2023 is, or 2024, is probably because of, the status previously of government support for POGOs as to why they had been granted visas, and because it is the policy of the current administration to basically prohibit POGOs in the Philippines. Have we seen a significant decrease in visas that are being granted to Chinese nationals in the Philippines, or are we still seeing the same level of visas that are being issued to Chinese nationals, I think more than a year since the president had, in fact, prohibited POGOs in the Philippines?
Mr. Speaker, if we base the data from 2023 up to this present year, Mr. Speaker, there's a decrease of the visa issued to the areas that I've mentioned, all in China, the top three, Mr. Speaker. In 2023, Guangzhou, we issued visa in Guangzhou totaling to 37,124. And in 2023, that's 2023, and in I'm sorry, where's 2023? 2023, tsaka Mr. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker. In 2023, again, 37,124. 2024 is 34,825. And you would notice in this year, there's a sudden drop of the visa released in Guangzhou, 21,845 lang po. So yes, I guess the trend really is there's a decrease in the number of visas issued, no, from this area that was mentioned, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, I think the number for this year is still a bit significant because this is more than half of what had been issued for that particular consular office in the last year, no? But do you think this decreasing number of visas issued is a cause for concern for DFA, or are we value neutral on this question? I mean, is it our intention, Mr. Speaker, that even if POGO has in fact been prohibited in the Philippines, it should remain to be our policy to be able to invite more foreign visitors,
Well, yes,
in whichever capacity, in which for whatever reason, to the Philippines?
Mr. Speaker, according to the Department of Foreign Affairs, again, this is something that happens. For example, well, it's not really some sort of is something that would cause us concern. They do admit that because of the closure of POGO, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there's a sudden drop of the issued visa. But then again, the tourist, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, from these areas, especially from Shanghai, Beijing, and Guangzhou, are continuously be in a good numbers, Mr. Speaker. The DFA wants to promote a more legitimate tourist visa, or those from these areas traveling to the Philippines are more legitimate in nature, Mr. Speaker. So, there's nothing to be worried about, Mr. Speaker, because ang sabi po nila, as the good gentleman have mentioned, substantial pa rin po the number of visas that were issued, considering na hindi pa po tapos ang 2025, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for the response, Mr. Speaker. I think it's very important you also mentioned that India is number 2 in the list of...
well, if you rank it by country,
countries, yes.
By country, it's number 2.
Number 2 in the list. And
Yes.
I think it's also very important that we are able to increase the number of visitors from India. Can we state for the record, India is a very big country. It has a very big population. And can we state for the record how many, you have mentioned Mumbai, you have mentioned Delhi, and you have mentioned Chennai. What are the other consular offices that currently exist and operate in India?
We only have embassies in embassy in New Delhi and in honorary consulate in Chennai and in Mumbai, Mr. Speaker. So those are just the areas that we have this official offices of consulate and embassies, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker. in
and
India.
to be very clear, when we talk about honorary consulates, these are not actually being run by the DFA, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's correct.
So is there an intention by the Department of Foreign Affairs to basically expand operations in India, given the large population size, that we are able to establish broader and a bigger number of consular offices
Well, that is
in
something.
that country?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is something that they look into, just so that they can also expand the services to the Filipino nationals who are living in this area, in this country, Delhi. So if it actually improves the services that they offer and they extend to Filipino services, then there's a possibility, although this is still under advisement, there's something that they actually consider, Mr. Speaker, of expanding and maybe perhaps, making the honorary consulate in Mumbai or in the other area to be officially a part of our embassy in India, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
but to be very clear, is it actually already in the implementation plan of the DFA to actually open new consular offices in the near term, at the very least, for 2026 or 2027, or is this something that has not yet been fully discussed or decided upon by the department?
It's on the table, Mr. Speaker, but there are priorities that the DFA would like to first open up in terms of offices and putting up another consulate, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I have already enumerated the offices in this country, consulate and embassies that are to be open in these countries. Number one, Fiji, Ghana. So the DFA is trying to put up strategic locations in order to expand our reach, not only in areas normally, like for example in the US or in the Europe, but we also want to establish our connection in the Western Africa region, in the Central Asia, in the Caribbean, and in the Pacific group of islands, and many others. So since we already have an embassy in Mumbai, so I think those are the issue on whether or not they will expand the embassy services, consulate services in India would take second priority from that of those areas that are already identified by DFA. But definitely that would be part of their discussion in the near future, Mr.
All right.
Speaker.
Thank you for the response, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Let me now proceed to the next topic that I'd like to discuss. Can the department please state for the record the policy on the proportionality of political appointments and career appointments for ambassadorships around the world? I have been given the information that there is a particular proportion that we would want to be able to pursue in terms of the balance between political appointments and career appointments for ambassadorships. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, according to DFA, in this current administration, mas marami po yung career officers than the political appointees, although they don't have the exact number. But what they can so 9 political ambassadors, political appointees, out of 67 embassies. So that would be more career. Less than 10% political appointees for ambassadorship position. Mr. Speaker.
Can we restate the absolute numbers and the proportion percentages of this? So if I heard it correctly, it is around 9 political appointees as against the rest, which are career appointments. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. And I asked the question particularly because, of course, we would want to be able to support professional ambassadorships.
Out of the 67 Philippine embassies around the world, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, 9 are political appointees and the rest are career ambassadors, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So in terms of rate, mas malaki po talaga yung career, this current administration, yung career ambassadors, as compared to the number of political appointees, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, well, that is something that we accept and that is something that we welcome. But can we state for the record, why do you think this has been the policy of the current administration to have more career appointments from the ranks of the diplomatic service as against those that are political appointments, Mr. Speaker?
Well, it's really hard and difficult to assume what's going to be the decision of Malacanang. But as to the current data that we have, I think the current administration is moving towards appointing a career officers rather than exercising political preferences over ambassadorship position.
Yeah, but yes, I understand the careful response on the question, but can we have a look back as to previous administrations on the proportions of career versus political appointments? Can we state at this point that this percentage, which is around 10%, as what had been stated, is a far, well, it's a significant departure from the previous policy of having more political appointments, a greater number of political appointments, as compared to the current status of you only have 10% political appointments as against career ambassadorship?
Well, the Department of Foreign Affairs cannot assure you of a specific number or the policy of Malacanang as to whether or not there will be more political appointees over that of a career ambassadors. But based on the data that we have, there is a really a substantial change in terms of the number of political ambassadors from that of the previous administration, which is 24 political ambassadors, to now in the current administration only 9. So I guess the Department of Foreign Affairs do not also presume what's going to be the policy of Malacanang insofar as these appointments is concerned, simply because they don't also want to curtail the position or the prerogative and the authority of the sitting president to appoint ambassador positions by virtue of a political appointee, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, of course, I understand that position, but the 24 political appointments was in the previous administration, it is correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, that's a significant number. And I think as far as the career officials of the DFA are concerned, this is a particularly, it's a more acceptable situation. Is that not correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, because only 9 lang po ngayon yung political appointees, political ambassadors. So yes, if you are to base it from the previous administration, which is 24, according, yes, I agree with you, this is a substantial number, because you're talking about 24 countries, right? So now it's down to 9, Mr. Speaker. Your Honor.
I perfectly agree that this is a more acceptable situation in the current government. But maybe I would want the sponsor to state for the record the wisdom as to why it probably might be more important or more significant for government to have this particular balance of a smaller number of political appointments as against career appointments in the ambassadorships.
Well, if you ask me, this is not necessarily a reflective of the DFA's position, but my own opinion. I guess this current administration wants to professionalize our foreign service, the foreign service, including that of the appointments of individual ambassadors. That would be my, my humble observation, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your response. I just have a few questions, particularly on the, the personal opinions of ambassadors relating to political issues, international issues around the world. Is there a policy of, does the Department of Foreign Affairs have a policy on what official statements can actually be issued by ambassadors in different media, whether in social media or official statements or speaking as ambassadors, or can they actually divorce their positions as ambassadors from their own personal or political positions on various matters, whether domestic or international?
Well, any position or any statements are to be out in the public by individual ambassadors should be first cleared from the department, because it has to also be in line with the official position of our country, Your Honor. Because naturally, ambassadors are the alter ego or the representative of the current administration to the country that we have a diplomatic relationship with. So it should be first cleared with the DFA, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So is it correct that if an ambassador has a Twitter account, can they actually just make a disclaimer that they are speaking only relating to their own personal views, and they do not speak for the diplomatic post that they're in, or they are not representing the views of the nation that they're representing? What is the position of the Department of Foreign Affairs?
Well, in order to not to confuse the public from that of a personal position with that of official position of any ambassador, Mr. Speaker, there's a department order issued, Mr. Speaker, covering all members of the Foreign Service, Mr. Speaker, that if one is to handle social media accounts, again, it has to be within the regulation of the department, and so far as sharing political positions, economic positions whatsoever from a particular embassy or from particular ambassador. So again, there's a guideline that is set for all foreign service personnel, ambassadors including, to be conscious about the positions they are about to make out in the public, especially if using social media, Twitter accounts or Facebook accounts. It has to be in compliance and in direct adherence with the official position of the administration, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So as a last question, what is the mechanism for the DFA in the event that an ambassador is using a social media account but makes positions that are contrary to the state position on relating to various concerns, various international matters, various domestic issues, matters that have been decided by the state? What is the mechanism for redress, for grievance, for disciplinary action relating to ambassadors or diplomatic officials that probably contravene, who make statements who contravene official state policy?
The default policy, Mr. Speaker, is they cannot have to share their own personal opinion regarding political matters. So that's actually the very short, the shortest answer that we can provide you according to DFA. If you're an ambassador, whenever you say something, use your social media accounts, especially if you're sharing, expressing views on political matters affecting international relations. It has to be within the official position of DFA or the government.
Yes, so,
Mr. Speaker,
yes,
Your
I
Honor.
understand. But so how will a
You're asking if there's a sanction?
how will a complaint be lodged to the DFA? Is it something that has to be raised directly to the Foreign Secretary, or
There's, Mr. Speaker, there's a sanction, Mr. Speaker. They can reprimand, they can actually, what do you call this? Recall the appointment, perhaps, of any sitting ambassador violating this department order, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes,
so
no.
there are certain sanctions.
Yes,
that
I
may be
understand.
imposed.
Understand the sanction. This is something that can be done. In fact, the DFA can censure, or the president can censure the ambassador. But the question is, how can a complaint be triggered?
Okay.
Is it just a complaint that is lodged to the foreign secretary, or
Again, any individual who may see some violations, for example, committed by a sitting or ambassador, any concerned citizen can go to the Department of Foreign Affairs and file this complaint, Mr. Speaker, provided that there's an evidence, of course. Mr.
Yes, of
Speaker.
course. All right.
Yes. They're open to accepting any complaints, Mr. Speaker, for any concerned citizen, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more questions. Thank you, my friend, distinguished sponsor.
Thank
Thank
Mr.
you,
Speaker.
Honorable Tedon. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of my colleague from the minority, may I urge him to make a motion, there being no more
Yes, Mr. Speaker. There being no more member of the minority who wish to interpolate, we move to terminate the period of interpellation for the Department of Foreign Affairs.
There's a motion from the minority. What does the House say?
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpolations of the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
There's a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs and its attached agencies. Is there any objection? Hearing none. The motion is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Thank you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the po kayo mga
Atras
sir,
po
atras
tayo.
po. That's for, that's that's it.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider the proposed budget of the Department of Technology, including its attached.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the heads and the officials of the Department of Science and Technology, including its attached agencies, and they are Dr. Renato U. Solidum Jr., Secretary, Undersecretary for STS, Ms. Maridon O. Saghun, Undersecretary for Regional Operations, Engineer Sancho A. Maborang, Undersecretary for R&D, Dr. Leia J. Buendia, Undersecretary for Special Concerns, Dr. Teodoro M. Gatchalian.
To the officials of the Department of Science and Technology, headed by the distinguished Secretary of the Department, Dr. Renato U. Solidum Jr., welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Loreto S. Amante of the 3rd District of Laguna, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, to sponsor the proposed budget of the Department of Science and Technology.
The Honorable Amante is recognized. You may proceed.
The honorable speakers, colleagues, guests, good evening. It is my privilege and honor to rise before you today to humbly present the fiscal year 2026 budget proposal for the Department of Science and Technology. Its 18 attached agencies and 17 regional agencies. For fiscal year 2026, the DOST and its attached agencies build its strategic priorities on the gains it had achieved and focus on creating jobs and strengthening regional development through technology-driven enterprises. The department, together with the attached agencies, is allotted a total budget of 30 billion under the fiscal year 2026 under General Appropriation Bill. The DOST and its attached agencies most respectfully seeks your support for this budget proposal. This representation hopes that support will be granted and humbly prays that the same would even be increased after all. After all, our country's development moving forward largely depends on the advancement of science and technology. Maraming salamat po. This representation are now ready for interpellation.
Thank you, Honorable Amante. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Presley De Jesus of PhilReca Party List to interpolate on the proposed budget of the Department of Science and Technology.
The Honorable Presley De Jesus of Party List PhilReca is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Muntik ng madaling araw na. So, 11:47. May katanungan, mga ilang katanungan lang ako rito. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, this representation wishes to raise a few questions for the department regarding its program in relation to their proposed budget. Unang katanungan po, Ginoong Sponsor, napansin ko po na walang binanggit tungkol sa PhilBox Modernization Program sa National Expenditure Program. Napakalaga po nito dahil sa dami ng aktibong bulkan sa ating bansa. Ano na po ang kalagayan ng programang ito?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, ako po ay nagagalak at nabanggit po niyo po yan about Republic Act 12180. At kung napansin po ninyo na wala po siya sa National Expenditure Program ng ating gobyerno, sa kadahilanan na ito po ay napirmahan at nalagdaan po ng ating pong mahal na Pangulong Bongbong Marcos ay Hunyo na. So alam naman po natin na ang bawat departamento ay sila po ay nagsasubmit ng kanilang budget proposal ng mga buwan ng mga Pebrero o Marso. So kaya po talagang hindi po yan na isama sa budget proposal ng DOST. Pero Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, hindi pa naman po huliho ang lahat. Dahil pwede pa rin po tayo maglaan po ng pondo para po sa modernization ng PBOX at mapondohan po ang Republic Act 12180. Actually, ito pong batas pong ito ay naglalayong pondohan po ang modernization ng PBOX sa nalolooban po ng 5 taon. So, for the first 4 years, kinakailangan po natin magpondo ng 1.25 billion. And for the last year, 2 billion. At pagka ito po ay napondohan, mas magiging maayos ang serbisyo ng atin pong DOST at lalo't higit ng PBOX. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, no? Mukhang kinulang ho kayo ng budget dahil late na po, no? Pero huwag ho kayo mag-alala. Napakaswerte niyo po. Nandito po ang ating chairperson po ng Committee on Appropriations. Palapakan po natin si Chairwoman Swansing. Baka nakikinig po siya kanina at nakita nyo, nakangiti naman siya. Baka mapagbigyan kayo. But in truth, Mr. Speaker, napaka-importante po ito, no? Yung PhilBox na kasi napakarami pong buwan na bulkan na talaga na mga pumuputok dito at very active sila. According to Kong Bong Suntay. Ang sunod ko pong katanungan, maaari bang malaman kung ano ang ginagawa ng DOST upang labanan ng pinsala ng bagyo, baha at iba pang kalamidad?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, ang DOST ay aktibo nagsasagawa ng iba't ibang hakbang upang mabawasan ang pinsala ng bagyo, baha at iba pang kalamidad. Kabilang dito ang pagpapaunlad ng mga teknolohiyang makakatulong sa maagang babala o early warning system, pagpapalakas ng kapasidad ng mga komunidad sa paghahanda at pagtugon sa sakuna, at paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya para sa mabilis na rehabilitasyon. Kasama rin sa mga programa ng DOST ang pagpapabuti ng monitoring equipment tulad ng mga radar sensors na ginagamit ng pag-asa, pagsasagawa ng research at development para sa disaster risk reduction, at pagbibigay ng kaalaman, trainings at suporta sa mga lokal na pamahalaan at komunidad upang maging handa sa panahon ng kalamidad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor. My next question, may epekto ba ang kakulangan sa budget sa disaster prevention at resilience laban sa mga bagyo at iba pang kalamidad?
Mr. Speaker, alam po ninyo, napakalaki po ng bahagi ng pondo sa isang departamento. Pagka ang isang departamento talagang limitadong pondo, talagang ang ahensya po ay hindi po nila magagawa ang kanilang tungkulin, hindi makakapag-upgrade ng mga kagamitan, mga maintaining or monitoring system at pagpapatupad ng mga programa para sa kahandaan at mabilis na pagtugon ng sakuna. Actually, Mr. Speaker, ay alam po ninyo, ngayon po, ang radar system po natin ay we have 19 radar system. Pero ang gumagana lang po ngayon ay 10. Pero hopefully, by next year, ay magawa po yung 4. So, more or less ay mga 14 po ang radar system na pwedeng gumana sa susunod pong taon. Pero since, Mr. Speaker, nandito na rin lang po ang atin pong chairman ng Committee on Appropriation, tingin ko naman po ay hindi rin po kalabisan. Alam po ninyo, ang halaga po ng isang radar system ay 250 million. So, kung papalitan lahat po natin, Mr. Speaker, ang radar system ng ating bansa, siguro, mangangailangan lang po tayo ng humigit kumulang na mga 25 million per radar system. So, that's 250 million per radar system. Kung papalitan po lahat yung 19 radar system, so more or less that is only 50 billion? 5 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So, what is 5 billion? Kung ang nakasalalay naman po ay yung pong kasiguraduhan ng serbisyo ng atin pong pag-asa.
Thank you, Mr.
Maraming
Speaker.
salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Napakaganda ho ng sagot nyo. Meron ba tayong radar system sa Catanduanes?
Yes, opo. Meron po tayong radar system sa Catanduanes. At ayun po, kung hindi po tayo nagkakamali. Meron po tayong radar system sa Catanduanes, subalit nasira po nito pong nakaraang bagyo, pero yan po ay papalitan na rin po.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, maayos po ho ba yung radar system natin sa Catanduanes? Gumagana po ho ba yun?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, nasira po itong nakaraan lamang pong bagyo, pero ito po ay papalitan na rin po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no more questions. So ako po ay medyo nalulungkot dahil po kakulangan ng ating budget sa DOST, especially po no, sa sinasabi niyong radar system. Tandaan niyo po, remember that our country, mga 27 to 30 na typhoons every year dumadaan sa atin. So sana po ay masuportahan natin ng ating Kongreso ang budget po ng DOST. Maraming salamat and God bless DOST family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable De Jesus, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Representative Sergio Dagook of Party List APEC.
The Honorable Sergio Dagook of Party List APEC is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Hindi pa pala umaga, gabi pa. For the distinguished sponsor, yield to some clarificatory questions. Unang-una sisingilin ko si Secretary ano nangyayari doon sa ah, pakiusap namin na software development para sa systems loss segregation ng mga maliliit na electric cooperatives na walang kakayahang bumili.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, wag po kayong mag-alala. May pondo na po yung pong pangako po sa inyo ng DOST. Actually, ngayon po ay nagsisimula na po yung laboratory test po nila sa UP Diliman. Dito po, kasama po nila ang Electrical Engineering Department. At wag po kayong mag-alala, matatapos po ito within 2 years. At ngayon po ay tinitingnan din po nila kung paano po mako-customize yun pong design para po sa mga pilot area kagaya po ng Dinagat at Romblon.
Thank you for that information, distinguished sponsor. Kanina po, yung naunang interpolator, kakulangan sa pondo ang napag-usapan. Tama po ba na may problema sa absorptive capacity ang DOST? Sa aking impormasyon, mayroon nga kayong 1.57 billion, no? Sa previous year na hindi nagamit. Tama po ba 'yon?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, right now po ay halos 100% po yung utilization po ng DOST.
Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, mali po yung impormasyon ko na mayroon kayong 1.57 billion na hindi nagamit sa previous year.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, more or less siguro yung nakuha niyo yung data pong yan, hindi pa talaga ho nagagamit. Pero by now, 100% po ang utilization po ng DOS.
So tama tong data ko. Tama.
Tama po.
Tama din po ba na itong mga unutilized funds ay nakalodge sa Science Education Institute? Mayroon tayong hindi nagamit na 526 million. Sa Office of the Secretary, mayroon tayong 315 million. Tama po ba, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, nagamit na po yan.
Ako po'y nagtanong nito sa DBM. At sinabi sa akin ng DBM, this is alarming on an agency na mandated, no, sa public safety. Sa katunayan, no, mayroong COA audit observation na mayroon tayong mga impaired technical infrastructure na idle. Wala po ba tayong mga idle na technical infrastructure like yung ating hydrometeorological stations?
Right now, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, halos tapos na po yun.
Hindi, ang tinatanong ko lang po kasi ang pinag-usapan dito, budget, at narinig ko kanina na kulang yung pondo kaya medyo may problema tayo. Ang nakataya kasi dito kahit mahirap akong magsalita, ayaw ko na sana itong banggitin. This is very important para malaman natin kulang ba talaga kayo ng pondo o may mga pondo na in millions na hindi natin nagamit. Itong hydroment, mayroon ba tayong hydroment nationwide na naka-install in the different stations? Sa datos ko, over 2,000 na hydromens sa different vulnerable areas ang naka-install. Tama po ba, Mr.
Mr.
Speaker?
Speaker, distinguished colleagues, halos sa 10 years na po siyang na-install.
Pakiulit po, my apology, pakiulit po, hindi ko.
Mr. Speaker, halos sa 10 years na po siyang na-install.
Halos
10
lahat.
years.
10 years na na-install.
Yes, yes.
Gumagana po ba to, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Hindi na po, Mr. Speaker.
Hindi na. Kaya tama po yung sinabi ng taga DBM na hindi na po gumagana. So, ano po ang epekto nito doon sa pagtupad ng DOST sa kanyang mandato na hindi naman pala gumagana? Ano po ang gamit ng mga instruments na to, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsors? Ano ang gamit ng mga equipment or instruments na to?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ngayon po ay ongoing po yung pagpapalit po ng pyesa para gumana po.
So, uulitin ko with all due respect, no? Gusto nating, kasi alam naman po nating lahat yung bagyo na dumadaan sa atin taon-taon. At sinasabi natin palagi na kailangan nating maghanda. Pero kung may ganito pala tayong mga instruments na hindi na gumagana, ulitin ko lang, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung katanungan ko, ano po ang gamit ng mga instruments na to, itong hydromen? Anong gamit niya?
Mr. Speaker, ito po yung ginagamit upang masukat po yung tubig ulan na pumapatak po.
So, ito ay sumusukat sa tubig ulan. Sa makatuwid, kung hindi siya gumagana, hindi na natin masukat yung tubig ulan. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, may mga other tools po naman, kagaya po ng radars.
So, mayroon tayong ibang ginagamit. So, sa makatuwid, binibili natin to 10 years ago, hindi na ngayon nagamit. So, parang yung mga instrument, kahit hindi ako scientist, para bang may mali na nangyayari dito na yung talagang epektibong panukat sa tubig ulan ay hindi na natin nagagamit, pero parang umatras tayo sa second option na panukat ng ulan. Can I ask, respectfully ask, bakit hindi na natin to napagana, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, may lifespan po ito.
May ano po?
Lifespan.
May lifespan.
Tama.
Kaya pala, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, when I interpolated the budget of the national irrigation, biruin mo, every year, nag-subscribe tayo ng 450 million. Subscription lang yun, taon-taon. 450 million para masukat lang yung ulan at saka kung saan yung ulan. Dahil nagre-reklamo ako, bakit walang tubig yung mga irrigation? At sinabi ko, mayroon naman tayong DOST. May pag-asa tayo. Bakit kailangan pa nating mag-subscribe ng 450 million taon-taon para lang ma-detect kung saan yung ulan? So, kaya ang ano ko dito, kailangan sigurong these agencies must coordinate with each other. Napakalaki pong halaga yung 450 million subscription lang. Pero here is DOST, humihingi din ng pundo for the same purpose. So, hindi ko sinasabi na mali yung mga ginagawa ng mga agency na to. Ang sinasabi ko lang, baka naman pwedeng mag-usap kayo at hindi masayang yung pundo. Kasi ito, malinaw naman na sa paliwanag ng sponsor na mayroon palang lifespan to at ang lifespan niya 10 years lang. At yung 10 years, dumating na po yung 10 years. Itong pinag-usapan natin na hydromet, more than 10 years na po ito mura pag-install. For the record, more than 10 years na to.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, tama po kayo.
Medyo, I don't know, no. Pero medyo magkano po ba yung bawat isa nito, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, ang presyo po nito ay 500,000 per unit.
500,000 per unit. So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, may I respectfully request to submit to the Committee on Appropriation the document showing when was these instruments purchased. Just to validate na this was purchased 10 years ago. Yun lang po ang hindi ako naghihinala because we just need to validate yung mga sagot kasi alam naman po natin napakalaki po yung mga halaga na yon. So, can the sponsor, Mr. Speaker, submit that any document showing when these instruments were acquired?
Mr. Speaker, noted, and we will submit as soon as possible to Committee on Appropriations.
Thank you. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Can the distinguished sponsor also confirm that there is an absence of rigorous monitoring in our research and development initiatives? Base sa tingin ko. Would you agree with me on that?
Mr. Speaker, no.
Hindi. Mayroon ba tayong mga reliable indicators to measure whether our regional R&D outputs are actually commercialized, scaled up, or integrated into local development plans? Kasi may mga targets tayo.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, yes.
Again, for the interest of time, may I respectfully request na ma-submit yon kasi nakikita ko dito sa document sa ating NEP, parang hindi malinaw yung mga parameters sa measurement ng ating performance. Can the distinguished sponsor submit that together with the other document that I respectfully requested?
Mr. Speaker, we will submit as soon as possible to Committee on Appropriations.
Actually, medyo marami-rami pa yung, kasi pinag-aralan ko talaga to dahil napakahalaga yung trabaho ng DOST, pero hindi ko na isasagad yung oras ko. Mag-usap na lang siguro tayo with DOST. No? Itong mga nakita ko with my coordination sa DBM at saka sa kuwa, medyo ano siya, may problema. But again, no, we need DOST, napakahalaga yung mandato ninyo. So, before I end, I would like to manifest my support, no, to the approval of your budget at sana kung may mga nakaligtaan tayo, magaling naman ng inyong sekretary. Isa ako sa humahanga ng inyong sekretary. Sana man lang may correct natin. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Thank you. The Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Ilago is recognized.
Yes,
may
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker, there being no other members of the minority who wishes to interpolate, I move to terminate the deliberations on the proposed budget of the Department of Science and Technology.
What does the House say? Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the DOST.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Science and Technology and all its attached agencies. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Congratulations.
Okay, boss.
Session suspended.
Wi-Fi niya. Sige, wala. Wala. Papel. Ay. Ano? Wait. Kabubukas mo lang ba? Ay, nakunik. Saan yung link? Chrome. Pwede siyang ganito. Hindi natin ang photo. Yeah. Ah. Ah, sorry. Kailangan mo lang dito. Hindi, pwede. Open mo na. Backup tayo. Kanyari, pamatay ito. Tablet. Ano naka-charge? Sinigay. Ito, sa likod. Ay, yung password. Bigyan natin kayo. Pagkakaan.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation and its attached agencies.
There an objection? There hears none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly request that we acknowledge the heads and officials of the Department of Transportation and its attached agencies, headed by Acting Secretary Giovanni Z. Lopez, Yusek Mark Steven C. Pastor, Yusek Ramon G. Reyes, Yusek Teodorico Jose R. Delfin, Acting Yusek Marinel M. Ramos, Yusek Timothy John R. Batan, and Yusek Arthur V. Bisnar.
To the heads and officials from the Department of Transportation and its attached agencies, headed by Acting Secretary Giovanni D. Lopez. Mayong buntag and welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Edwin Ongchuan, 2nd District of Northern Samar, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, to sponsor the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation.
Vice Chair Edwin Onchuan from the 2nd District of Samar is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Dear colleagues, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I would like also to acknowledge our co-sponsor, the Honorable Congressman Reynante Arrogancia of the 3rd District of Quezon. Before we start, Mr. Speaker, this representation would want to extend our deepest thoughts and prayers to my kapwa Visayan who are affected by the recent 6.9 magnitude earthquake that hit Cebu and nearby provinces. We would also like to salute the following personnel from the Philippine Coast Guard, the 3 personnel who perished due to the earthquake, an attached agency of the Department of Transportation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are now ready to answer the queries from our distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ongchuan. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Representative Sergio Dagook of Party List APEC to interpolate on the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation.
APEC Representative Sergio Dagook may now interpolate our sponsor. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mayong buntag sa atong sponsor. And good morning also to the DOTR family. Would the distinguished sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions, particularly on the Civil Aeronautics Board?
Yes, distinguished colleague.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, we are all aware, especially the people from the CAB, that Executive Order 219 liberalized the fare structure of our airlines. However, the Civil Aeronautics Board still has authority to adopt and propose fares from airlines and carriers. Kasi kung wala na silang authority, bakit patuloy nating pupunduhan yung opisina nila? Para bagang sinasabi nila na wala na kaming trabaho dyan dahil liberalized na. But year in, year out, humihingi ng budget para sa operasyon nila. So, does the CAB not consider the present pricing of our airlines? Alam naman ninyo anong mga lugar yung napakamahal, unduly discriminatory, unduly preferential, unreasonable. And for me, This violates Section 10 of Republic Act 776, an act, no, that reorganize the Civil Aeronautics Board and the Civil Aeronautics Administration. May I ask, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the CAB, kung hindi ba nila na-realize yung mga sinasabi ko?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, the Civil Aeronautics Board have an airline pricing system. The airlines use the RMS or the Revenue Management System to forecast and monitor the booking patterns and adjust the fare availability. Ang CAB po is the economic arm na siya po ang nag-aano ng mga airlines. So there is a specific law to regulate the imposition of the fare by the airlines.
So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, if that is the case, tama po na ang hinala ko na inutil na yung CAB at hindi na natin dapat punduhan. Kasi tracking lang pala sila. Pero alam naman nila na napakamahal na. Based on the letter, no, that was submitted to my office in relation to my request na kailangang malinaw kung paano pinipresyuhan yung... Kaya itagalog natin to kasi maraming nagmo-monitor ngayon, taga Siargao, taga Boracay, kasi ito yung mga ruta, no? Makikita mo yung graph, pababa yung fuel cost. Pero bakit pataas yung pamasahe? Kasi yung fixed cost niya, fuel, maintenance, etc. Kung tingnan mo yung graph, pababa yung fuel cost. Bakit hindi man lang nasita ng CAB yung mga airlines? Dahil ba yung mga tracking na yan ang isasagot? Am I correct on that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, tama po, no? The department agrees na sometimes mayroon pong matataas na airfare at mayroon din naman pang minsan mababa. And sometimes may konting pagkukulang rin na hindi maiwasan ng mga personnel, kagaya po yung nasabi ng distinguished colleague natin.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, did the Civil Aeronautics Board raise these concerns with the airline operation, given that under that circumstances, it is the burden of proof lies on the airlines to justify the fares that they are charging to the passengers? Can the CAB, distinguished sponsor, submit to Congress proof na sinita nila ang mga airlines? Minutes of hearing man lang nila, sulat man lang na sinita nila yung mga airlines. Bakit ganun ang presyuhan nila? Mayroon ba silang pruiba? Can they submit that, Mr. Speaker? Para ko lang makita na may silbi ang budget na binibigay natin sa Civil Aeronautics Board na yan taon-taon.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, the department headed by Secretary Lopez guarantees that they will submit immediately the report that you are asking. A copy furnished to your office of Congressman Tagook and to this committee.
Linawin ko lang, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, documents showing na sinita ng Civil Aeronautics Board yung mga airlines who are charging exorbitant airfares.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, totoo po yan, no? Sometimes it happens and it has to be rectified. Nangangako po si Secretary Lopez na to submit the report by tomorrow morning.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. To the letter of the Secretary, the Civil Aeronautics Board claims that revenues from high-demand routes subsidize smaller or developmental routes. Yet, no, para bang kaya mahal yung Siargao halimbawa, Boracay, kasi may mga ruta sila na dinidibila pa. Ang nag-subsidize, yung mga taga Siargao, taga Boracay, doon sa mga ruta na dinidibila pa nila. Tama po ba yung ganong policy, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, I think the Siargao incident is dahil po maliit yung runway. So medyo turboprop lang po yung mga nakakadaan at maliliit lang ang capacity po ng passenger plane.
Mr. Speaker.
Pero it's an ongoing project na pinapalaki na po yung runway.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ang tinatanong ko po, yung sagot, laman ng sulat sa akin ni Secretary Lopez explaining na kaya mahal yung Boracay, Siargao because the CAB claims that revenues from high demand routes subsidize smaller or developmental routes. Like for example, yung Kalbayog natin, dinidevelop pa natin, medyo mura. Ang nag-subsidize pala niyan, yung taga Boracay, taga Siargao, taga Palawan. Is that a correct policy?
For Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, for route serviced by a single operator, the passenger rate shall continue to be regulated. However, all charges and passage rates shall be monitored by the CAB.
Yun na nga. Yun na nga ang nirereklamo ko, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Kasi, ang pagkakaalam ko, nandyan yung CAB para tingnan kung tama pa ba, hindi na ba sumusobra. Pero, ang palaging sinasagot, minomonitor. Hindi naman hanggang monitoring lang yung inoto sa kanila ng batas. Kasi kung monitoring lang, di tayo na lang ang magmomonitor. Like me, umuwi ako, namomonitor ko kung mahal o mura. So, it will support my claim na hindi na natin kailangan yung Civil Aeronautics Board. Nandito yung chairman ng Committee on Transportation. Kailangan na nating repasuhin yung charter ng CAB. Baka pwedeng emerge na natin sa kaap yan. Kasi palagay ko parang wala nang silbi. Sorry for the term I'm using. Kasi it is my personal experience. It is an experience of the people in Boracay, in Siargao, because of this policy na sinusubsidize pala nung mga ruta na maraming pasahero, yung mga ruta na dinidibila pa. In essence, ang tinutulungan natin, yung mga airlines, to develop yung mga ruta at the expense of the passengers sa mga ruta na nagsusubsidize. So, yun ang conclusion doon. Now, on performance management and passenger protection, can the CAB confirm the number of authorized and unfilled positions from 2023 to 2026 na 126 lang. No? Since 2023. Kasi every time may hearing sa Committee on Transportation, sinasabi ng CAB, may mga tauhan kami sa airport. Saan ba talaga nakapwesto yung mga tauhan ninyo sa airport? Terminal 3 halimbawa, dito sa pinadala sa akin na sulat, 10 yung tauhan ninyo. Saan ba yung tauhan ninyo na sisita man lang sa mga airlines na nagsiksikan sa bus kung mayroon kayong tauhan? Nandito sa CAB yung problema eh. Ituturo yung CAAP kasi airport operation. Yes, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I agree. It's an airport operation matter. Pero nandyan yung CAB to see to it na yung airport operation is complying with the JAW. Sila yung police eh. Nangyari na naman tong parang istorya sa kuwa, may ghost project, may kuwa naman. So, hindi nasunod yung JAW, may CAB naman. Ang ituturo, airport operation. So, may tao ba talaga kayo? Saan nakapwisto yun?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, regarding to the question of the unfilled positions, there are 157 passenger right action officers stationed in the 36 terminals at 31 airports nationwide.
Yun. Yan yung datos na nasa posisyon ko. Kaya ang tanong ko, in the case of Terminal 3, nakalagay doon, 10 yung tauhan ninyo sa Terminal 3. Pero halos bawat sakay ko dyan sa Terminal 3, hindi ko makita yung tauhan ng CEB, yung palipat-lipat ng boarding gate, no? Hindi ko talaga makita. Ang makita ko lang, yung malaking billboard yan na Passenger Bill of Rights. Ang lalaki ng mga malinaw, mabasa mo, yan yung mga rights mo. Pero ni isa doon sa mga rights mo na nakasulat dyan, walang natupad dahil walang nagmumonitor sa compliance ng mga Bill of Rights. Palaging all rights yung pasahero. Kandi, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kandi CAB, till this representation, saan ba talaga nakapwesto yung 10 tao ninyo? In the case of Terminal 3, Terminal 2, wala akong problema sa Terminal 2, maayos. Pero saan nakapwesto sa Terminal 3 yung 10 na tauhan?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, sa check-in counter nakapwesto po yung mga tao ng CAB.
Check-in counter. Ang nakita ko, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor sa check-in counter, mga airline personnel, yung nasa check-in counter, wala talaga akong nakita naka-uniform ng CAB dyan na, at saka, bakit sila granting without agreeing na may tao sila sa check-in counter, halimbawa, Terminal 3? Bakit sa check-in counter sila mag-standby? Bakit hindi sila mag-standby doon sa mga pre-departure area, boarding area, doon sa bus, kung para makita nila kung tama pa ba yung pamamalakad ng mga airlines sa pagpasakay ng mga pasahero sa bus. Nakabas na nga lang. wala ng boarding bridge. Tapos, wala pang mag-monitor kung magpalitan na ng mukha yung mga tao. So, again, saan? Saan doon yung taga-CEB na 10? Baka mali ang pwesto nila.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, Secretary Lopez po ay nagsasang-ayon sa inyong suggestion. Maganda po ang iyong suggestion at simula bukas, dadagdagan na po niya ang personnel at ipupwesto na po sa inyong mga suggested areas na of responsibility.
Salamat po. Yan po yung hinihintay ko na sagot. We are here, no, para marinig yung solusyon, not justification, not reasons. Because I'm telling this honorable chamber based on my experience, hindi to report lang sa akin. Experience ko to. Now, may I ask, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung CAB again, on a daily or periodic basis, how many complaints are filed and resolved by your brows? Kasi humingi kayo ng budget 145 million. Pero ang target ninyo is to resolve complaints of I think 1,080. Kung i-divide mo yung 145 million by 1,080 target complaints, gumagastos pa yung gobyerno ng 133,000 bawat complaint na i-resolve ng CAB. Reklamo na nga. Dahil may mali yung airline, gagastos pa tayo ng 133,000 bawat reklamo na i-resolve.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, as of August 31, 2025, CAB has received 482 complaints, and 482 were acted upon, then 190 were resolved, and pending for resolution 292.
Oh, so, yan yung performance nila. Biruin mo, no? Kung halimbawa yung target nila ang basihan, no? Mayroon tayong 157 na browse. Dito sa datos ko, doon sa target, kung masitel nila 1,225 complaints and 7,832 inquiries in 2025, then we spent 75 million to handle 8 complaints and 50 inquiries per PAO per year. Yan po. Ganon po kagastos yung pag-resolve natin sa mga I hope, Mr. Secretary, I believe in you. Kasi may palabra de honor kayo. Mayroong mga agency dito, budget briefing, isasubmit namin, pero walang ibibigay hanggang darating sa plenary. But you are like Secretary Vince Dizon. When I raised the issue sa full relocation, sabi na, Kong, within 5 days, nandyan, tinanggal pa yung tao. Tinanggal pa kaagad yung tao na in charge last year. Sino yung in charge last year? Pina-investigate kaagad niya. Ito yung point person. Hindi man lang ginalaw yung budget, hindi binayad. Wala na kong, tinanggal ko na. Yan yung mga kailangan natin. So, sana Mr. Secretary, matingnan mo tong performance ng CAB. Kasi you sign the letter. Baka hindi mo lang dahil busy ka, hindi mo nabasa lahat yung data, pinirmahan mo lang kasi attachment man lang ng letter yon in compliance with my request. But I really appreciate na you committed na magbigay ng letter within 5 days. At nandoon na 4 days pa. So I really appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. Yung mga, we do not need legislation actually na pero mo yung mga airline, after I make a privilege speech, inabangan nila ako. Pag check-in ko nag-Manila, Cebu ako, dahil mahal nga yung Siargao, palagi kong ginagawa, madaling araw, Manila, Cebu, tapos Cebu, Surigao City, sakay na naman ako Surigao City, paskrap. Airland, ang ginagawa ko makatipid lang, dahil 17,000. Inabangan na nila ako. Pag check-in ko sa Cebu Pacific, sir, ikaw si Kong Dagook. Pinasakay ako sa bus. Dahil 5 pa lang kami nakasakay sa bus. Pinaalis na nila yung bus papunta sa aircraft. Sabi ko, bakit niyo paalisin? Para lang ba masagot yung sinabi ko na magsiksikan? Pero yung kasunod na bus, magsiksikan na naman. Pagbalik ko, may nakaabang na naman. PAL yung sinakyan ko, direct flight. Pero 16,000. Inano ko na lang kasi every linggo ang uwi ko dito. May nakaabang na naman pagbaba ko sa dahil row 5 ako. Mga 10 siguro kami nakababa pa. Pagsakay, pinaalis na naman yung bus. Sabi ko, wag niyong paalisin. Hintayin muna yung ibang pasahero. Bakit ganun kayo? So, how about yung mga maliliit na pasahero na hindi makarating dito, makareklamo sa Kongreso, magsiksikan pa din. So, I believe in you, Mr. Secretary. Ito does not need legislation, yung mga pagbabago. Tao lang na mag-monitor sa ng mga bus. Din, yun lang pag lipat-lipat, I agree na kung minsan hindi maiwasan na maglipat-lipat ng airport o ng boarding gate. Hindi talaga maiwasan kasi may mga aircraft na needs additional servicing. No? Naintindihan ko po yan. Pero kung yung sitwasyon na yan, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kung yung sitwasyon na yan ay gawin na nating normal, katulad ng Terminal 3, tambay ka sa 117, maya-maya ilipat ka sa 134, 132, 133, normal na ginagawa, mali na po yan. Mali na po yan. So, I am confident na yung mga reklamo ko ay kaya ni Secretary, no? Na hindi na kailangan na pahabain pa, na hindi na kailangan. Ang accountability lang dito sa CAB, dapat ma-establish din natin. Kasi sila yung may kasalanan dito eh. Nadamay lang yung katulad ni Secretary, nakasulat pa sa akin. Hindi naman niya to trabaho. Very specific to na trabaho sa CAB. Now, kung may trabaho, kung nagtatrabaho si CAB, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, pwede bang ipakita ni CAB yung report as to how many airlines na napinalize niya for violation of the JAW at magkano yung nakolekta niya na penalties. Kasi under RA 11659, airlines may be fined up to 2 million per day for overcharging, undue preference, refusal of service. My question is, are airlines actually penalized for these violations? Napaka-imposible naman na walang violations.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, regarding to the first topic that was mentioned regarding the airfare of Siargao, due to the suggestion of our dear colleague Congressman Tagook during the budget consultation of DOTR, Secretary Lopez immediately lowered the airfare from 17,000 to 11,000 plus maximum starting September 5. So let us put this on record that Congressman Tagook was able to contribute in lowering the airfare for Siargao.
Distinguished sponsor, hindi lang 11,000. Nakakuha na ako ng ticket, 8,700 lang. Kaya nga, pag uwi ko ngayong Friday, direct na yung flight ko, hindi na ako dadaan ng, kasi 8,000 lang. Instead of 17,000. Yan yung sinabi ko kanina. Why should these routes, Boracay, Katiklan, Siargao, subsidize yung developmental route? So, yan yung sinabi ko na I really appreciate Secretary Lopez. Kasi may palabra de honor, may word of honor siya na sinabi niya kung niya pinalapit yung CAB, Executive Director, kasi ang dami pang justification. Kami na ni Kong Dagook mag-usap. Kung titingnan ko to, ilang araw na natanggap ko yung letter, then yung pamasahe bumaba. So may ginagawa si Secretary Lopez. I want to put that on record na I'm telling this August Chamber, may ginagawa si Secretary based sa kanyang mga pangako. Ginagawa niya yung kanyang pangako. So, kaya inuulit ko, may word of honor si Secretary. Ang ko lang, wala talagang, ito, last na lang. Marami pa to, pero puro kasi CAB to. Mag-request na lang ako, Secretary, tingnan yung agency na yan. Alam naman kung anong dapat. Yung patakaran ng isang airline, bibili ka ng bagahe based on kilos. 20 kilos yung pinaka maliit nila. Bibili ka. Pag check-in mo, yung bagahe mo na 3, tig 5 kilos, 15 lang. Ay hindi sila papayag doon. Kasi pag check-in mo, siguro alam to ni airport manager kung anong airline to. Hindi na nakabase sa kinuha mong bagahe in kilos. Nakabase na kung ilang piraso. So kung 3 yung i-check-in mo, tig 5 kilos, kukuha ka ulit ng another 20 kilos. Good for 20 kilos. So, hindi per kilo. Kaya ang ginawa ng mga pobreng pasahero, mayroon ding nagninegosyo doon sa tabi na nakatip. Irap yung 3 bagahe para lang hindi na makakuha ulit. Secretary, kindly look into that. Kasi kawawa naman yung wala ng pera, pauwi na sa probinsya, naubos na ang pera dito sa Maynila. Tapos, wala na siyang pambayad, 300 eh. So, mali naman po yun. Kung per piece yung pag check-in, per piece na lang yung pagbinta mo ng bagahe. Pero kung per kilo, bakit hindi nakabase sa per kilo? Only one airline is practicing that. Only one airline. So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, Secretary Lopez, maraming salamat doon sa mga ginawa mo kaagad na aksyon, nakikinabang na yung mga pasahero. Kasi nung napakamahal pa pag-uwi ko, puro foreigner yung kasabay ko. Ngayon, marami ng taga Siargao na kasabay ko kasi may 8,000 na, may 9,000, ang pinakamahal 12,000. So yan yung na-experience ko last 2 weeks. So maraming salamat, Secretary. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you,
Mr.
Honorable Dagook. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Edgar R. Erice of the 2nd District of Caloocan for his interpellation.
The Honorable Edgar Erize is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, distinguished sponsor, magandang umaga po. Isa sa pinakadelikadong ginawa ng 19th Congress ay ang defunding ng equity share ng Philippine government para sa mga foreign assisted projects sa 2024 and 2025 General Appropriations Act. Hindi ko na po iisa-isa ng mga proyekto na defunded. Gusto ko lang malaman kung ano ang naging epekto nito sa mga proyekto. Una, may mga na-delay po ba na proyekto? Dahil dito, ano-ano pong mga proyekto ito?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, tama po, no? Ang na medyo may konting delay nangyari because of the unprogrammed sa mga foreign assisted projects. Dahil po third quarter na po ang nangyari na pondohan, kukuha pa po ng authority from the Bureau of Treasury, then approvean po ng DBM, then the Office of the President. So meron po talagang na bid out na po on the third quarter of the year.
Kung naantala po ito, tataas po ba ang project cost? Due to inflation, currency fluctuations, 58 pesos per dollar na po ngayon, mahigit. May
Tama
mga
po yun,
babayaran
Mr.
po ba
Speaker.
tayong mga commitment fees?
Tama po yan, Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, dahil po the inflation rate every month, every quarter tumataas po, the material cost nag-increase and minsan naabutan pa po ng minimum wage increase. And yung may mga prolongation cost pong mga charges na incur dahil po dito.
On the average po, gaano po kaya ang ilang percent po ng project cost yung tataas po dahil po dito sa mga delays na ito?
Di po maiwasan pero more or less mga 20% po ang additional na na-incur because of this delay.
For
Mr.
example
Speaker,
po,
dear colleague.
488 billion pesos po yung cost ng subway plus 20%. Ganun po ba?
Tama po, dear colleague.
Eh yung wasted development opportunities po, paano natin ito mame-measure?
Unquantified pero napakalaki po ng effect.
Kamakailan po may kinansila na South Korean loan. Kaya bumaba na ang kredibilidad natin sa ating mga international partners dahil po sa mga ganitong pagkakataon. Ano po tingin ninyo?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, yung sinasabi pong South Korean loan, yan po yata is under the DPWH, under the President's
Yes,
program.
but ang ibig ko pong sabihin, dahil nga dito sa mga proyekto na nadidelay, dahil sa nadidefund, pati po yung ibang proyekto ng gobyerno, hindi lang sa DOTR, sa marami pang iba, ay nagkakaroon na po ng epekto. Ano po sa tingin ninyo ang epekto nito sa mga susunod pang proyekto ng DOTR? Bababa na po ba ang kredibilidad natin?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, ang effect po niyan is mabawalan po ng tiwala ang mga foreign funders po natin, which kailangan po talaga ipakita po natin na meron tayong isang salita na ipapakita sa kanila.
Okay. Ang ibig pong sabihin, dahil po magiging mababawasan ang kredibilidad natin, sigurado po tataas din yung interest rates. Dahil yung ating reputation, may cost din po yun, di ba? Sa mga funders, sa mga international funders.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, tama po yung inyong
At magiging mas
comment.
mahigpit po ang mga terms and conditions ng ating mga susunod na mga foreign assisted projects. Tama po ba yon?
At tama po yon, dear colleague.
Sa Metro Manila Subway po, 488 billion from from Japan, ang Philippine equity po ay right of way, relocation and local costs. Without Philippine equity, gaano po ang ilang panahon po madidelay itong Metro Manila subway?
Kung ang tanong po ni dear colleague is kung walang Philippine equity,
Hindi po, dahil dito, dahil sa na-defund yung equity natin, yung equity po natin, pambayad sa right of way, sa relocation, gaano po katagal madidelay from the original target?
hindi po maka-quantify kung gaano po katagal ang delay, pero napakalaki po ng effect, no? Kung
I mean,
ma-delay
may,
po.
may target date po kayo ng completion.
Yes,
Gaano po
2027.
katagal yung projected delay from the original completion of the project?
The original target is 2027, but due to the unforeseen events na may problema sa right of way is 2032 na po ang new target.
2032.
32.
5 years.
5 years po.
Nung dinefund po ito, ano po ang ginawang hakbang ng DOTR para mapalalahanan ng Executive Department para sa laki ng epekto na ito? O wala tayong magagawa? Ganun po ba?
Ito pong mga unprogrammed projects ay taon-taon po nire-request po natin sa DBM pagka nagkaroon po ng bagong collection or bagong income based po sa certification na i-issue ng Bureau of Treasury. At ang problema lang po, nakikipag-unahan ang mga ahensya dito po sa DBM. So pagalingan na lang po ito, dear colleague.
Salamat po. Pagdating naman po sa North-South Commuter Railway na ang pinanggalingan po ng loan ay ang ADB at Chayka. From Clark to Calamba, 873 billion pesos, heavily dependent on foreign loans. Gaano po katagal madidelay ito? At ano po ba yung mga magiging penalties natin dito sa proyekto na ito? Gaano po kalaki ang mga penalties? Estimated na penalties dito sa na-delay na North-South Commuter Railway.
Maganda pong katanungan yan, dear colleague, Mr. Speaker. The original target was 2028 for the North-South Commuter Railway. Ngayon po it will be on 2032 po ang target date.
4 years delay po.
Tama po, dear colleague.
At ilang percent po ng project cost tataas nito? From 873 billion, maaaring magkano po ang magagastos ng ating bansa?
Ang expectation for the projected cost for the delay is at 20% additional for the whole 4 years po.
Mas malaki po doon sa pondong na defund. Ano po?
Tama po yun, dear colleague.
Yung pong PNR South Long Haul, ito po ay mula sa China. Na-delay na rin po. Ito po ay nagkakalaga ng $4.6 billion. At yung proyekto na ito ay talaga nang pong struggling na. At talagang ito po ay nakapagpababa na talaga ng kredibilidad natin. Ano po ba ang kasalukuyang estado nito?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, ang PNR South Long Haul po ay talaga pong wala po pong funder, na foreign funder. So as of now, naghahanap pa po ang department kung sino pong interested na foreign funder.
Hindi yung pong China ay nag-back out na, ganun po ba yan?
Yes, nag-back out po. So hindi po naumpisahan po ng China Exim Bank.
At ito po ay maliwanag na, in 2024, more than 200 billion sa ating GAA na nakapondo para sa mga foreign assisted projects ang na-defund. At noong 2025, 157 billion yan ang na-defund sa DOTR. Kung kukwentahin natin, susumahin natin, 350 billion or less yung na-defund. Pero ang epekto po nito, napakalaki pong pagkalugi sa ating pamahalaan. At kaya ko po binabanggit ito upang ito ay maging lesson para hindi lang sa Kongreso, kundi sa Executive Department. Dapat po, kung may mga gagawin ganito ang Kongreso, di po payag dapat ang Executive Department. Dahil meron naman pong veto power ang ating Pangulo. Salamat po. Pupunta na ako sa pangalawang katanungan ko. Pangalawang topic, alam niyo po, yung aking distrito, ang motorcycle capital ng Pilipinas, Grace Park. Kaya po ang aking katanungan ay tungkol sa motorsiklo. Mr. Chair, alam po natin na motorcycle comprise the majority of vehicles on our roads, around 61% nationwide. Sa kabila nito, 7 sa 10 mga road fatalities ay nanggagaling sa motorcycle crashes. 76% ng mga aksidente sa Metro Manila ay galing sa mga aksidente sa motorsiklo. Sa datos ng Philippine National Police Highway Patrol Group mula sa 24,495 vehicular crashes noong 2023, umakyat po ito ng 31,258 2024. Isang malaking pagtaas sa loob lamang ng isang taon. Given these numbers, ano po ang nakikita ng DOTR at LTO na pinakamabisang hakbang upang gawing mas ligtas ang ating mga kalsada para sa mga riders at commuters na umaasa sa motorsiklo araw-araw? Meron po bang pondo sa panukalang budget ng departamento ngayon para dito?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, tama po yung inyong comment. Unfortunately, wala pong napondohan para po dito sa training at ang department ay humingi po ng tulong sa Kongreso na kung pwede po ay mapondohan at mabigyan po ng priority pong training na inyong panukala. Tumulat na rin po sa LTO para po sa kaukulang additional budget po tungkol po rito sa training.
Opo, hindi po napondahan pero alam naman natin na marami sa mga gumagamit ng motorsiklo. Ang naghahanap po buhay sa motorsiklo ay mga low income at urban poor communities. At base sa datos, halos 58% ng mga nahuhuling riders ay walang lisensya dahil hindi nila kayang bayaran kahit na ang 400 to 500 examination fee. Nais ko lang po linawin, mayroon na po bang programa para sa subsidized examination at mandatory training para sa mga riders?
Tama po yun, dear colleague. Yan po yung request ng department po na budget.
Hindi rin po na ibigay.
Tama po.
Mahalaga po na mapagtuunan ng pansin sapagkat hindi naman po pababa ang bilang ng mga motorcycles. At marami po sa mga Pilipino ngayon ay nabubuhay sa pagmamotorsiklo, either in the logistics sector or in the transport sector. Kaya po, kailangan talagang nating mapalakas yung motorcycle safety and training dito po sa ating bansa. Siguro ay kailangang maikonsidera ng Kongreso ang bagay na ito. Motorcycles have become the dominant mode of transport for millions of Filipinos due to their affordability, accessibility, and efficiency in traffic congested areas. However, this rapid rise has come at a dangerous level na hindi po dapat baliwalain ng ating pamahalaan. Maraming salamat po. Magandang gabi po.
Salamat po, dear colleague.
Thank you. Honorable Ariza, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Percy Sedanya, Party List Akbayan, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Percy Sandanya of Akbayan Party List is recognized. Please proceed.
Magandang umaga po, Mr. Speaker. Magandang umaga po sa ating distinguished sponsor. At magandang umaga po sa buong DOTR family at sa mga attached agencies. Tamang-tama po, it's 1:22 in the morning. Originally, your budget deliberation for the plenary was scheduled on a Wednesday. Thursday na po. Kaya tayo po ay mag-throwback Thursday. Noong pong ating budget deliberation sa committee level, nabanggit po natin yung conversation about how can we enhance the capacity of the Philippine Coast Guard para po tiyakin na napapatrolyahan natin ng sapat, ng mahusay, ng ligtas ang ating 36,000 kilometers na shoreline. At nabanggit po nila na marami po masyado para sabihin doon sa ating pong pagdinig, kaya sumulat po sila sa atin. Pero bago ko po ibahagi yung contents ng sulat ng Philippine Coast Guard, baka naman po may balita na. Sabi po kasi ng mga kinatawan ng Coast Guard ng ating pagdinig, kailangan nila ng tulong para tiyakin na ang ating mga mangingisda na ang pakiramdam ay mas safe pag may Philippine Coast Guard na present ay kanilang natutulungan at nababantayan. Meron po ba tayong dagdag na tulong para po i-augment ang budget ng Philippine Coast Guard?
Dear colleague, magandang umaga po, Mr. Speaker. Meron po tayong nilaan na additional funding for the acquisition of the 40 fast patrol crafts at para po sa design and supply, installation and commissioning of the dark vessel detection system para po mas madagdagan ang kagamitan na pang-monitor po sa ating karagatan. Ang maritime domain awareness capabilities, ito na po including the radar and surveillance system and high-speed response boats. These comprise the basic minimum capabilities to perform a better Coast Guard.
Napakaganda pong balita ngayong Huwebes ng madaling araw para po sa Philippine Coast Guard at para din po sa maraming mga mangingisdang Pilipino at kanilang mga pamilya na nag-aalalating maglalayag dahil hinaharas po ng mga Chinese vessels ang atin pong mga mangingisda. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, may I know how much amount was added to the budget of the Philippine Coast Guard?
As of today, dear colleague, 1.557 billion pesos.
That's 1.57 billion pesos para mas maging kampante sila Ka Arnel na mangingisda sa Zambales at ang kanyang misis na si Arlene at marami pang Ka Arnel at Ka Arlene sa buong Pilipinas na mas kampanteng maglalayag dahil alam nila na may sapat na kakayahan na dinagdagan natin ang Philippine Coast Guard. Dagdag po dun sa sinulat sa atin ng Philippine Coast Guard yung panawagan tungkol sa usapin ng subsistence allowance. For the record, distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker, magkano po ang subsistence allowance daily ng Philippine Coast Guard?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, 150 pesos per day.
Para po sa mga bayani sa West Philippine Sea at sa ating karagatan, ang kanila pong subsistence allowance ay isang maliit na 150 pesos daily. Magkano po ang hinihiling na subsistence allowance ng Philippine Coast Guard para naman po tumaas ang moral ng ating po mga kawani at para po ma-promote ang well-being ng ating mga bayani?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, maganda po ang inyong katanungan. Dear colleague, nagre-request po kami na from 150, kung pwede po, madagdagan po ng Kongreso to 350, additional 200 pesos po per day. To make it 350 per day. Kapareho po ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. Total, pareho naman po ang kanilang trabaho.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, we support the call of the Philippine Coast Guard to increase the subsistence allowance of our frontliners at sea from 150 pesos to 350 pesos. Hindi lang po dahil sila ay kinikilala nating mga bayani, kundi dahil kinikilala natin yung pangangailangan na wag naman sana malunod sa taas presyo din ang ating mga kawani ng Coast Guard na kinakailangan ng manindigan para sa ating kasarinlan pero magugutom pa dahil napakababa ng kanilang subsistence allowance. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I would like to conclude the questions for the Coast Guard, and I hope that the Committee on Appropriations will consider this very critical issue of the subsistence allowance of the Philippine Coast Guard. As promised, it's 5 minutes, 18 seconds. Thank you po.
Thank you. The Honorable Sendanya,
Thank you, dear colleague.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Congressman Terry Ridon, Party List, Bicol, Paro.
The Honorable Terry Ridon of Party List, Bicol Saro is recognized. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a few questions for the distinguished sponsor. We hope that the distinguished sponsor will lead a few questions, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, dear colleague. Thank you very much. Welcome.
We will proceed right to the questions. This relates to the preparations of the DOTR on the Bicol Rail project. Can we state for the record the current status of the Bicol Rail project, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, are you referring to the South Long Haul project? Dear colleague?
Sir, can you repeat the response, please?
Are you referring to the South Long Haul project?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Can you state for the record the current status of the South Long Haul project?
The South Long Haul project has been, we're still looking for foreign funder because the China Exim Bank withdrew their offer. But at the same time, the good side of it is that France and Spain is taking a second look at this foreign project. I mean, this South Long Haul project.
So if the response of the sponsor is France and another
Spain
is looking at it, what does it actually mean? Does it mean that they will still have to undertake a feasibility study relating to the matter, or is it something that they can actually undertake detailed engineering designs or implementation of the
Yes,
project
it
already?
needs a new feasibility study. And afterwards, if it passes the feasibility study, then they will perform the engineering design.
Yes, thank you for the response. And of course, the question on the matter is the type of rail which will be implemented at a future time. Is this a typical rail project, or are we talking about, or are we looking at a high-speed rail for the Bicol region? Mr. Speaker.
Whether if it's a conventional or high-speed train, it depends on the outcome of the feasibility study of the said countries.
So, so the type of rail will ultimately depend on the study. And when we speak about the study, are we talking about economic outcomes? Are we talking about the volumes as well as to the passenger and cargo capacity? for this type of project, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, it establishes the technical and economic and commercial viability of the said project, considering the relative cost of the regular speed and the high-speed rail system, and including the possibility of having a freight and cargo along the route.
Yes. Well, very important that irrespective of whichever feasibility project or whichever foreign partner that we're talking about, whether it's a Chinese partner or European partner, can we state for the record the wisdom behind the need for this type of project? What are the economic outcomes? What are the social outcomes if this type of project for the Bicol region and Southern Tagalog is actually undertaken and implemented at a future time, Mr. Speaker?
The long haul, South Long Haul project is a big help, especially to our agricultural economy, especially from the Bicol region.
Well, that is, we accept this response, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about the feasibility study and the funders, is it also a part of the manner by which this can be funded is not through an ODA, which is the typical route? Does it make sense for government to look into whether or not a public-private partnership scheme is actually feasible if we fail to find foreign partners to implement this project, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, you're both correct. It's both ODA and PPP.
All right. So just to be clear, so I can move on to other rail projects, it is the position of the DOTR that the South Long Haul project is something that is top of mind, is a priority for the department. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, yes, it's definitely of highest priority.
And the next step for this is basically to look into the mode as to how this can in fact be funded, whether through an official development assistance project or through a PPP scheme. Is this correct?
Dear colleague, that's correct.
All right. So thank you for the clarification on Bicol Rail and the South Hall Long Rail project. Let us now proceed to the low-hanging fruits of the rail sector, particularly the NSCR. We had been seeing some developments in this particular area. Can we have an update as to when the users of the NSCR can in fact make their first ride through this particular railway line, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, the North-South commuter railway system from Valenzuela to Malolos will commence starting December 2027. The next phase to Clark will commence by October 2028. The full operations to Calamba, Laguna will commence by 2032.
Thank you for the response. Can we state for the record whether or not we are experiencing delays in the implementation? And if we are in fact experiencing delay, can we state for the record the reason for the delay and how many months are we actually delayed? Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Dear colleague, Mr. Speaker, definitely there's a delay because it's already part of the unprogrammed funding. So again, we have to, if it's unprogrammed, we have to have additional collection of taxes or loans And we have to go through the Bureau of Treasury, BBM, and later on through the Office of the President, dear colleague.
All right.
Mr. Speaker.
As a final question on the matter on NSCR, what is the mode as to how we would want to operate the NSCR? Is the PNR going to operate it as soon as there are partial operations and full operations in the future, or is this something that we will subject to a PPP scheme? Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, there are two possible means. It's either O&M or through PPP. And we will be having a schedule of bidding by October of this year. Around last week of October of this year.
Also, a bidding will already be undertaken for the NACR O&M, is that correct?
The tender of bidding for the O&M and PPP. Last week of October or first week of November.
Yes, as a final question, because I'm running out of time, Mr. Speaker, I have particular reservations on the manner by which this will be undertaken, particularly because I'm uncertain as to what a private proponent actually brings to the table, particularly because it is government that has funded much of NACR through an ODA. So my question, as a last question, what would be the reason for an O&M to be undertaken for an entirely new project, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague?
The proposed operator should be world-class operator.
Yes, of course, but I've run out of time, and I think this is something that we will discuss further at a different venue, Mr. Speaker. I have no more questions. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, dear
DOTR.
colleague.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ridon, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Honorable Representative Antonio Tino of ACT Teachers Party List.
The Honorable Tino is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang umaga po sa sponsor. Actually, ang tanong ko lang po, Mr. Speaker, ay kaugnay dito sa linya, isang item sa budget, yung active transport, bike share system, and safe pathways. No, ang proposed po ng ahensya ay 2.43 billion pesos. No? Pero sa NEP po, initially 69 million lang ang binigay, pero nung dumaan sa BARC at nagkaroon ng mga realignment, amendment, ay nadagdagan po ng 250 million. So ang total na po ngayon ay 318.3 million. So magandang development po, pero kulang pa rin dun sa 2.4 million na hinihingi originally ng DOTR for 2026. Ako po masasabi kong di naman regular pero occasional na gumagamit din ng bisikleta bilang transportasyon, pamamaraan ng transportasyon, at alam kong marami pong mga kababayan natin, lalo na yung mga nagtatrabaho, mga lower income na kababayan natin na makikinabang sa mas ligtas na infrastructure, hindi lang po sa Metro Manila kundi nationwide. So, Mr. Speaker, una po, ano po ba ang magagawa ng DOTR sa hinihingi nilang 2.43 billion pesos kung sakali for 2026? Ano po yung maitatayo kung merong pondong ganito ang DOTR?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, with that amount, makakapagtayo po tayo ng almost 400 kilometers of bike lane and pathways.
400 kilometers po. At saan po maitatayo ito? Saang lugar? Sa bansa?
Nationwide po yan, pero ano po yan, sa highly urbanized cities. Depende po na yan kung makaka-qualify po yung HUC.
400 kilometers of bike lanes in the highly urbanized cities. So hindi lang po sa Metro Manila ito.
Hindi lang po, nationwide po yan. Lahat po
Okay.
ng HUCs ay
At yung
pwede
400
pong mabigyan.
kilometers po ba na yan, Mr. Speaker? Ibig lang po ba sabihin yan, magpipintura ng bike lane? Yun na po ba yun?
Hindi po yun, no, dear colleague. Depende po yun. No? May first class na maglalagay po nung separate from the carriageway. So additional ano po yun.
Okay.
Concreting space.
Mhm. Yung
sa class 1 po yan.
400 kilometers na yon.
Yes, opo. Hindi
Okay.
po yan pipinturahan lang.
Okay, hindi po magiging issue dito. Baka sabihin hindi ma-implement dahil walang right of way.
Definitely hindi po to ghost.
Okay, hindi ghost. At kayang mapatupad ang 400 kilometers sa susunod na taon kung mapondohan ito.
Yes, dear colleague, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker.
At ano po ba yung kabuuang target? Nung panahon po ng pandemic ay naglabas ng nationwide target. Something like 2,800 kilometers po ba yun nationwide?
Tama po kayo, dear colleague. Nakuha po ninyo 2,800.
Oo. At sa 2,800 na target na yan ay ilan na po ang nagawa ng DOTR?
Out of the targeted 2,800, 982 kilometers ng bike lane po ang nagawa. Tapos 738 units ng end-of-trip facilities.
Okay.
And 12 units of public transport stops. And 48 units of bike channels. Sa kabuuang 9 na region po, dear colleague.
Okay. And thank you for reminding us na hindi lang po naman bike lane ang kasama rito. No? So, ilan nga po ulit? 900 po ang nagawa na?
982
982
kilometers.
So malayo, tas kung sakali ay madadagdagan pa po ng 400 sa 2.3 billion na ito, pero hindi pa rin po makakamit yung 2,800. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, yun lang po ang gusto nating idiin dito. I am winding up now, Congressman Irice. I am winding up now. Nananawagan po ako sa kapulungan, Committee on Appropriations, kay Committee on Appropriations Chair Nika Swansing na narito ngayon, na hanapan na po ng kulang pang pondo, yung sa 2.3 billion na hinihingi para sa active transport, bike share system and safe pathways, para at least for next year ay may karagdagang 400 kilometers ng bike lanes and other such facilities na magiging malaking tulong po sa lalo na sa mga mas lower income na pangunahing umaasa at gumagamit sa active transport, and hopefully with this infrastructure ay mas lalong marami pang mga kababayan natin ang mahihikayat na gumamit ng ganitong forma ng transportasyon. So, Mr. Sponsor, hopefully masasalubong niyo po at magtulungan tayo para mapondohan, mapuno na yung 2.3 billion, Mr. Sponsor.
Tama po yun, dear colleague, Mr. Speaker. Maganda po ang ngiti ng ating chairwoman.
Ay, yun. Okay. With that, dahil sa magandang ngiti po ng ating chairperson ng Committee on Appropriations, tatapusin ko na po ang aking interpellation. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Tino. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, I move to recognize Honorable Representative Sarah Jane Elago of Gabriela Women's Party List.
Honorable Sarah Jane Ilago of Party List Gabriela Women's Party is recognized. Kindly proceed.
Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat. Based on the research of Safe Travel PH NGO, the average trip speeds of PUVs in cities in the NCR and outside of the NCR ranges from 9 to 14 kilometers per hour only. For EDSA busway, it was maximum of 17 kph in their 2023 research papers. This is a little higher than those trips without dedicated lanes. May we know, Mr. Speaker, what are the plans of the DOTR outside EDSA busway to ensure a faster and safer commuter travel experience?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, the department is currently in the planning of doing a feasibility study for the bus rapid system along Katipunan, Taytay, and Quezon Avenue and Commonwealth.
Mr. Speaker, we request copies of this plan as well as copies of the DOTR's assessments in relation to the improvement of commuter travel experience by improving PUV or bus lanes and stations and stops.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, give us 1 week and we will provide this committee and the office of my dear colleague, Congresswoman Sara Elago.
Next, Mr. Speaker, DPWH now has bike lane standards documented in a department order. What then are the DOTR's plans in coordination with the DPWH to improve the policies, standards, design, construction, and maintenance of our sidewalks?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, in coordination with the Department of Public Works and Highways, the Department of Transportation has created a unified manual.
Mr. Speaker, mahingi rin ho tayo ng kopya nito. At sa bahagi din ng ating representation, syempre, ang kailangan talaga natin matiyak mga sidewalks na malaya sa kahit anong obstruction. At syempre, may kalidad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dear colleague, medyo may katagalan lang po to because we have to coordinate with our partner, the Department of Public Works and Highways. And definitely, we will provide this committee and our esteemed colleague with a copy.
Next, Mr. Speaker, on road safety and public welfare. For the LTO, government data shows that motorcycles now make up over 61% of all registered vehicles. Yet, they also account for 36% of crashes nationwide and 76% of fatal accidents in Metro Manila, based on stats from MMDA, PNP, Highway Patrol Group, and the LTO itself. Now, how does the department intend to address the alarming number of deaths and injuries related to motorcycles? And may we know, Mr. Speaker, what is the agency's plan for motorcycles and motorcycle safety?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, first of all, we have to practice the no helmet, no driving policy to protect our beloved riders. And the LTO will provide additional trainings and seminars to inform the riders of the proper way to protect themselves from accidents.
Mr. Speaker, meron bang mga convergence projects or programs na pagdating sa pagtitiyak ng motorcycle safety at plano na rin na para sa road safety in general?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, the LTO is now implementing a stricter policy for approval of the driver's license and registration of the vehicles.
Yes, speaking of licenses, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, studies show that 58% of apprehended riders lack a valid license or training, largely because even a 400 peso exam is too heavy, a burden for low-income riders. Kung tutuusin, tila maliit ito na halaga, pero sa hirap ng buhay ngayon, talagang kung maari pa nating mapababa at matiyak na abot kaya ang mga fees na ito ay isang bagay na i-welcome ng ating mga riders. Mr. Speaker, can a program be explored wherein we can reach those riders who are most vulnerable and least able to afford it?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, that's a good proposal of our beloved colleague. In fact, the LTO is proposing to subsidize about 50% of the penalty incurred by the said riders,
Mr.
license
Speaker,
holders.
how much funding will be allotted for this to subsidize exam fees?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, it's close to 1 billion to subsidize 50% of the penalty. It's around 800 million to be exact, dear colleague.
Mr. Speaker, sinabi rin natin yung tungkol sa mga exam fees. So, we'll await the submission from the OTR regarding this, kung paano pa po natin mapapababa itong mga exam fee. Ngayon, NEDA and the DOTR road crash costing model shows that road crashes cost the economy 105 billion pesos annually due to productivity losses, hospitalizations, and infrastructure damages. Can the DOTR quantify how much savings in lives and economic costs the government can expect if more riders undergo proper testing and licensing? Mr. Speaker, may pag-aaral na ho ba ang DOTR tungkol dito? At kung wala pa, isa siguro ito sa maganda nating pag-aralan para matiyak natin at makita rin ng mga kinatawan natin dito sa House of Representatives at lahat ng mga nag-uusap ngayon tungkol sa budget ang napakalaking investment at napakalaki din na savings ang maaari nating magawa kung titiyakin talaga natin na ligtas ang ating mga kalsada.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, tama po yung suggestion ng ating beloved colleague. Malaki pong maitutulong na magkaroon tayo ng road safety study regarding this.
A study on road safety at yung quantification natin ng savings. Kasi
Yes,
doon natin makikita at mako-compare yung laki ng pwede natin na matipid, hindi lang sa pera mismo, kundi sa buhay ng tao pagdating dito sa usapin ng road safety. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, tungkol sa mga fees sa NAIA, nito hong September 14, may mga bago ng airport fees na sinisingil. Maari bang isa-isahin ng ating sponsor kung ano-ano na yung mga bagong singil sa ating airport mula noong September 14 at bago pa ito, noong magkaroon ho ng privatization sa NAIA. I'd also like to share, Mr. Speaker, that consumer and commuter groups such as the Suki Network and Para Commuters Network have already been sounding alarm over the implementation of these fee increases. Ilan dito, at pwede pong dagdagan ng ating sponsor kung meron po akong hindi mabanggit, ay ang taas singil sa parking fees mula 300 pesos for the first 24 hours patungong 1,200 pesos at pati na rin ang taas singil sa rental rates mula 700 pesos per square meter patungong 3,200. Itinutulak nito ang ilang mga concessionaire na magsara na ayon sa mga ulat ng Suki Network at ng Para Commuters Network ay nagresulta sa malawakang tanggalan ng daan-daang manggagawa sa NAIA. And this also had a chain effect on the prices of consumer goods and services inside the airport. Halimbawa na lamang, Mr. Speaker, ay ayon pa rin po sa Suki Network na isang network ng mga advocates for consumers' rights, consumer protection, na ramdam ng isang karaniwang pasahero ang pagdoble ng presyo ng maski bote ng tubig na 500 ml mula 26 pesos patungong 50 pesos at maging ang tripling taas singil sa mga biscuits at iba pang katulad at kapresyong mga pagkain mula 26 pesos patungong 88 pesos. Ngayon, ang tanong, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, narinig po natin ang maraming hinaing mula sa ating mga consumer groups, mula sa ating mga concerned citizens. Ano ho ang ginagawa ng DOTR tungkol sa mga issues at concerns na ito?
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, I think you're mentioning about the private concessionaire, it's NNIC. NNIC was able to give to the national coffers the amount in 1 year, 48 billion pesos, 48.3 billion pesos to be exact, and a capital expenditure of 13 billion in 1 year. Because of this, NNIC from an terminal fee for the international airport from 550, it increased to 950. And for the domestic airport, from 200 to 390. This is based on the ADB and approved contract. The rates are based on this.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Ang 48.3 billion ho ay 48.3 billion out of the 170.6 billion supposed cost that will be shouldered by the NNIC. Tama po ba?
The 48.3 billion is the government's share in 1 year po.
Ayon sa report, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, and I quote from a news report, that apart from the upfront payment and annuity fees, which the distinguished sponsor mentioned amounts to about 48.3 billion pesos, bulk of the reported revenues come from passenger service charges as well as fee increases in airport products and services resulting from increases in rental rates that are still shouldered by passengers and their families. End of quote. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ang tanong ko lang ho ay may grievance mechanism ho ba ang DOTR na diretso ho sa inyo no, para ito pong mga hawak natin ng mga issues at concerns ay maisumiti po namin sa inyo at matiyak natin na mabibigyan ng aksyon at makita natin yung kabuoang impact sa lahat po ng hindi lang mga passengers natin sa airport kundi lahat po ng ating mga stakeholders sa NAIA.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleague, tama po, no? Based on the ADB contract agreement, there's a grievance committee in charge of this.
May we know who is the one in charge of this? All right. Sige po.
MIA as a regulator is and DOTR. So two agencies will be in charge with this.
Magtatakda ho tayo ng dialogo tungkol dito no, para po marinig naman natin yung hinaing ng ating mga consumers groups tungkol sa issue na ito. At bilang panghuli na lang, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, abangan ho natin ang lahat ng mga ulat magmula sa DOTR at ang ating panawagan talagang bigyan natin ng investment ang pangmasang transportasyon para sa publiko na inklusibo, matitiyak natin na mas maraming makakagamit at magiging daan at landas talaga tungo sa pambansang kaunlaran na walang may iwan. At pagdating naman sa issues ng privatization, isa lang po ang naiya sa ating mga nabigay na halimbawa, ngunit ang pangkabuang panawagan naman natin sa kapulungan din ito na gamitin talaga ang ating oversight power tungkol sa impact ng privatization policy, hindi lang po sa airport, kundi sa iba pang mga sektor ng serbisyo na dapat sana ay hindi ginagawang negosyo. Yun lamang ho. Sa ngayon, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, maraming salamat sa distinguished sponsor at sa DOTR.
Thank you, dear colleague. Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader. Madam Speaker, I humbly request that we recognize the Honorable Representative Rene Luis M. Co. of Kabataan Party List for her interpellation.
The Honorable Rene Luis Co. of Party List Kabataan is hereby recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning to our good sponsor and the Department of Transportation. Yung mga questions ko naman po ay follow-up lang po sa earlier line of questioning that we posed during the committee hearing. First of all, this representation would like to extend its gratitude to the Department of Transportation for the data that it provided para po maka-contribute din yung representasyon na ito sa paano natin bubuuin ang isang pangmasang sistema ng transportasyon na at the end of the day, ang gusto nating makabenepisyo ng malaki dito ay kabataan, mga estudyante na nagko-commute, no, mga kabataang manggagawa, no, na wala namang pera na hawak sila, binibuild pa nila yung kanilang buhay. At ito po yung makakapagbigay ginhawa sa kung paano sila araw-araw na nabubuhay. Ang una ko pong sigurong questions ay tungkol po sa MIAA. This is something that we touched upon po doon sa committee hearing, and we again appreciate yung nabigay na datos. 2024 marked the year of the PPP of MIA and SMC. This is so because the year is marked with the only and highest service concession revenue. Private concessionaires po siya na associated with SMC. It amounted po to 6.9 billion pesos. Now, this is from the data that was provided to this representation by the department. This made 2024 the year with the highest revenue generated amounting to 19.2 billion pesos. And due to the PPP, 2024 marked the highest national government share of 31.8 billion pesos, but also an income loss of 22.5 billion pesos. Given na ang laki po ng loss vis-a-vis yung income, can the agency provide an explanation kung bakit? Bakit po malaki yung income loss versus yung revenue na na-generate naman po? Ito ba ang rason kung bakit tinaasan ang terminal fees to cover po the income loss ng MIAA?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, the question regarding the losses, it's what we consider as paper loss because it's part of the government's expense. The 30 billion is considered as a paper loss because it's part of the government expenses.
The 31 billion po, ano po yung government expenses po na ito?
Because DOTR remitted the 31 billion, so DOTR has to register it as expense.
But I would like to pose my question again po, therefore, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, ito po ba ang rason kung bakit tinaasan ng terminal fees?
Hindi po.
Hindi po. Okay. We also note no, that tumaas ang passenger service charge last month from 200 pesos naging 390 pesos sa domestic. And for international flights, it has become 950 pesos from 550 pesos. And according to MIAA Revised Administrative Order Number 1, Series of 2024, ang share ng SMC for the international PSC ay 705 pesos. Samantalang 334 pesos naman po for domestic. Kung papansinin po natin, napakalaking porsyento po ito ng share from sa tinaas na PSC. So my question po, bakit po sa SMEC mapupunta ang kalakhan ng passenger service charge? Ano ang rason sa pagtaas ng PSC kung sa concessionary naman mapupunta ito at hindi sa pagpapaganda ng serbisyo ng NAIA?
Ito po kasi ang nakalagay sa contract between ADB and the national government.
So, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, pwede po bang manghingi ng rason bakit po ito nilagay sa kontrata?
Ito po yung naging benchmarking po na ginawa ng Asian Development Bank. Kaya ito po yung nailagay sa contract po between the two parties.
For the benefit of the public, pwede po bang ma-explain ang benchmarking ng ADB and bakit po ito required and siguro mabigat po na consideration para gantong klaseng arrangement ang magre-resulta? For us po, the 334 pesos from the 334 pesos na share for each passenger service charge from 390 pesos ay napakalaki. Ang ano pong may iwan ito sa mismong MIAA, no? A paltry 30 pesos, less than 60 pesos. So, ano pong benchmark yung basehan, no? Na ito po yung agreement na dumulo po sa between MIAA and SMC.
Una-una, ang benchmarking po is among the Southeast Asian countries na airports. At ang pangalawa po ay since year 2000 pa po ang increase ng terminal fees. Almost 25 years na po ang nakaraan since we increased the terminal fees. At ang pangatlo po, 82% goes to the national government. At very minimal na lang po ang napupunta sa concession.
Yes po. Ang perspective ng representasyon na ito, no, when benchmarking yung usapin, no, ay paano ma-attract ang private concessionaires, corporations to invest po in public services, public utilities like MIA or airports, no, air services, na actually at the end of the day, ito po yung exactly pinuput natin into question, no? Yung pinaka-reason na sinishare po sa publiko kung bakit kailangan po yung privatization ay para po pagandahin ang NAIA. Pero malalaman natin ngayon na actually kalakhan ito ay pupunta naman po sa private concessionaire and not exactly to to MIAA para directly makapag-lead ng helm ng pag-i-improve ng serbisyo na ito. And so, standing po yung critique natin, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, ng privatization. And ito po yung nakikita nating sakit na pumapasok sa iba't ibang mga private public services natin. Like yung delivery or distribution ng water, delivery and distribution ng electricity, na ang napaprioritize at the end of the day ay profit po ng private corporations and hindi at nadedehado po dito kung paano nai-enjoy ng publiko yung mga serbisyo na dapat natatamasa nila. But I am pressed for time. Nonetheless, my questions have been answered. Madam Speaker, good sponsor, I'd like to move on to my next line of questioning. No, this naman po is in relation to PTMP. This is something that we also asked in relation to sa previous committee hearing. This is regarding route rationalization. We are thankful for the data provided to us by the department and shinare po ninyo, no? And according to yung mismong framework ng PTMP, part of the mandate of the DOTR is to conduct route rationalization studies. May we ask, given po na nabigay po sa opisina namin yung data showing a number of new routes, paki-confirm po, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, if these new routes are results of the rationalization studies na nagawa, or meron po bang iba pang listahan?
Dear Madam Speaker, dear colleague, yes, you're correct po. These new routes are results of the rationalization studies.
Okay. Thank you for that confirmation. So, bali po, pagkatapos ng mga pag-aaral, ito po yung na-arrive nating mga routes, no, na gusto nating mapagana. Tama po ba?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, tama po, no? These routes were accredited by the LGUs and approved by LTFRB.
Madam Speaker, good sponsor, my next question would be, ilan sa LPTRP na binuo ang may strong resistance from both commuters and transport workers plying the routes po?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, if you will allow, the agency will submit to you the answer to the question.
This representation would be glad to receive the data po, Madam Speaker, good sponsor. But allow me to share for the benefit of the public yung dalawa pong concrete examples na this representation received reports of. Una po, sa Baguio City, may ongoing petition and hearing po against the anti-commuter LPTRP dahil mas pinaboran ang tourist routes rather than actual commuter hubs. Bukod dito, 600 units ng jeeps ang matatapyas at ang worry ng mga publiko ay mismong consolidated cooperatives ang malulugi sa bagong ruta. Ikalawa po, sa Region 6, may mga nagwelga po na mismong mga co-op kasama ang commuters just this year para mapatigil ang implementation ng LPTRP. Again, dahil lalong mahihirapan ang commuters sa multiple na sakay instead sa iisa na lang na sakay na yun yung arrangement sa dating mga ruta. At malulugi rin po ang operators with this new scheme. So ang tanong po, kung mismong mga locals ang umaalma po sa LPTRP, paano po ito nakakapasa sa DOTR? Madam Speaker, good sponsor.
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, may ginagawa pong kaukulang pag-aaral regarding dito po sa Region 6. specifically Bacolod dahil po sa decision po ng LG. So definitely LTFRB is on top of this concern.
Kung maaari po sana, no, because sa kaalaman natin, no, there was proposed LPTRP that is being implemented, that is being rolled out, and ito po ngayon yung concrete feedback from commuters, from cooperatives, and sinasabi po nila hindi po gumagana. Bago po sana na simulan at the very start yung pag-implementa nito, ay na-consider po ng mabuti hindi lang po ng LGU but at DOTR regionally kung okay po ba to in the first place or hindi. At yun po yung maaasahan natin sana moving forward, Madam Speaker, good sponsor. Yung sunod naman pong line of questioning nito ay tungkol po sa buyback program for the end-of-life PUVs. Pansin po natin sa NEP that 8.12% of the total budget is allotted to this program. Ano po ang ginagawa sa mga PUV na binibili po? No? And ano rin po ang criteria for it to be end-of-life? Bali po. Naiiwan po ba ito sa junk shops, in-upcycle? Ano pong ginagawa natin ng department dito, Madam Speaker, good sponsor?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, the agency is conducting feasibility study for the buyback program for the scrapping of the PUVs. The end-of-life program is being, the scrap vehicle is being bought back by the agency.
Yes po. Ano pong ginagawa natin sa dating jeep pagkabili?
It's being sold as scrap.
Sold as scrap.
It's subsidized already by the agency.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Madam Speaker, good sponsor. May budget, I'd like to present an alternative that this comes from transport groups. Rehabilitation. Meron po tayong datos tungkol sa kung paano po ba, how much it would cost. No? Ang cost ng full-on rehabilitation, including yung pag-up to standard ng engine, ay nasa 480,000 pesos. This figure is from Charsham Motors ng Cordillera. At special pa nga ang build nila dahil kailangan magkarga ng produce pababa at paakyat. Cheaper ito kung sa flat roads lang po siya gagana. So, my question po, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, may budget ba for rehabilitation? Kung wala, bakit po? Dahil mukhang this is a cheaper, even cheapest, way to en masse improve and upgrade our PUVs.
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, tama po yun, no? There's an alternate option. But since we have to be Euro 4 compliant, yung engine po should be brand new and to protect the environment, it should be Euro 4. But the body, pwede po, the agency can have a second look para po may paggamitan yung old body po ng unit.
Madam Speaker, good sponsor, I strongly urge the Department of Transportation to instead heavily invest more dito sa rehabilitation. No? Mapag-aralan kung paano ito maigawa dahil as it stands, no, the budget is prioritizing pagbabakal through the buyback program at pagbili ng foreign na bagong modern jeepneys and buses, which sa studies natin costs more, and mas hirap at the end of the day ang ating mga drivers, operators na iboboard din ang cost na to ng commuters dahil sa taas din po ng presyo ng fares.
Thank you for that suggestion, dear colleague, Madam Speaker. In fact, we have already local manufacturers that are Euro 4 compliant. So we will just be communicating with them as we go along.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, good sponsor. I'd like to also touch on very briefly doon sa Euro 4 engines. According din po sa data ng Department of Transportation, 11,954 or 7.23% of the total consolidated units are now modern PUVs. May we confirm that the standard for these units is Euro 4? Ito pong 11,954.
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, yes, compliant po. We have 11,954 units that are considered as modern utility vehicles and are Euro 4 compliant.
Thank you very much for that confirmation. Pero sa kaalaman din po ng representasyon na ito, and ito po rin yung sinasabi ng transport groups, sa ibang bansa, nasa Euro 6 or Euro 7 na sila. And maraming instances po na maraming mga nasisiraang units, no, nahihirapan i-repair dahil may shortage na po ng mga parts ng Euro 4 sa market. So, may I ask, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, paano po natin nakikita na sustainable yung further use ng Euro 4 engines? At kung ang plano po ay further modernization of bringing in more buses, more engines ay Euro 4, pero ang standard na po ng international market is Euro 6 or Euro 7.
Madam colleague, dear colleague, Madam Speaker, yes, that's a good suggestion. The Euro 4 compliancy is just the minimum requirement. We can go Euro 5, Euro 6, Euro 7.
Okay, thank you for that, Madam Speaker, good sponsor. May plano ba, therefore, ang Department of Transportation na mag-comply sa international market standard of Euro 6 or Euro 7? Magkano po ang inaasahan nating difference ng per unit cost kung instead of Euro 4, Euro 6 or Euro 7 yung bibiling engines?
That's a good point, Madam Speaker, dear colleague. We should also, yes, we're open to it, and we have to coordinate with the Department of Trade and Industry to have it in tandem with the Philippine National Standard or the PNS.
Okay. Siguro separate na usapin pa po yung coordination with DTI. I am aware that yung cars ay may extension na race program, pero may standing critique din po tayo doon na as it stands, ang mga interesado po doon ay mga foreign corporations. Though may discussion na bukas po ito sa local manufacturers natin like Sarao and Francisco Motors, as it stands, yung mga nagpahayag lang po ng interest ay mga foreign corporations as well. At ang gusto nating mangyari po, no, yung pag-unlad talaga ng mga local industries natin. At gusto po natin yung mga engines, no, ng ating mga jeepneys, etc. ay hindi lang po compliant with the environmental pero hindi rin po pabigat sa bulsa ng ating mga drivers and operators. And siguro, speaking of yung kanilang kondisyon, no, we'd like to talk very briefly about cooperatives. Madam Speaker, good sponsor, this was brought up in the committees na ang isang rason kung bakit nahihirapan ang patakbuhin ang mga cooperatives ay dahil nababankrupt po sila. No? Ang sagot po sa atin ay why, but on the question of why, no, ay hindi sila as bihasa, no, sa fiscal management at magbibigay po sila at magbibigay ang DOTR ng fiscal responsibility seminars, etc. But we have noticed po in the data provided to us as well na marami pong TSEs or cooperatives ang mababa ang consolidated units. And may mga ruta pang wala pong consolidation. Pwede po bang makahingi ng case study kung saan gumana po yung fiscal training?
Yes, Madam Speaker, dear colleague, we will provide you with the data.
Possible po bang offhand ay ma-share po ng ang DOTR ng isang case study na gumana na po siya?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, we have 5 pilot sites already namely Antipolo, Bacolod, General Santos City, Mandaue.
Okay. We'd like to receive yung full report, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, tungkol sa paano po, kailan po binigay ito, ano pong epekto ito sa cooperatives at kung gumagana po ba siya at the end of the day after nito. My last question po, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, is in relation po sa number of operating PUJs nationwide. Na, ito po ay based po sa committee hearing itself, no? That the number of PUJs is now 128,000, UV 17,000, minibus 700 plus, modern bus 1,400, and then MPUJs 11,954. But ang notable po dito ay this is a reduction of 170,000 PUJ units nationwide. And hindi po enough yung 11,954 MPUJs, modern PUJs, para i-replace po yung malaki na gap na naiwan po ng mga PUJs na wala na po. So, for us, this representation may contradiction sa sinasabi na binabawasan ang jeeps kasi sobra. This is from statements of the DOTR versus sa actual experience po ni Acting Secretary Lopez, who said with the press na mahirap sumakay kasi kulang ang supply. So 170,000 less PUJ units also means 250,000 ang nawawalan na kabuhayan ng operators and drivers. And numbers-wise, bumababa yung vehicles, means hassle sa commuters, no? Can the agency explain paano ba pupunan ng inequality na ito, yung kakulangan na ito, 170,000 plus PUJ?
Dear colleague, pwede pong maulit yung last sentence?
Okay. Can the agency, can the DOTR explain paano pupunan, paano, how to bridge that gap? 170,000 na nawala na jeepneys, PUJs, pero ang nariyan pa lang is 12,000 modern PUJs.
Actually, ito pong gap na sinasabi, dear colleague, Madam Speaker, napupuno po to by the two agencies, no, namely TESDA and DSWD. Nagbibigay po sila ng livelihood training program para po sa na-displaced na mga drivers.
But ang standing po ngayon is kulang po ng 170,000 units. No? Ibig sabihin 250,000 yung naapektuhan dahil nagsisiksikan sila sa kumonte po ng mga jeepneys na nag-ooperate nationwide. So, ano pong plano dito? Paano po natin maibsan yung kahirapan ng mga commuters na kulang na yung mga nag-ooperate na mga options for public transportation? At gusto natin, hindi na po ganito ang case.
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, yung bine-mention nyo po is around 165,000 consolidated units. Papalitan naman po ito. So in reality, may gino-conduct pong audit ang DOTR na nasusukat po nila na in reality, mas marami po ang naka-franchise pero konti lang po yung tumatakbo sa kalye. Pero in reality, marami na po, sufficient naman po yung mga sasakyan.
But this is contradictory po, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, sa mismong sinabi na ni Acting Secretary Lopez na mahirap sumakay kasi kulang ang supply. But siguro, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, does the DOTR recognize na may kakulangan ngayon ng supply?
Isang halimbawa po dito po sa Commonwealth, meron po tayong 3,900 units na naka-register. Pero in reality, 1,300 lang po or 1/3 of the registered units lang po ang tumatakbo sa Commonwealth. So, 3,900 ang nakaregister sa Commonwealth Avenue, pero nag-conduct po ng audit ang DOTR na 30% lang po ang actual na bumiyahe.
So is the good sponsor, the DOTR, Madam Speaker, saying na wala pong kakulangan dahil meron naman, pero hindi nag-ooperate? Is this what is being said po?
Meron pong kakulangan, pero importante po, yung 3,900 na units na nakaregister ay dapat po lumabas sa kalye. Ang nangyayari po, nagdududa po ang ahensya, baka po binibenta po yung franchise, hindi po lumalabas sa kalye yung 3,900 para po mapuno ang kakulangan dito po sa daan ito. Halimbawa po is ang Commonwealth Avenue. Kung itong 3,900 nandun po sa Commonwealth, definitely walang kakulangan. Pero nagkakaroon ng temporary kakulangan dahil po hindi po lahat lumalabas sa kalye. Ito pong 1,300 units lang po ang nasa kalye.
Madam Speaker, good sponsor, gusto po natin humingi ng report tungkol doon sa sinasabi na hindi po tumatakbo na units pero meron naman po dyan to this representation after this interpellation. But seeing as kulang na po or patapos na po yung oras ko, Madam Speaker, good sponsor, sa bahagi po ng representasyon na ito, standing po ang kritik pa rin natin, no, na the Jeepney Modernization Program or the PTMP ay nakapag-cause ng kakulangan ng supply, umaaray ang commuters at ang standing plans na binubukas niya sa mga kooperatiba, sa ating mga drivers ay still ang isang buyback, pero at the end of the day ay papabili ng modern PUJ na mahal, from foreign corporations ang source, whereas meron pong mga alternatives available that could be best and better explored by the DOTR. Rehabilitation and empowering our local manufacturers to do so and to conduct routes studies, route rationalization comprehensively nang kasama po ang mga komunidad na affected so as to maiwasan yung mga gantong instances na may strong opposition from various regions tungkol po sa pinopropose na routes na hindi po at the end of the day makakapagserbisyo ng pinakakailangan ng mga komunidad. That's all. Madam Speaker, good sponsor, hintayin po natin yung mga datos na hinihingi. At maraming salamat po sa datos na binibigay at tuloy-tuloy po ang gawain ng representasyon na to para sa pangmasang transportasyon.
Maraming salamat po, dear colleague, Madam Speaker. Definitely, we'll be sending you the copy of the study. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, next to interpolate, I humbly request that we recognize the Honorable Representative Jesus Manuel Bong Sisuntay of the 4th District of Quezon City.
The Honorable Jesus Manuel Bong Sisuntay of the 4th District of Quezon City is hereby recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you very much. Maraming salamat. Ginang Speaker, to our good sponsor, magandang umaga po sa inyong dalawa. The Philippines has one of the worst traffic congestion in Asia. This has been exacerbated by the poor mass transport system, by the congestion in Metro Manila, and of course, by poor route rationalization of whatever bus and jeepney lines that we have. Unahin ko na muna doon sa pinakamadaling masagot. Route rationalization ng bus at ng jeep. Hanggang ngayon, salabat pa rin ang ruta ng jeep at ng bus. Makikita mo sa mga ruta ng jeep, may mga bus na bumabiyahe and vice versa. Sa ruta rin naman ng jeep, meron rin mga bus na bumabiyahe. Now, instead of having feeder lines to feed to bring people from interior roads to the main roads. Ang nangyayari, naghahalo ho at pinagsasama natin ang bus at ang jeep sa isang ruta. So finally, may I ask if the DOTR and the ILTFRB has finally had a route rationalization program for these vehicles?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, the agency, the department has already tapped the BUSEP program, no, in tandem with JICA.
And where is that program? Napapansin ko po, itong ating gobyerno, ang ating pamahalaan, parang nung napag-usapan yung tungkol sa pagbaha, wala tayong flood mitigation master plan. Ngayon, pagdating naman sa usapin ng transportasyon, meron tayong sinasabing kinakailangan natin ng route rationalization, pero parang hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin mapakitang route rationalization plan. If we say that there is one funded by JICA, where is it? Dahil makikita po natin dito sa ating bansa, dito ang may pinakamadaming mode ng transportasyon. Meron tayong padyak, meron tayong angkas, meron tayong tricycle, meron tayong jeep, meron tayong point-to-point, meron tayong AUB Express, meron tayong taxi, meron tayong premium taxi, meron tayong airport taxi, meron tayong Metro Manila bus, meron tayong provincial bus. Iba-ibang klase yung transportasyon meron tayo dito. Ang napapansin ko, every time that we appoint a new LTFRB chairman, a new denomination is born. A new transport denomination is born. Kaya nagsasalabat-salabat yung linya.
There is an existing route rationalization study in tandem with LTFRB, DOTR, and JICA for Metro Manila and its adjoining areas. In fact, it has a proposed budget of 200 million pesos.
So, ang ibig natin sabihin ay ginagawa pa lang itong study na ito and we have no, so meaning that there is no route rationalization plan currently existing. So kagayang nabanggit ko, kaya dumami yung iba't ibang denominasyon ng public transportation natin dito dahil wala talagang nagagamit na route rationalization. Dito na lang sa Metro Manila.
We have existing route rationalization plan, but it got affected during the pandemic and the agency is reassessing its plans. We're calibrating.
Now, what is the rationale in creating various forms of transport denomination? Kagaya po ng nabanggit ko, meron tayong padyak, ito yung bisikleta, meron tayong tricycle, meron tayong habal-habal, meron tayo ngayon motorcycle taxi, meron tayo sa AUB Express, meron tayong point-to-point. Pagdating naman sa taxi, meron tayong ordinary taxi, meron tayong premium taxi, meron tayong airport taxi, meron tayong Metro Manila buses that plies the route of Metro Manila, along the route of Metro Manila, inside Metro Manila. Then we also have provincial buses that comes from the provinces and enters Metro Manila also. So ano po yung rationale nun?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, the tricycle and the padjak, ang nagre-regulate po niyan is the LGU. And other denominations have been existing since the 1990s, except for TNVS and taxis, MC taxis.
Well, it's true, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, it's true that yung padjak at saka yung tricycle is being regulated by the LGU, pero yung motorcycle taxi is being regulated by the LTFRB. In fact, ang naging problema sa motorcycle taxi kanina, nabanggit ni Congressman Egay Erice about the problems being encountered by lack of training of motorcycle drivers and the need to properly educate these riders. Dahil ito, hindi lang sila ang nakasakay sa motor. Kumukuha ito ng pasahero at ito'y fine-ferry, dinadala sa kanilang destinasyon. Which, according to both sinabi ni Congressman Egay Erice at ni I believe Congresswoman Ko, they cited the increase in the number of accidents just because of the proliferation of motorcycles without the lack of proper training. And din po yung problema na without having regulations in place, pinayagan natin na dumami yung motorcycle taxi. The same thing happened nung pinayagan natin yung TNVS. Without regulations, hinayaan natin bumiyahe, pero by the time na gusto na nating i-regulate, hindi na natin kayang i-regulate dahil sa sobrang dami na. At ang sinisigaw na, kawawa naman yung mawawalan ng trabaho pagka ito'y ni-regulate, inimpose na natin ang regulation. So, I just want to understand why the same problem keeps on repeating. Parang hindi tayo natututo doon sa mga problema which we have previously encountered in the past.
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, the motorcycle taxi is being regulated by the House of Representatives. It's a pilot program during the 19th Congress, and the department is already preparing a department order to regulating the motorcycle taxi. I think it will be up and coming this month of October of this year.
Well, Madam Speaker, sponsor, yung sa akin lang is just a reminder that we have to, if we want to find a solution, not only in the transportation problem which is being encountered by our fellow Filipinos, but also to try to solve the traffic congestion which is currently happening, we have to rationalize and come up with an existing program for this. Now, dadako na po ako sa ating rail transport program naman. For 2026, the rail transport program is set to receive the highest budget among the DOTR's programs at 124.2 billion pesos. Given the track record of delays being encountered by the DOTR in the implementation of the rail transport program or systems in place, how do we intend to utilize the 124.2 billion? Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, just para mas madali, when I say how do we intend to utilize this, because kagaya ng sinabi ko, this rail transport programs have encountered delays, and not only one. There has been delays in the MRT Line 3 rehabilitation, the North-South Commuter Railway System, the Metro Manila Subway Project Phase 1, LRT Line 2 Extension Program, and the LRT Line 1 Cavite Extension Programs. All of these have suffered delays. Pwede bang malaman ano po yung current status nitong mga linyang ito? We can start with MRT Line 3 rehabilitation.
The MRT3 rehabilitation is already 100% completed, but we are asking JICA for a 2-year extension for further rehabilitation and maintenance.
Okay, when we say that MRT Line 3 is 100% completed, may I know ilan pugon o ilan train na po ang tumatakbo dito sa linyang ito?
Currently, when we say 100% completed, it's around 20 trains, but can extend it to up to 22 trains.
When the line was first built, it had more trains running in that line. Kung maalala nyo, this line was built way back in, I think, was it 2001? Started running. Saan po natin pinapatakbo yung Dalian train?
Same route.
The same route. There are 48 Dalian trains that we purchased. Among the 48 Dalian trains, how many are running on this route?
There are 9 trains.
Out of 48. Then we cannot say it's 100% complete dahil wala tayong gagawin dun sa track kung wala rin train na tumatakbo. When will the balance of the 48 be running?
By 2026.
By 2026. 27. So in 2 years, mapapatakbo na po natin lahat ng...
By 2026, dear colleague.
Next year?
Yes.
So next year, from the 9 trains currently running, meron tayong mapapatakbong 39, the balance. Is that realistic? Sa tagal natin pinatakbo yung ibang train?
Tama po yan, dear colleague. 9 by the end of the year and another 39 by next year.
By next year. Okay. Now, the North-South Commuter Railway System, ano na po yung status nito? Parang nadaanan ko ito, actually, naliparan namin to. Hinahanap ko yung mga gumagawa. Parang nabawasan na yung gumagawa and at the rate that they're constructing, when do we intend to finish the North-South Commuter Railway System?
Full-blown na po ang construction po nito. By 2027, up to Malolos na po. 2028, up to Clark. And by 2032, full line na po ang operations po.
Kailan po yung Malolos to Clark?
2028.
2028.
Yes.
There will be a Malolos to Clark na train running.
That's correct po.
Because yung Tutuban to Malolos, construction started way back noong 2019. At kailan po ito ma-operate?
West Valenzuela to Malolos by 2027.
So, yung Tutuban to Malolos po,
may konting gap po dito sa West Valenzuela to Malolos. Tutuban, sorry. So, by 2030, may gap in between.
So, wala pa hong train na...
Walang going straight. May portion lang. West,
So, walang going straight. So, walang patutunguhan yung train.
meron at a certain point.
From which point to what point, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
West Valenzuela to Clark.
West Valenzuela to Clark, ito will run 2028.
Yes, that's right.
What about yung Tutuban to Malolos to Valenzuela? Wasn't it the first portion to have started construction because it started 2019?
Noong 2019, nag-umpisa po yung connection ng West Valenzuela hanggang Malolos.
So hindi yung Tutuban? As indicated
Hindi
in
pa
the...
po nag-start yung balance. Yung Tutuban to West Valenzuela, hindi pa po nag-start.
Hindi pa nag-start. But that was the first portion that, according to data, yun dapat yung unang nasimulan way back in 2019. In fact, sinabi there will be partial operation in 2024. So hindi natuloy yun. But we are confident na yung Valenzuela to Clark sa 2028 in the next 3 years mapapatakbo natin, which is a longer line.
Yes, tama po. Dahil po sa right of way, dahil nasa center po ng syudad, mas mahirap po yung mga right of way concerns.
Madam Speaker, ginong sponsor, kaya ako naitanong to because the delays in the implementation of the Malolos to Clark segment alone of the north to south commuter railway has already led to the accumulation of commitment fees of around 6.5 million US dollars dahil sa delay natin. In fact, yung south segment naman has likewise incurred commitment fee penalties amounting to 5.2 million naman. So every time that we delay in our target, bukod sa hindi na natin nagagamit yung train, nagbabayad pa tayo. So baka maubos itong budget na inaalat natin dahil lang sa kababayad ng penalty.
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, tama po yan. Kaya we are fast-tracking yung pagbili po ng mga right-of-way, pag-aayos po ng right-of-way dahil we're running out of time.
Madam Speaker, ginong sponsor, just for a future reference, hindi ba dapat bago natin plinano yung linya, binili na muna natin, sinecure na muna natin yung road right-of-way, hindi yung tinayo natin, tsaka natin binibili on hindsight yung dadaanan ng train. Dahil kung binili natin muna yung right-of-way, hindi tayo mag-i-incur ng delay.
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, that's like chicken or the egg. So, hindi po may tama po yan na dapat unahin yung right of way, pero sa foreign counterpart naman, iniisip rin naman nila na kailangan may sapat na, bago mag-release ng loan, may sapat na right of way na po yun.
Yes. Bago mag-release, Madam Speaker, ginong sponsor, as you mentioned, bago mag-release ng loan, dapat may sapat na right of way. Then we should have acquired the road right of way first. Di ba? Parang kung bibili ako ng bahay, kailangan maituro ko muna kung ano yung bahay na bibiling ko bago ako mangutang. Dahil kung mangungutang ako na wala pang bahay, I will end up paying interest on that particular loan, tapos tsaka pa lang ako maghahanap ng bahay. Well, Madam Speaker, ginong sponsor, so as not to belabor the issue, yung akin naman is just para lang we are prepared whenever we do certain plannings. Madam Speaker, ginong sponsor, kanina natuwa ako dahil nabanggit na rin at napangunahan na rin ng ating kasamahan si Congresswoman Ko yung issue with regards to the vehicle the vehicle modernization program of our government. There are around 240 to 250,000 jeepneys in the Philippines. And the government aims to replace majority of the country's traditional jeepneys with modern, eco-friendly jeepneys. Kaisa ako dito sa layunin na ito dahil talaga namang kailangan na ma-modernize natin ito. This modernization program was first launched way back in 2017. May I know the status of the modernization program?
The modernization program or the PTMP now ang nabigyan po ng ang na-release pong batch is around 15 billion na ang naka-avail po ng program. Ang problem lang po, nagkaroon po ng around 30% or 5 billion po ang hindi po nakabayad, no? Sa mga financial institutions like Land Bank or DBP.
Yes. When the program was first launched way back in 2017, actually I was very active in the public transport sector. We already pointed out the flaws in the program that was being launched. Unang-unang naging problema niyan nung nilaunch itong transport vehicle modernization, yung jeepney modernization program, the DOTR set a deadline kung saan lahat ng mga traditional jeepney ay hihinto sa pagbiyahe at kailangan mapalitan na ng bago. In fact, if I remember correctly, Secretary Art Tugade wanted to implement this modernization program, full implementation, before he stepped down, which was parang highly improbable and not realistic. Given that if we have 250,000 jeepneys, saan mo kukunin yung pamalit ng jeep? So ano ngayon po yung, well, that was the first problem. So I want to know, may deadline ba tayong sinet for yung conversion ng traditional jeepneys to the modern jeepneys? O ang goal pa rin natin, one time, big time, na magsiset tayo 2030. Kailangan lahat ng mga traditional jeep hihinto ng biyahe at papalitan ng bago? Or have we modified it and learned from past mistakes?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, there is no deadline being set.
Now, wala ng deadline. Kasi dati may deadline eh. Then how do we implement the transition from traditional to modern?
There's a procedure, no? First is the route rationalization plan, then capacity building, then fleet management, and the fleet modernization program. That's the last stage.
Okay. So, Madam Speaker, ginong sponsor, ang unang sinabi niyo, route rationalization plan. But as you mentioned,
2 years.
Wala pa yung route rationalization plan, but we are already
Ongoing. There's an ongoing study already.
Ongoing study, but wala pang existing. Ongoing study pa lang. But we're already implementing the program. Meron ng mga modern jeeps na bumabiyahe. So kung wala pang route rationalization plan,
Madam Speaker,
saan
dear
bumabiyahe
colleague,
yung mga bagong jeep?
yung sinasabi po natin, yung wala pang route rationalization plan, yung Metro Manila, NCR. But sa provinces, complete na po tayo. May route plan na po.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, ginoong sponsor, sa probinsya meron na, pero sa Metro Manila wala pa. Pero ang pinakamadaming modern jeep na bumabiyahe ay in Metro Manila. So, bakit baliktad yata? Dapat dun sa may rationalization plan, dun bumabiyahe yung
Tama
modern
po yun,
jeep.
kaya lang dahil mas marami, mas complicated.
There is a requirement of of the jeepney drivers to cooperativize. In fact, this was required by both the DOTR and the TFRB. Yung pagko-cooperativize ba ho ng ating mga traditional jeepneys are still in place for them to be able to shift to yung modern jeeps?
Yes, Madam Speaker, dear colleague, isa po yan sa importanteng na part of the transport cooperative.
Madam Speaker, sponsor, what is the reason? What is the rationale for this for the need to cooperativize? We have to understand most of the jeepney operators and the driver walang masyadong kapital. So I understand kaya gustong pagsamasamahin yung mga jeepney drivers at operator para makakuha sila ng loan, magrantan sila ng loan na pambili ng jeep. In fact, when this was first launched, ganon yung ginawa para dun sa mga ibang operators at driver. And as you mentioned, dun sa 15 billion na nirelease, 5 billion hindi nakapagbayad. Alam nyo bakit ang naging problema nila when they were forced to cooperativize? Nagkatakbuhan ng pera yung mga driver. Ibig sabihin, yung mga iba naghuhulog pambayad. They were grouped together. Kunyari, they were grouped, for example, they were grouped in 15. Doon sa 15, may 5 nagbabayad, may 10 na hindi nagbabayad. So, sino ngayon ang hihilahan nung jeep? Yun yung naging problema. But if we continue doing it, then we will encounter the same problem. In fact, the resistance is there because the jeepney drivers and operators are being forced to cooperativize just so that they can secure yung loan.
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, tama po yung sinabi ni dear colleague na nagkakaroon po ng problems. That's why the department tapped the Cooperative Development Authority to work in tandem and to correct this problem, para po maayos po ang ating transport cooperative.
Madam Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, even if we tap the Cooperative Development Authority, the problem is not the failure of or the knowledge of the drivers to work as a cooperative. It's the attitude of the individual drivers or operator. Meron mga driver na masipag bimahe at nagkakaroon sila ng kapasidad na magbayad. Meron mga drivers na hindi ganun kasipag at kahit anong turo mo sa kanila, hindi sila makakapaghulog. Pero pag pinagsama-sama mo sila, parang itlog yan, nang pagka may bulok na itlog, sinama mo doon sa hindi at hindi mo hiniwalay, nagiging bulok lahat. So, I hope we could, Madam Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, I hope we could revisit the policy. As I mentioned, I fully agree that we need to modernize our transport system, including the jeepneys. But we have to come up with a more realistic approach. Maybe it's better to understand how the industry works. Because if we keep on coming up with policies without knowing how the industry works, then we will end up killing the industry. The same thing happened to the taxi industry. Kung mapapansin nyo, mas konti na yung taxing bumabiyahe ngayon. Konting panahon na lang, mamamatay na yung taxi because we introduced so many denominations, so many regulations, which made it very difficult for both the drivers and operators to ply the route. Madam,
Gentle reminder to our distinguished colleague, please.
thank you.
Wind
Madam Speaker, sa akin and sa ating good sponsor. Well, I want the program of the government to succeed. I want to see public transport modernized for the convenience of the riding public. I want to see a good mass railway system being operationalized in this country. But if we want this to happen, then we have to do it properly. And I hope that that we learn from past mistakes and not continue repeating mistakes that we have made in the past. Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker, at sa ating ginong sponsor. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, last to interpolate, I humbly request that we recognize the Honorable Representative Journey Jet V. Nisay of Party List Pusong Pinoy.
The Honorable Journey Jet Nizai is hereby recognized.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, DOTR family, Secretary Lopez, to my colleagues, Chairman Mika, good morning po sa ating lahat. Time check muna po tayo, 3:07. Sigurado po ngayong araw, maaga po tayo makakauwi lahat. Mabilisang katanungan lamang po. Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, sa ating pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga samahan, kagaya ng Move as One Coalition at Transport Co-ops, iba't ibang rekomendasyon ang kanilang mga nais ipahayag para sa mas makamasa at maasahan na transportasyon at pasada. Una sa ating mga tanong, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, bagaman may propose na 1.3 billion pondo para sa service contracting program, ito ay katumbas lamang ng halos 1% rekomendasyon ng mga transport advocates. Ilang drivers at operators ang target ng DOTR sa 2026 sa ganitong pondo?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, the target is 34,157 beneficiaries, units for the service contracting program.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Nakakalungkot man na nawalan ito ng budget sa 2025 GAA sa kadahilanan na hindi pa fully utilized ang pondo nito sa taong 2024. Ang tanong ay magkano pa ang natitirang pondo rito at makakapag-commit ba ang DOTR na ma-release ng full amount bago matapos ang taon?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, the remaining balance is 200 million.
May plano po ba ang DOTR na palawakin ng programa sa pakikipagtulungan sa mga LGU para mas mabilis ang implementasyon at direkta itong tulong sa mga kooperatiba ng transport workers?
Dear colleague, tama po, nakikipagtulungan po tayo sa mga LGU.
Masisiguro din po ba na may sapat na kakayahan ng mga LGUs o makakapagbigay ba ang DOTR sa LGUs ng comprehensive guidelines on contracting operators para masiguro na patas at maayos ang implementasyon nito?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, meron pong kapasidad, no? At sisiguraduhin namin pong uunahin po namin ang province of Bataan.
Salamat, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Ang pondo para sa Public Transport Modernization Program, PTMP, ay mas mababa ng 400 million kumpara sa nakaraang taon. Kahit marami pang kooperatiba ang baon sa utang at hirap makabayad sa bangko. Paano po ito maipapaliwanag ng DOTR at ano ang konkretong hakbang para maiwasan ang pagbagsak ng mga kooperatiba at mapanatiling buhay ang programa?
Ang una pong step po natin is to reevaluate the cooperatives at titingnan po natin yung capacity building po. And ang second step, we will be coordinating with the financial institutions like Land Bank and the para ma-extend po ang kanilang credit line. Nabigyan po ng chance na makautang ulit dito po sa mga financial institutions.
Dagdag na katanungan lamang po, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Sa ilalim ng 2024 GAA, may inilaan na 1.6 billion para sa buong PTMP, kung saan 1.3 billion ang nakalaan para sa equity subsidy component. Gayunpaman, humigit kumulang 194 million pa lamang ang na-utilize at na-disburse. Samantala, sa ilalim ng 2025 GAA, tinatayang 669 million ang inaprubahan, ngunit hanggang sa kasalukuyan, wala pang nailalabas o naipapamahaging pondo. Sa madaling sabi, may natitirang balanse na humigit kumulang 1 billion. Bakit po napakalaki ng natitirang balanse?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, ang dahilan po niyan is hininto po ng mga financial institutions ang pagpapahiram. At may balance pong 669,900,000 para sa GAA 2025. Para po dito sa equity subsidy for MPUV acquisition.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, hanggang kailan po kaya makakapag-commit na mailalabas ng buo ang mga pondong ito?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, by next month, pwede na nating masimulan.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Alarming po ito dahil napakahalaga ng programang ito para sa transport cooperatives. Nahirap ng tustusan ang halaga ng mga modernized units. Bukod pa po rito, kailangan pa nilang sagutin ang regular na sahod, overtime pay, holiday pay, at iba pang benepisyo ng mga tsuper. Sa bigat ng mga gastusin na ito, nakakabahala ng tulong ng gobyerno na dapat sana'y napapagaan ng napasanin ay nananatiling hindi nagagamit ng lubos. Sa report po, naaabot na mahigit 32,000 units ang dapat mabigyan ng 500,000 pesos Just Transition Equity Subsidy upang makamit ang layunin ng PTMP. May pending pa ho ba na hindi na nababayaran?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, there's a pending 30% ang hindi pa po nagbabayad of the 15 billion. Yan po yung sinasabi nating 5 billion.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, bakit kaya napakaliit ng aktual na pondo kumpara sa target? At ano po ang konkretong plano ng DOTR para makamit ang 20% fleet conversion sa 2026? Dahil kung wala pong sapat na pondo, magiging partial at hindi inclusive ang modernisasyon at lalong mawala ng tiwala ang ating mga transport cooperatives.
Since we have, Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, since we have a remaining balance of 669 million, the agency will be recalibrating the arrangements with the banks, no, with the financial institutions, para ma-restructure po yung mga existing loans. and the possible opening of the new zones.
Maraming pong salamat, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Ang susunod na katanungan ko ho, halos 80% ng mga istasyon ng MRT, LRT ay hindi pa rin compliant sa accessibility standards para sa PWDs at senior citizens. Ano po ang konkretong hakbang ng DOTR upang i-retrofit ang mga lumang pasilidad at matiyak na accessible ang pampublikong transportasyon?
The department is taking a look na kung pwede po PPP yung construction po pag-rehabilitate, including the retrofitting of the said line.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Napakahalaga po nito. Ang inclusive transport system ay karapatang pantao at napakahalaga na prioridad at kasama ang ating mga senior citizens at PWDs dito. Kanina po, katulad ng nabanggit ni Kong Erice at ni Kong Sara, noong 2023, 13,125 Pilipino ang namatay dahil sa road crashes. Pinakamataas sa loob ng isang dekada. Bakit po hanggang ngayon ay walang malinaw na pondo para sa pagpapatupad ng Philippine Road Safety Action Plan 2023 to 2028? Napakalaking katanungan po talaga nito. At kung may pondo ang gobyerno para sa maritime safety, bakit wala para sa road safety gayong libo-libo po ang nasasawi sa kalsada taon-taon?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, the department has requested additional 100 million for the road safety action plan. No? Kaya lang hindi pa po ito lumabas sa NEP.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Follow-up question ko lamang po. Ano po ang posisyon ng DOTR sa tinitingnan ng DOH na hindi isasama ang mga irresponsible road accident victims sa zero balance billing program ng mga DOH hospitals?
Yung mga violators po, yan po yung hindi kasama no sa we're in agreement na hindi with DOH na hindi po kasama yung mga driving while drunk and walang helmet. Yan po yung hindi kasama po sa PhilHealth na benefits.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, hindi po ba't dapat na nating palakasin ang preventive measures at enforcement sa road safety imbis na ilimita po natin ang tulong medikal?
Tama po yun, no, dear colleague, na dapat palakasin. Pero dapat rin hindi po rin natin i-tolerate yung ganong pagkakamali na hindi po nagsusuot ng helmet at lasing po habang nagmamaneho. Pero dapat may kaukulang seminar pong dapat gawin. No?
Thank you po, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Puntahan ko po yung programa natin pagdating sa fuel subsidy. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, may inilaan na 2.5 billion para sa fuel subsidy program noong 2024 at 2025. Ngunit wala na para sa 2026. Pero malamang dahil zero pa rin ang budget utilization rate para sa taong 2025, just to clarify po, maaari po ba nating magamit ng DOTR ang 2025 allocation sa susunod na taon?
Yes, pwede po. Pero depende po sa conditions, no? Based sa Dubai crude oil price na $80 per barrel in an average of 1 month, saka lang po mapagbibigyan. Of course, with the proper coordination with the Energy Regulatory Commission.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, Katulad po ng nabanggit po ninyo, na naunawaan po natin na zero pa rin ang utilization rate ngayong taon dahil hindi natutugunan ang kondisyon sa GAA na kailangang umabot po sa $80 ang 1 barrel ng crude oil. Una sa lahat po, sino po ang nagmumungkahi ng kondisyong ito?
Tayo po sa Kongreso po, no? Nandiyan po nakalagay po sa ating GAA.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, nakakalungkot po na napakalaking halaga ng pondo ng 2.5 billion ang nakatenga at hindi nagagamit dahil lamang hindi natugunan ang kondisyon po nito. Samantala, patuloy na naghihirap ang buong sektor ng transportasyon sa taas ng presyo ng gasolina at diesel. Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, in the expert view ng DOTR, ano po ang reasonable condition to trigger ang release ng fuel subsidy? Dapat bang ibaba yung threshold ng presyo kada bariles?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, actually may nagamit pong 1.8 billion na po, no? So meron pa pong mga 600 plus million ang naiiwan dito sa fuel subsidy. Tama po, no? Dapat po tulungan po ng Kongreso ang panukala na ibaba ang threshold po, no? Na ang gusto po ang suggestion po ng department is around $50 to $60 per barrel of the Dubai crude oil price in an average of a month. Of course, in tandem with the ERC.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, makakapag-commit ba ang DOTR na prioridad itong maayos upang di masayang ang pondo para sa ating mga kababayan?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, definitely priority po ng DOTR itong panukalang ito.
Dagdag na katanungan na lang po, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Sa inyong memo na ini-require ang DOTR official sa road and rail sectors na mag-commute papasok sa opisina, maaari bang magbanggit ang ahensya ng kanilang initial observation at rekomendasyon kaugnay po rito?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, isa po ito sa naging epekto yung dito po sa Commonwealth Avenue kung saan nakita po ng ahensya na nag-issue po ang LTFRB ng 3,900 franchise units. Pero ang dumadaan po sa kalye daily is only 1,300 units. Sa makatuwid, meron pong nawawalang 2/3 ng na-issueang franchise. So dito po makikita na wala pong kakulangan ang LTFRB at talaga pong kompleto kung natataon na itong 3,900 units ay nasa kalsada po ng Commonwealth. Wala po sanang artificial kakulangan ng public utility vehicles. So may konting issue lang po sa deployment. Hindi lang po konti, malaking issue po to sa deployment. Madam Speaker, dear colleague.
Maraming salamat po at sana ho talagang maaral po nating mabuti para ho talaga makatulong sa ating mga kababayan. Panghuling katanungan na lamang po, Madam Speaker, Sir Sponsor. Ayon sa JICA, tinatayang 3.5 billion pesos a day ang nawawala sa ating ekonomiya dahil sa matinding traffic congestion sa Metro Manila. At may projection na maging 5.4 billion pesos a day pa ito pagdating ng taong 2035 kung walang solusyon. May indications ba ang DOTR na bumababa ang antas ng traffic congestion losses kasabay ng malaking infra projects pang transportasyon?
Madam Speaker, dear colleague, kahit medyo maaga na po, tama po yan, no? Ang solusyon po is the mass transport system. Kaya lang sa medyo na-delay po tayo. So ito po nakita natin makaka-solve ng problem po dito ng traffic congestion sa ating bansa is the mass transport system.
Maraming salamat po, Sir Sponsor. Madam Speaker, bilang kinatawan ng Pusong Pinoy Party List, nais kong ipanawagan sa Department of Transportation na pabilisin at pag-ibayuhin ang implementasyon ng mga programang tunay na nakakaabot sa ating mga cooperatives, super, operator, at commuter, lalo na ang Service Contracting Program, Public Transport Modernization Program at Fuel Subsidy Program na hanggang ngayon ay mababa pa rin ang utilization ng pondo. Mahalaga ring palakasin ang road safety at active transport initiatives upang maging ligtas at maginhawa ang biyahe ng bawat Pilipino. Sa huli, ang tagumpay ng DOTR ay nasusukat hindi sa dami ng proyektong natatapos, kundi sa gaan ng biyahe ng karaniwang mamayan at dito buong suporta ang inyong lingkod ng Pusong Pinoy Party List sa programang pagpapatibay sa maayos, makatao at inklusibong transportasyon para sa lahat. Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Good morning.
Maraming salamat po, dear colleague.
Majority Leader.
Bakit?
Motion to suspend.
Session suspended.
Pwede pa ako magtanong.
Bakas tapos. Madam Speaker,
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I humbly request that we recognize Congressman Ege Erice of Caloocan.
The distinguished gentleman from the 2nd District of Caloocan City, Honorable Edgar Erice, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to our sponsors. And in behalf of the minority, we would like to thank DOTR family na napagtyagaan niyo po yung mga minority members. So wala na pong magtatanong dahil kung hindi po tulog sila, palagi ko nananaginip na sila. Tatlo na lang yata kami narito. So, Madam Chair, I move. Madam Chair, I move. Of course, thank you to our Acting Secretary, Lopez, and to Admiral Sec, Permanent Sec. Respectfully move that we terminate the period of interpellations for the DOTR's 2026 proposed budget. So move, Madam Speaker. And as well as the attached agencies of the DOTR. So move, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpolations of the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation, its attached agencies and corporation for the 2026 budget.
There's a motion. There's a joint motion to terminate the interpolations on the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation, including its attached agencies and corporation. Do I hear any objection?
Madam Speaker.
Your Honor, hearing none, the period of interpolation on the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation, including its attached agencies and corporation, is hereby terminated.
Madam Speaker,
The Honorable.
with a record-breaking at 3:37 a.m. on October 2, 2025, I would like to thank, of course, the ever-fresh DS Janet Garin and our Chair Mika Swansing and our dear colleagues, and of course, incoming Secretary Giovanni Lopez and the team of DOTR, and of course, my co-sponsor, Kong Reynan Arrogancia. Good morning to everyone. Let's have some pictures po.
Prior to that, may we request, of course, we thank the good sponsor and the Honorable Chairwoman who has been here until wee hours in the morning every day, never fades, never gets tired. Majority Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 4058.
There's a motion to suspend consideration of House Bill number 4058. Do I hear an objection? Hearing none, said motion is carried.
Madam
Before we suspend session, The chair would like to clarify the result of the nominal voting on the election of the Speaker of the House of Representatives last September 17, 2025. He was informed by the Secretariat of the final validated result as follows. Members who voted for Representative Faustino Boji D. III remain at 253. Negative vote remains at 0, and those who abstained remain at 28. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would like to move that we suspend session until October 2, 10 a.m. later.
An objection? Hearing none, session is suspended until 10 a.m. later today, October 2, 2025.
Boss.